to YouTube for purposes of having the VOD. That way, 2-3 months later when Twitch deletes the VOD, and someone asked me, hey, when are you going to play insert name of game? And I'll be like, I have played insert name of game. And you can go right back there. Rual is a waffle. Noted. It happens. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. People are like, oh man, the dude's stopping talking. Well, follow and I'll bounce. No, I'm teasing. Weirdly, that does happen. Everyone has the different things they want. But yeah, so we're going to pick it up where we left off in Farm Sim. So we started out, we're playing in a Japanese city of, I'm going to mispronounce this, Hutan Pantai. But we started with $0, period, which the way I accomplish that is you start at the start, that's got $100,000, and you put yourself $100,000 in debt, and you pay off your debt immediately, and you have $0. And I have given myself the arbitrary rules that we had for our Survivor Man challenge of I may not take loans of any kind, and the leases one is an asterisk. I may not lease stuff for running my own farms, or that kind of thing. When you're doing the contracts, they do lease you stuff for the contracts. I'm doing that because while I do enjoy the Survivor Man challenge kind of thing, we're not doing that right now. We have a map that already got buildings on it. I am going back and forth of whether or not we do the Survivor Man challenge again in this one. I'd have to wait and see. I want to do a different map, so it is going to have to wait until we have the actual release publicly out there and we get all the mods start rolling out. I don't want to do No Man's Land again. We've already done that, and I know we'll get a No Man's Land for this version of the game, but I would like to do something thematically around there. So let's check where we left off. Did I have any contracts outstanding? I did not. I also need to turn our music on. Because we learned yesterday, when we were playing the game with the radio, I want something a little bit higher energy than that. I need to find another playlist that I've been really enjoying. Now we'll leave it like this, because I've been playing that other playlist a lot lately, so we'll just go for a little bit slower for now, and we might change the playlist during the stream. But yesterday we were doing some really good progress. We had a really, really bad mission that bugged out on us, where we finished farming the entire thing. There was no rain or anything to harvest the field, and yet I came up short with how much I was supposed to harvest, so I had to fail the mission, and that hurt us. And that wasn't a big one. That only hurt us a number of thousand. But then I had a second one where the timer just ran out because I wasn't watching as I was working it. So even though I had worked it from the moment I got it until I ran out of time, it's just... the green beans take really long time to harvest, as your forewarning. But because of that one, I lost 29,000. Because I failed the contract and it didn't give me any credit for any of the work we had done up there. And that was to David, both of those. We don't like David. David's a jerk. David stiffed us on our payment on our first one, and the second one, he was like, no, you didn't do it in time. No payment, sorry. That wasn't meant to be some kind of accident, because that wouldn't fit at all. But you get the idea. So we're at 5 p.m. during the day now, so I'm not going to take a contract that's going to take us a long time. So we're going to go ahead and take this one for Katie, that we are going to pick up logs. And work on these things. Alright. I wish I could pin the actual objective. Like where you could tag that. I wish there was a way I could just tag the map. Just directly. Or even if I can't tag the map, that the quests or the contracts when you showed up, I know they have like a thing over their field, but it does the tag just so it could show up on the compass. That'd be just kind of a nice quality of life type thing. Really just said, you dishonor me for being 0.02 seconds late. No payment for you. Nah, David we've decided is canonically a scammer. He's the kind of person who writes like this really involved contract for like something simple like calling logs. And then when you technically violate the contract because it's so ridiculously strictly defined that it's impossible to comply with, he then sits there and goes, nope, you didn't follow the contract, no payment, no payment. Sorry, man. Rules are rules. Which, for the record, the game's in its early release. They're gonna have multiple patches probably between now and when you get your hands on it to like iron out like the little bugs with the contracts here and there. And for the amount we played yesterday and all that, we had only 2 issues, and they were kind of annoying with things. Yeah, this time of year. Yeah, you don't get any Froggo buddies? That's fair. This is the time of year here in Florida where there's just not much Froggos. Too cold. They're all staying where they can stay warm. Alright. This sure is bunching up. But yeah, so you have so many frogs. Oh, down there where you're at in the Keys? Yeah. Yeah, as you get north and it gets colder and colder, you see less and less. It's one of the reasons when you get, like, decently far north, just like amphibians in general, all but disappear. Cold-blooded be a thing. How can I get over there? And cut through these, between these fields. Like, there's not... Like, you go far enough north and to, like, the colder climates, there's just the number of amphibians and reptiles you'll find will be so incredibly low. Did I... Oh, no, we're fine. I was about to say, it's like, did I go to the wrong place? Like, no, my marker was just to the side of it. This is where we need to go. That said, one of, like, the more, like, hardcore things I've seen, like, nature-wise, is just, the Galapagos Island has a bunch of iguanas, and the water around the Galapagos Island is really cold. Why does that have an unfold to, like, fold out the tail lights? But, so these iguanas, what they survive on primarily is, like, the algae, whatever you want to say, that grows on the water, or on the rocks in the water. Oh man, you rotate so slowly. Please. Please. I am unimpressed by this particular device. So I've closed up as much as it will let me. It's like playing the crane game at the arcade. This machine is terrible. I have to just so much mouse. Don't make me pick them up one by one. All right, new condition for the Woodhall missions is if this is the machine they offer me, the answer's no. Just think of the $8,000. Just think of the $8,000. That's what we're doing. We're just thinking of the $8,000. We need the money, chat. The tractor we're looking at buying is about $98,000 if I remember correctly. Please, just pick it up. But that's actually one thing if you're new to farm, don't you drop those. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I see you wiggling. No, don't drop it. If you're new to the game and you're like, what machine should I get for this? Do contracts. The contracts will give you over time most of the different machines in the game at some point. So if you're trying to decide, it's like, oh, should I get this tractor or that tractor? And you're like, you really don't know. That is one way of, you know, getting to test stuff. Oh my god, please tell me I don't have to do multiple trips with this because of how small that basket is. We're gonna try and Jenga this and make this work. Like, this is the kind of mission, if we were running mods like the Super Strength mod, which is not available yet in this version, but if we were, which it'll probably be available shortly after release once the people who make those mods just get in there. But anytime you have like a major update or change to the game, just expect most of the mods to take a little while to catch up. But, this would be the kind of mission. Stop sliding. Seriously, it's a claw machine. And I know it's got a claw, but I mean it's like the arcade claw machine. It's got no strength on that gripper. I don't want to do it one by one. Okay, we are craning down as much as possible. We're gonna force it to the ground, craning down more. Casual logging. Yeah, except the machine they gave me is garbage. Yeah, banging on the cabin. Oh no, it's generally less painful in a lot of ways. Like cutting down the trees, for example, is way better in this game. There's now a whole thing where, like, you kind of highlight the tree. Look. Let go. Alright, we'll try it this way. Oh, please, no, stop. There we go. Okay. But yeah, this specific machine is a bad time. Got to. Man, I am gonna have to do true trips. I'm down to do some stacking, but that's double what we've already got, and I'm not gonna get those to play nice. How far away is your drop off? At least it's just down the road. Yeah, so like I said, we see another wood pickup mission that uses this tractor with the little claw. The answer's a no. That's what it is. The answer's going to bed. Try again another day. The other machine was relatively fine. Alright, Nitro, you get that sleep. Thank you again for tuning in. The answer's no. This tractor, not a fan. But that was my comment of, when you're learning the game, it's good to do contracts, because that will teach you those things. You're like, okay, let me try this one. Ah, I don't enjoy doing the beans. No problem, don't do the beans. Oh, but I'm really enjoying doing the wheat. Okay, we'll do the wheat. Well, is this tractor better or whatever? And the other thing you can also do is if you're not playing on super hard difficulties, it can also be a good idea when you're like, alright, it's time for me to buy like a really big tractor. I don't get enough missions to try them out. Consider leasing the tractor, using it for a little while, see what you think, and then ending the lease if you're not a fan and trying the next one. Yeah, that's going to cost you a little extra money because you're leasing and all that. But, you know, don't mind me. Just scooch around that car. But, you know, it's better than buying it, realizing you can't stand it, and then getting rid of it. Because, like, for example, when I first started playing, I was like, okay, we've got all this money from all this lumberjacking and Silver Run. Let me buy the biggest tractor in the game. And I just looked at the horsepower and got the biggest one there was. And I hated it. It was one of the ones that, like, pivots in the middles and looks like something you'd see in Transformers. And it was like, this is a really awful tractor. It's like, yes, it's got more power than anything has reason to need, which is why I got it. But just driving it was not fun. You're still playing Factoro. I'm about to go to Quillo and find it's funny that recyclers can upgrade quality of items. Yeah, so you can get something when like, nope, not good enough. Put in the recycler, try again. Yep. I've not gotten very far yet, but I've got a second run of Factorio started with the biters turned to off because I just want to mega factory that run and, you know, work on achievements of getting everything in legendary quality and yada yada yada. There's achievements I need to work on in the game. There's 2 achievements I need to leave the biters on for, which are the speedrun achievements, and I'm planning to do those ones by themselves. There's an achievement for doing a research on a planet without getting the yellow or the purple research unlocked. And so for that one, I'm trying to be very deliberate in that, you know, I strategically don't end game 40 hours is tough. I'm expecting it to be tough. How much does turning off the biters affect the game? It basically turns off combat. I don't know about the other planets, what the implications are yet, because I haven't played it. Like, I don't know if the demolishers are just gone, or how any of that works. Like, is it truly just combat free? Because that's what it was before, is it turned off the combat in its entirety. But that was without the DLC. But it's like, when you play it, and I've played it both ways, where I've played Death Worlds, and I have played with, like, biters off, Mega Factory, and all that. But it will end up affecting it just in the sense that you won't have to, like, defend your bases or stuff like that. It takes out that combat element. I apparently can't reach to the right there. That should. That should probably be fine. But yeah, so it very much does change the vibe of the game a lot. For some people, with the biters off, the game is just boring. There's not a pressure against you. It's kind of like if you think about playing like city builders, like City Skylines. Think of it the same way as if you go into City Skylines and you turn off disasters. You don't have this outside pressure that occasionally shows up just to kind of rock the boat. There's also, with the biters off, you don't need to invest as much in combat, which for the record, you still do need the gun tech and the military tech and all that. You can't skip out on that. And that's because of the space platforms having the asteroids. Turning off the biters will do nothing about that. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Is really saying for biters passive? Yeah, so the biters have kind of 3 basic settings when it comes to how they behave. There's one which is just the way the game is normally, where once they're exposed to pollution, they get all angry, and you have to deal with that. That they'll continue to attack your base until either they or you are dead. So long as they're exposed to pollution. Otherwise, they'll continue to, you know, slowly expand and do that stuff, but they'll be relatively chill. Then you have one, which is it makes them passive, so they still exist in the world, but they're not aggressive until you attack them. And then the ones you attack will fight back. So they'll retaliate, but they won't initiate. And then there's just, I don't want these, which used to just get rid of everything biter-related in the game, period. What it does now is it makes it so the nests still show up, because there's one technology later in the game that depends on the nests. So they wanted to still have a way for you to get that. But they've got it now where you will have the nets and there just won't be the biters that actually come out and attack you or anything. I have no idea what the other planets do with that kind of stuff. But you still will need weapons just because when you're using your platforms to go between locations and dealing with the asteroids and all that, you will still need to do that. So it doesn't mean literally no combat. It just means the fight doesn't show up to you, you go to the fight. Okay. But yeah. And I know a lot of people who turn off the biters, because they're just interested in the mega factory thing. And it is one of those things that one criticism I will give Factorio when it comes to that, as far as, I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's just kind of a circumstance of how it works, is very genuinely, the biters in the early to mid game, they're interesting and challenging, but then when you get to the mid to late game, like where you've got artillery and everything, they stop being an active threat, and they're just more of just a tedious nuisance. Like, you probably noticed in the run on the stream, if you were watching, that once I got the artillery set up, the starting planet, I basically just didn't have to worry about the biters. It was just, effectively, it was just something deleting some resources from time to time, and otherwise they were a non-participant in the situation anymore. And that's just kind of the way it works. Even on Death Worlds, it's just, you use a lot more materials on Death Worlds. But it's the early to mid-game challenge that falls off in the late game. And unfortunately, there's no long-term solution to make them go away. Yeah, the bots are also vital for that, right? Not necessarily. You can, there is a train that has artillery guns on it, that you can just have a train that goes around the outside edge of your base, like not on the inside of your defense, but along that edge. And you can just add stops to it to periodically go to a stop, wait for the train to go inactive, which would mean it's out of ammo or there's no targets. And then it returns to resupply, then goes to the next stop, and just repeat the pattern. You can also just have trains deliver the munitions out to the outside border or conveyor belt it over. You don't have to. Like, that's one of the nice things about Factorio, is you don't ever need anything that... Let's see, maybe it's designed that way. Leave the planet working until later days. You remember biters being more difficult in pre-DLC game? Maybe it's just lack of skill. Well, no, the even in the pre-DLC, the biters, the way they worked, is at the early game, they mostly left you alone until you started making pollution. And then once you started making a decent amount of pollution, they would start, you know, you'd start what's effectively an arms race between you and the biters, where they would slowly be evolving and you would slowly be teching up. That if you fell behind, it could actually get pretty rough. But as long as you're ahead, you can, it's just kind of knocking them down when they start to become an issue. And it was somewhere around mid-game, you'd get to artillery, and all you had to do is put up a line of defenses. Like, you choose whichever weapon you want, flamethrowers, lasers, the Gatling gun things, but have your line of defenses supplied and all that. And then you just drop artillery till it cleared out the whole area around you. And just go from there. But that was like to the middle to the late game. And that's 100% true of Death Worlds as well. It's just getting to that point is much harder because you have a strain on resources, and you have to figure out how to get through the biters when your resources get low. But once you get to artillery, you've already got your solution for getting through the biters. You just take the little hallway into the cleared area that's in your artillery range, you know, build that out, then move your artillery forward, then repeat that process until you've reached your destination. And then you have to go through and widen the path because the bots, if you do use them, will get absolutely murdered by the biters that they run into crossing back and forth. Okay, so we finished the contract. Never again do I want to grab that machine. Still, $7,600 is nothing to be upset about. I am going to have our character go to sleep now because it's dark, and I want to see if we get any better contracts tomorrow. But yeah. No, it's good stuff. Now, like, to get into, like, the farm sim side, some of the things we did notice that have, like, way improved in farm sim since the last version, is the graphics are better. There's not much to say. The graphics are better. They have these NPCs. I don't even think we talked to one of them yesterday.
Well met. What can I do for you? Let's see.
Can I help you with some?
Needs to be done at the moment. Take your pick.
But yeah, I think with those characters, they're just a different way to get contracts and all that to help you learn the game. But they are in the map, but they are all voice acted and everything. They're cool. It'll probably help new players get started. I'm pretty indifferent about them. But yeah. Do we have a bunch of missions that are the same thing? So I got some harvesting missions. So you have corn, cotton, parsnips, red beet, corn, red beet, and cotton. So the corn ones will be pretty straightforward. So I'm gonna go ahead and so between the two corn ones. So that's you at 25 and you at 10. So you're offering me, I'm looking at the red one, the wrong one. Oh no, it's the 9,000. So you're gonna give me a pretty large harvester for that one. You're basically giving me pretty much the same equipment. Alright, so we can borrow the items for this. And accept that contract. And the thing I want to check... Okay, they are taking them to the same place, so we could double dip those. I was just checking that there might have been a chance that they want to drop them off at different locations. And that would have meant I just had to do one, get all the materials, then drop off, then do the other. Okay, so let's look at where we've got stuff. I've got one field right here to my right, and the other one's over there. And our drop off is way down there. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe it's designed this way. Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that. Yeah. But yeah, so we've got all those like graphical updates and all that. They've got the NPCs set up to help you learn. And they do have a tutorial that we skipped because we've already played the previous game a ton. And while there is new mechanics to this game and everything, it's not one of those, like, if you've played Farm Sim 22 on any level, you're not going to get into this game and be like, I have no idea what's going on. Not unless you just plain forgot how to play, which is totally fine as well. But you're not going to run into a situation where you're just trying to, like, figure it out again. Steering. Okay. Oh, right. It's one of these. I have to unfold both of them. That's why I was getting confused. But we also got the lane assist and all that. So you have the balance here where the old game you could either drive it yourself or you could use the AI. And the AI workers, they could do simple tasks okay, like just, you know, harvest a field that was a rectangle and everything was relatively fine. But anything of any complexity, not a chance. The other thing that would happen with the other one is that if you wanted them to do anything like a weirdly shaped field or certain jobs like spraying the plants, the AI just was completely and utterly helpless. Couldn't help you in any way. So this one, the AI has been massively improved. I haven't used them too much because we are playing in hard economy settings, so it's really hard for me to make any kind of money if I have someone else do the work for me. I.e., I take a contract and then I subcontract that out to a worker. I make next to nothing, and there's a lot that can go wrong with it. So it just doesn't really help that much. But it is possible that I could take some of these jobs and hire a worker to do it while I work on something else. And that may or may not be economical for me. Like those ones, it's really hard to make any meaningful amount of money. Just because between leasing the vehicle and paying the worker and all the other stuff, there's just too much expense. Speaking of which, what's on sale today? We don't care about either of these. The one I'm looking at is we are looking at, I believe it was the medium tractor way down here, that square one. It's got a decent amount of horsepower, like really good horsepower for the price. You look at the things comparable to it, and it's less than half. But the downside of it being is it's got the other transmission that's not as good, and its top speed is pretty terrible. It probably has other drawbacks I'm missing, but you get the idea. But the goal here is we're trying to get that tractor. Because of the tractor, then we can start getting attachments of our own, and the less I have to lease from other people when I do the contracts, the more of the money I just get to keep. And then once we have enough equipment, we can buy our own field and start doing our own crops versus, you know, doing the work for everyone else. So what I'm thinking I'm going to actually try doing here, chat, and this might be a mistake, is let's go ahead and I'm going to switch our thing to working. So let's keep in mind that I have $68,140. So let's go and let's switch to the AI worker. Yep. And I'm going to hand this over to the AI worker. Since when does Twitch show the hype trains on your list of feeds? You just noticed that for the first time, like earlier today you did? That's been that way since, I think, around TwitchCon? Okay. So I'm handing that over to them, and I'm going to try working on a different contract while that's happening, and see if that ends up being lucrative. So I'm just going to move this into position so that we can periodically empty it. But the goal here is to see that by the time that's done, how we're, like, is it viable for me to do this, is the real question. Am I going to ultimately make money and enough money to be worth my time, or am I going to lose money because of, you know, just too many expenses doing it? That's just not worth it. Hey, Yellow Cat, how's it going? Alright. And I figure I'll empty this out real quick here. You have to remember for the life of me on adjusting the cruise control up and down. Yeah, I'll follow it down this road and let it empty out. And then we're going to grab a different vehicle and start a different one. Because I do remember with our Zero to Hero run that we did with the Survivor Man thing, that I couldn't use the workers at the beginning, that we did the math, and it was like, I would spend an entire year working and making almost no money because just the workers were just too much cut into my expenses, so I couldn't really grow any. Alright, so with that, let's go and check on the AR contracts. I can only work 3 contracts at a time. So what I could do real fast is I will go here, we'll grab the Deadwood because that's a nice simple one. I think it's even nearby too. Okay, so Deadwood is right there. You mean a No Man's Land run? Yeah. The challenge is called Survivor Man. But yeah, no, it was on the No Man's Land map. But yeah, so that one at the beginning with the hardest economy settings, because of how many steps go into doing a farm, it was just one of those things that would just wipe us out. Okay, so there's a Deadwood tree. There's one over there. Actually, looks like there's 2 or 3 over here. Looks like, fortunately on this one, I got a bunch of these all bunched up in the same spot. Okay. And usually for the Deadwood ones, I try to watch the top of the tree line the most, because the Deadwood trees are all the same model for the most part. And this is true of Farm Sim 22 and this one. So if you just kind of look for the tree that's like tall and, you know, scraggly, that's what you've got. Whereas a lot of the other trees are squattier. So it makes them a lot easier to spot. I'll probably be able to do the comparison on if the worker was worth it, because we're going to be making money before those other ones are done, by just taking the day's wage payments against the jobs I use the workers for. Because like already that worker's already cost us $148. I also realized I'm just going to put the game back down to real time. I don't know if it's still true in this one versus the other one, that if I remember correctly, if you have the game time running faster, your worker costs you more to finish the same job than it would otherwise cost. The price, I don't know off the top of my head. If you do !Steam, it should pull up the US price. And if you're outside the US, then you're going to have to look it up locally because I won't have that information. But usually use the command, and it will take a good, like, 5-10 seconds or whatever to run that. Yeah, it'll take like 5-10 seconds, and then the bot should get back with you. Yes, $36. The game is coming out in, I believe, 2 days, I think. But it's been good so far. We got another deadwood tree over here. Alright, looks like we got one more. I don't know if it's because of how many I did in of these in Farm Sim 1. Or Farm Sim 22. There's no such thing as Farm Sim 1 that I'm aware of. Farm Sim 22. I've gotten pretty good being able to spot the trees easy, because I definitely remember the first couple times we did these in Farm Sim 22. I would be wandering around for 10-20 minutes being like, where's the trees? I can't find them. There you are. Yes, that was tucked in really good, so it was a little bit harder to see. Okay, and that's that contract done. Alright, so it's probably going to be somewhere around the area of 40% of the field. Each time I hit around 40%, then I'm going to have to empty this thing out. I'm still going to do it, because I'm here. But that does mean I won't need to worry about it again until we're at around 60% done with this field. Oh, wait, we have a big problem. Hey, stop. Stop. It's raining. We're taking a penalty on the yield. So I'll need to just do something else until the rain goes away. Because if we take too big of a penalty on the yield, I'll fail the contract by not having enough goods. So in the meantime... Yeah, that's a no. That's a no, friend. It's a different setup than we had before, but I'm too scared that it's going to be another really awful one. The stone picking... It's probably awful. Alright. But it gives me something I can work on while it's raining until we can start harvesting again. Oh wait, that's the field we're already working. I was like, wait a second, we're already doing that field. You are field 13. So basically the other way around. Okay. Put you back on speed 5 till the rain clears up. Alright, so stone picking is one of those things that you can disable in the game, that if you don't like field stones, you can just turn them off. I do know a lot of people turn it off. I haven't done in this one, but I do know in Farm Sim 22, we started with it turned on for the longest time on Silver Run when we were doing that. And then eventually people are like, just please turn this off, because it's just, the process just takes too long. And the reason why is the stone picker doesn't move very fast and has a very small radius. And there's just not really a big stone picker. Like, you just can't get a big enough one to really... Well, I shouldn't say radius, the width of the stone picker. It just makes it so, like, even at the end game when you're got these sprayers that are, like, 48 meters wide or, like, some ridiculous nonsense, and, you know, you've got your harvester and it's doing, like, 30-something meters wide, and you got this, like, little 6-meter wide stone picker. Okay. I'm actually wondering if I could stone picker by eyeballing it. No, there's enough here. I probably... Yeah, there's enough here. I just need to use the lines. I just wasn't noticing, like, any on the line I was on. And so it's like, okay, maybe I just focus on the ones that got more. But no, there's enough there that I'm just going to have to go. Alright. Yep, and we'll just GPS it, zip around here. What does make me curious is I've got the stone picker here, and then we got that other wagon. And I'm guessing that other wagon is going to be something where I can drop the stone and pick it up again using it. Because otherwise, I know the stone picker, I can just huck the stones on the ground. See what the contract tells me. I think I care about. Stone picking. Remove the stones from the field. Okay, so that implies they don't really care what I do with the stones. I guess the next question is, do I have a place around here that accepts stones? Yeah, so we got a little bit more time. That's a calendar. Alright. I saw where I need to check, I just didn't want to run off the side of the road. Okay, so yeah, so we have stones here. The stones, there is literally no selling point on the map for stones. Okay. I don't really know how that works then. Because I'm not allowed to dump them on property that isn't my own usually. There isn't a, like, grind up the stones so they don't exist machine. And yet it says there's nowhere I can take them. So I'm at a little bit of a loss of how I deal with that.
Take a sip. What's the worst?
It's just the beginning. I've never felt happier than here. Farm Sim devs. You gotta let us know what the heck these achievements mean, man. It's the same thing you've done in every game. Like, why did I get that? Did I get that because I've played enough time? Did I get that because it's not money. It's definitely not the money. It's like, I'm at a total loss what I doubt it's stone picking up. I doubt that's what gave me the achievement. So ultimately what that means is I'm just going to look it up on a wiki later if I end up caring. I'll probably do that whenever I start trying to wind down the achievements. So I guess what we'll do is when this thing gets full, I'm going to try just taking it to the edge of the field so I'm not like on the field, but still on the property and try dumping it there. I'm really surprised there's nowhere on this map that there's no selling point. It's just a weird thing. Now, for the record, I could actually work around that if there is a production line that uses stones. What can happen later is I can buy a piece of property, put that production line on that property, and then when I get stones, I can take it to that. Which, having nowhere to sell them, honestly, if we keep the field stones on, may not be a bad idea. Let's take a quick look. I haven't actually looked at the buying. You got biogas plants, bakeries. Yes, there's a cement factory that'll take the stone. A debris crusher. Interesting. Yeah, so it looks like there's a cement factory that you can use to make stone into other products, so that you can take that stone and make a surplus. It looked like it's 350,000 though. Obviously, I'm not doing that for this one, but it is a thing that's like, okay, very genuinely that would let me make a little bit of money off of the stone as we get from the field, because otherwise you just pile it up places and it just becomes clutter. And I didn't see a debris factory or a debris crusher on the map, but I also didn't look carefully. So I'll wait till I get to our next big straightaway. And I can go from there. Unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be a little bit with the way this thing's laid out. Yeah, I'm really liking the terrain deformation. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Just for, like, where we're driving around doing this in the rain, how the whole field is just, like, covered in where we've, you know, put big ruts in it from our tires because we're driving a big, heavy tractor through the mud. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. What does the weather forecast say? Does the rain stop soon? Looking at the very top, I can see that it's already got listed going to overcast as its like next thing. How's Farm Sim compared to the previous one? It's got lots and lots and lots of quality of life improvements. So like I'm not running any mods. So you see like this whole grid layout here, that's built in. That's like their steering assist. So I can turn that on, and it will drive like it'll follow that straight line. I don't have to like babysit it back and forth and that kind of thing. So they've got that kind of stuff. The UI's had quite a bit of cleanup. There's still some stuff that could certainly use improvement, but definitely an improvement over the last title. The physics of the game, so far as the vehicles, feels a lot snugger, a lot better, like fine-tuned, I guess would be the word I would say. I haven't noticed any like really weird glaring things like vehicles catapulting themselves into space or anything. I have noticed the log physics are a bit more forgiving. There's times that I felt like I really should have been able to carry a log and, you know, it would hold it. No branch catapult. Well, that's what I was going to get to next is, from what I have seen from other people playing, it does seem like the pallet physics are kind of the exact same they were in the previous one, which does make me feel stuff like that where you pile a bunch of, you know, a bunch of branches into a trailer and bounce around a whole bunch, that you're going to be able to do some janky stuff with that. We also have the terrain deformation going on. So you're going to notice in the field, instead of it just changing the texture in one spot, so it's like just the ground up area, and then having like a little tire track on top of it, we're actually kind of like sinking our tires into the mud a little bit and all that. And it's cosmetic as best I can tell. Like it's not functionally different. But it does make it look way more realistic that, you know, I'm driving around in the mud, so I'm leaving big ruts in this field. But hey, they're not paying for me to deal with the ruts. They're just paying for this other stuff, so whatever. Not my problem. Okay. But yeah, so it definitely has a lot of improvements. We have new crops, as people would expect. So the new crops we have are rice, spinach, green beans, and peas, I believe, are the new crops that we've got so far. I didn't particularly notice crops absent. Like, we still have the beets, the parsnips, the carrots, all the, like, grain products are still in the game. So it doesn't look like they did get rid of any of the crops. Okay. So we're folding this up. Let's see real fast if on the map there is a crusher of some kind. That's the grain place. That's our trains. That is a lime station. That is a canning facility, dairy, carpentry, spinnery, oil mill, sugar mill, bakery, farmer's market. Those are gas stations. A temple? Okay. A lime station, a silo, a grain mill, a grain elevator, an animal dealer. We can rent the train. We have the sawmill. We have a restaurant. And that is everything. So no crusher. So that's kind of what we got there, because we didn't see a place to sell stones. So I'm going to try to do, and we'll see what happens here. I'm going to try to go off the field to the side here. Da-da-da-da. Where is your empty? So it's not because of fold unfold. Not those. They can lower and unlower. Control L. Keep in mind I am using a Dvorak keyboard, so my my controls are going to be a little different. Let's take a quick peek. Controls. I, not L. Yeah, my comment still stands the same. I'm not using a QWERTY keyboard, so my controls will be different. So attached. So for me, that would be C. Yeah, I just don't use a QWERTY keyboard. Alright, well let's, Dvorak, yeah, it's a keyboard layout. It's a well-oriented one for software developers. So, like, keyboard layouts, you got, you know, QWERTY, Acerty, Dvorak, Workman, a lot of German, like, I don't know the name of the German keyboard layout. A lot of German people use a keyboard layout that's different. I believe French and Spanish will typically use either QWERTY or Acerty. But yeah, it's one of those things that there's not much visibility yet for, despite that. But there are so many. A very special keyboard layout. I won't even say it's special. It's like literally a normal keyboard. It's just the keys are in different positions. Man, there's literally hundreds of keyboards layouts out there. But where QWERTY is the most common keyboard layout, it's not even like, it's only like 70% something market share or something like that. Because it's just so many other language QWERTY keyboards just don't make sense to use. Am I turning the wrong place? Yeah, I turned one too soon, that's fine. But yeah, no, I switched to Dvorak a long time ago because in software development, carpal tunnel syndrome is a big concern. So it was a preventative measure for me, was to reduce wrist movement by getting a better keyboard layout. Because QWERTY only exists because of typewriters. QWERTY only exists for the purposes of, on the old typewriters, they had the arms that would go back and forth. That if you had common keys too close together, those arms would cross and hit each other, and your typewriter would jam. So you'd have to stop working, unjam your typewriter, and then you could go back to working. So it's very, very detrimental on being productive. So what they started doing is they took a lot of your common keys and just spread them out. How long did it take you to get used to it? So I would say, like, the first month I spent getting kind of to roughly where I had been on QWERTY before that. Like, or I should say, the first month was getting to the point where I didn't feel like I was just fumbling about the keyboard. But by month 3, I had reached the point that I was already passing my old typing speed with it. Because, you know, it was well-suited for what I was doing versus QWERTY. Like I said, it was well-suited for preventing typewriter jams. QWERTY is not laid out the way it is because it's fast or efficient or anything else like that for written language or anything. It's very specifically was meant to prevent typewriter jams. It became the standard for typewriters, so people got really used to the layout on typewriters, and, you know, it's just been carried forward from there. Versus, like, and I'm gonna probably get the details wrong, Dvorak is well-suited for a number of software languages for programming, and I believe it was Workman was well-suited for typing in the English language. And then you've got, like, Acerty involves, you know, is a little bit better for, so instead of WASD, it's period AOE? Correct. Or no, I'm sorry. Wait, period AOE? No, that's AOE. No, period would be up one. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you said WASD. Yeah, that's correct. My brain was thinking the home row. I was like, wait, no, period's not in the home row. Yeah. Period's the next row up. And so instead of Q, I believe it was comma. I have to think about the QWERTY and then do the comparison in my head, so if it seems like, no, that's not right. That's what's happening, because I'm having to do that. Let's just say ABCDE keyboards weren't friendly to machines, and speed typing would cause machines to jam, but you doubt it's true. ABCDE keyboards? Oh, do you mean just the keyboard, like the keyboard layout where it's like literally the alphabet in order? Yeah, comma AOE. Yeah. And that's because my left hand is my vowels and my right hand is my most common consonants. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For the home row I'm referring to. And then I always forget if it was up or down that was worse, and so you have like your more common ones in one direction and the least common ones the other. There was what keyboards? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and that's you know, the thing that would happen, like what I would guess from the A, B, D, C, D, E, F, G keyboards, I would actually assume they're bad for jamming. Because when you think about your really common consonants, S, T, and R are among the most common ones, and those are all right next to each other on that keyboard layout. So it'd be probably one of those things that most of the time would not be a big deal. Okay, so there's nothing more I could do special with that thing. I really don't know how that is supposed to be relevant to this mission, which is why I grabbed it while I was waiting. Because, like, I've got this full. There's no sell point for it. And this thing dumps out the back, because this is the same stone picker we had. Yes, that thing is irrelevant to this. You don't have access to this land. Okay, so I do have the ability to dump, but not even here in the field. So I have a problem that I might not be able to finish this contract as well, because of the issue there is nowhere I can sell stone on the map. I don't own any land to dump the stone on myself, so I can't like dump it on my own land and then, you know, grind it back up kind of thing, because that is always an option. Oh, spring onions, those are new. Yeah, but there's no selling point for us. And I didn't see anywhere on here where it mentioned the grinder place either, so I guess as a contract we're just gonna fail, unfortunately. That happened on the old farm sim as well, but we've been having more of it on this one. So I did lose $1,000 because of leasing the equipment and then failing the thing. So stone picking we're not going to be able to do on this map at all. That is one that I do think the devs are going to need to sort out. That I shouldn't be able to run into those kind of situations. Where you can accept a contract that's impossible to finish. Okay, it's literally in front of me. Because we've had 2 or 3 of those now between today and yesterday. Now, to be fair, what you could normally do is if I own land and I put the cement construction whatever place, then I'd be able to do it. But at the same time, I don't think that's a reasonable workaround. Yeah, so it's slightly off of straight north. What time will it be released according to Farm Sim, CET? I actually have that information. Give me 2 seconds. Because I know they posted that in the partner Discord. CET. So that's Paris's time zone. It should be 2 p.m. is when that should be released in Paris. Yeah, it's being released what'll be like afternoon-ish Europe, morning-ish US. You know, all varying because time zones are what they are. Which I do appreciate they're not doing the nonsense that became popular for a little while where, you know, a game would release at like noon but it'd be noon at everyone's local time, so people would, you know, people, whoever it started would get access to it first, and it would slowly work its way around. I get for, like, MMOs and, like, online heavy games why they do that, because it's a way of, like, gradually, you know, gradually having it put the burden. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, gradually bringing the burden on the servers versus, like, having everyone, you know, give the servers the hug of death from overwhelming them at the same time. But for games, like, it became a thing for not online games as well, and that bothered me because there's no real logical reason for it. Especially when you're using something like Steam, where it's Steam the one who has to deal with the server load, not you. And no matter how big your game, Steam servers are being bombarded forever, so barring extreme scenarios, it usually doesn't make a difference. You're in our stream where you have 2,000 people watching an in real life flower bloom? Yep. There is content for everyone out there. And you never know what's going to be the popular thing, because that, like, something like that might be huge right now. It might also be... It's a corpse flower? Gotcha. Okay, got these two over here. Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons why you'll have people like get really upset about, you know, different types of streams existing so far as the content they provide. It's like, like, they're not hurting anyone, whatever. But everyone's got their own tastes. That is A-okay. As you think there are flowers that only bloom one day in a whole years. You heard people watch that in real life? Yep. There's a number of things like that where it's like a very rare phenomenon. I mean, that's the same kind of thing with like solar eclipses and all that. That like total solar eclipses are pretty rare. So you kind of have to go out of your way to do them and all that. So you have the spraying. The harvesting I can't really do right now, so go ahead and we'll grab the hoeing contract. The flower's once a decade and it's endangered. Yeah, now I can see the draw to that. Oh yeah, and that's literally what we were just saying, is that there's just some things that they're only so often, so people go out of their way. I don't think I've ever done a hoeing anything in this game. Like, we've definitely done like plowing and cultivating and everything, but like actual hoeing, it's just like not been a thing. It's part of the reason I was gonna grab it. I'm assuming hoeing in the context of the game is kind of an alternate to so we're at 24, which is down south of us, I believe. Yeah, it's like straight ahead in this row. But I assume it fills in kind of the same role as like cultivating or... Yeah, sorry, cultivating and plowing. It's just a different thing. Like, plowing is the one that goes like super deep and heavily churns the soil, where cultivating is more just disturbing the soil surface, you know, to a certain depth to like, you know, same type churning up effect, just nowhere near to the same depth. I'm assuming hoeing fills in that same thing. I don't know the nuanced difference between it though. But all of it's about disturbing the soil such that it's more amenable to the plants. Because I do know it's a problem you can run into with soil that if it just sits there between weather and all that, can get compact, and then plants have a lot harder time growing in it. Or you can develop a hard pan below it.
Thank you, Platonic Hugs, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Platonic Hugs, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do. Well, Twitch Prime sub. I forget what they call these things anymore. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that support. So thank you so much for that support. I hope you enjoy your advertising, free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So are you labeled as harvested? So you are growing. So I am apparently hoeing a field of spinach that is actively growing. Do you fold out another layer? Yes. So you're actually a fairly broad tool to work with. 12.4 meters. Oh, I'm on. It must be a new thing we do for spinach. So I clearly don't know what the purpose of this one is. Like, it seems like it's a bunch of spike wheels rolling on the ground, so maybe it's aerating the soil? You honestly forgot that you had Prime? Yeah, that's actually one of the timer bot commands I have is just to remind people about Prime. And also, like, for multiple reasons. One, obviously, as a content creator where I get paid if you use it here, I certainly would love for people to use it here. But it's also one of those things that you're giving Bezos your money. The least you should get out of it is actually getting the benefits you're paying for. Because it really is. I kind of don't like that they don't auto renew your Prime subs when you do that. But at the same time, let's see, you have the last farm sim in your library patiently waiting to try again, but Satisfactory is taking your soul currently. Yup. Yeah, so I'm guessing hoeing in the context of spinach, just in the fact that it looks like I've got these metal wheels with like little prongs on them, is just about aerating the soil, would be my best guess, not having any clue about this. Because I do know for certain crops and certain gardening, that aerating your soil can help the plant, you know, a lot. And all aerating your soil is basically forcing little holes into the ground so that there's more air penetration into the soil, which can help your plant's roots and all that. But I don't know that for a fact. But that's the reason I'm kind of scratching my head as I'm trying to puzzle out what it is. Now, one downside, I'd say, from the gameplay aspect of this, is it's another one of these processes that the soil I've aerated versus the soil I haven't is indiscernible. There's not, like, a texture or anything else difference to go by. So I just have to remember, which is fine. But I would much prefer there was some visible cue that you've done it. Like, maybe there's like a little bit of dirt on the plants after you've done it to them or whatever. Just something that you look at it from before and after and you can be like, ah, I've done this section, but I haven't done that one. I would much rather there was a visible representation of that. And I can understand if people are like, but in real life, you can't see. It's cloudy now? Yes, the rain is still stopping, but we are in the cloudy bracket, so it should be good that the moment, by the time I finish this task, we could put the harvester back to work. And then we can get on to our next task. Because right now we're just in mode make money. Yeah, so aerating seems like hoeing seems to be pretty fine. Back to sleep, but factory layouts are keeping you awake. Yeah. Yeah, Factorio been doing that to me for a couple of weeks, which, for the record, we were doing that in Satisfactory before that. I did 2 full playthroughs of 1.0 in Satisfactory. I've got 1 achievement left, and I mentioned a few times that literally all I need to do to get that achievement is just let the game run. Like, I don't even need to do anything, just literally let the game run, and then go to the ticket machine and take the tickets out. I've already got it getting fed with a lot of valuables, to a point that, yes, maybe I could technically speed it up by hooking up more things to it or whatever, but genuinely, it's pretty much a solved thing where I just run the game, it'll be fine. I'm assuming this is a process that increases the yield of the spinach. I'm also surprised we're not destroying the spinach by driving over it like this. Because this definitely doesn't have crop tires on it, and we definitely do have crop destruction turned on. But there are some crops that you can roll over that don't have much of a problem. Maybe his spinach is strong like Popeye, Zidian on the 30 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you have enjoyed the last 30 streams and all you've caught. Crop destruction is only when you own the field? Gotcha. Still, I feel like if crop destruction would be damaged by this, then you're teaching the player a bad lesson by having them drive over where you would destroy the crop otherwise. You like your theory better? Yeah, I think your theory is a better one. Fun fact, spinach is actually only an okay-ish source of iron. I guess it's not a fun fact, but it is a fact. It has a lot of iron in it, but your body's ability to absorb that iron is not good. So it just ends up, in the reality, not being a particularly good source of iron. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's only slightly ironic. Exactly. You know what it's like. And that said, like, it's not to be like, hey, don't eat healthy or anything like that. It's just one of those things. If you're looking for sources of iron, there's other veggies and all that. Like, broccoli is actually really good in iron because it does have a lot of iron in it, and your body is able to absorb it, whereas spinach is... It's got a lot of iron in it, and it goes right through you. It's the concept of what's referred to as bioavailability, which is, of the nutrients in the food, how much of that nutrients do you actually absorb? Yeah, beans and lentils are also really good sources of iron and minerals and all that. Can you remind you how to get gravel into a sack in Project Zomboid? So you need a sack, and I believe you need a shovel. And if I remember correctly, I believe you right-click on the ground and choose Pick Up Gravel. If it's not there, try right-clicking on the bag. And if it's not there, use the furniture lift option thing. Like, I don't remember where exactly you right-click to get the context menu to pop up. But you do need a shovel of some form to pick up the gravel. And it's pretty forgiving. You can have like the big shovel, the little hand trellis shovel, any will work. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's one of the things that surprises. Oh, this is literally the edge of the map. But I could actually reach that. It's gonna be really salty if we failed another mission because, like, the tree was a millimeter out of bounds or something. Did you start the other contract? So, in my game, it's still raining. Like, the weather forecast on the top says it's not raining. I said it, and it literally just stopped as it was actively saying it. But yeah. So it did just stop now, so I'm going to go ahead and knock down these trees real quick since I'm standing here. Because I'll have to go all the way down there to reset it, which is just teleporting down. But I can't teleport back up easy. You guess it made it easier to collect the logs? The collecting the logs is... So cutting down the trees, they've got a lot of improvements I've seen with the machines and all that. Where you can have like target and like auto position itself and everything, and then you can cut down the tree and all sorts of goodies. Picking up the logs, so it seems like it's a bit more forgiving on the grabber for some vehicles. We did have one vehicle that was just like the little carry behind your tractor thing with the little arm. That one was just as awful as the first one, which I think it's, you know, indicative of like just how that process works in real life that they're mirroring. But for mouse and keyboard, it's rough because it's just so much mouse. Okay, so we can go here. I will complete that. I can hop into this thing. Alright. Because we're going to experiment to see how, if I put the AI worker on that, will that actually work out? Because all I need to do is keep note of how much I end up paying my workers today. Because I'm going to only do these two fields with the AI workers. And then just compare the before and after of the AI worker doing the job. Like what my payout is versus what the worker cost me to make that determination. What difficulty are we on? We are on the hardest economy settings. That's the reason it's making the comment, is very likely by having the AI worker do the field, I'll either lose money or like if I gain money it'll be next to nothing. But we're doing a little science here. Alright, in the meantime, while they're working on that, we have a fertilizing job right over here as well. So you're going to be field which one? 36. I already actually have fertilizer. You just literally appeared there. That's kind of annoying. I already have fertilizer available. So what are you? I always get leery about cotton jobs just because you could run into a thing where you don't get the full amount out of it. So we can do the fertilizing one really fast. Because I've already got fertilizer set aside. I ain't gonna worry about the weight. Because as a reminder, the tractor we want is about 98,000. Because once we have our own tractor, then we can start getting equipment to do these jobs where we no longer have to lease, you know, to get what we want. And then once I have enough of the different equipment available, then we're good. So we need to fertilize field 36, which is right the heck here. What are... So you know how I said I wasn't going to pick up that weight? I've lied to you, chat. Because I definitely went to turn there and my front wheels weren't on the ground and I wasn't turning. So, I stand corrected. I do actually need the weight. Oh, what time is it? One moment, chat. What's going to happen here in just a second is I'm going to do a quick little pause here because I've reached that point during the stream where my wife should be home from work. And I just want to run downstairs and welcome her home real fast and grab some food for myself real quick. It is the one, like, break I do. Oh my god, it's so hard to make this happen because my wheels keep just barely lifting up. There. Alright, but I'm going to quickly do that real fast. And I will be back. It'll take about 3, 4, 5 minutes. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Is this the thing? Okay. Unidentified helpless creature that's dead. Can I run in? Nope, 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 nope. Okay.
I want to go home.
I was trying to run back out, but apparently it's like a black hole. I was like, do I need to find the thing in the middle and research it? The answer was no. The answer was the... Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. Drop it. Got it. I got a bandage now. They did the whole thing where they turned on me. Oh, come on, bandage, 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 please.
Got it.
I'm dead.
No, son of a...
We broke an atmosphere, and we're descending towards the landing site.
Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions everywhere.
Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building?
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the I was really hoping there'd be more rotors in there. How are we doing on our rotors not? So I'm up to 60 rotors. So we'll put us up to 125 rotors towards the 150 I need towards steel. Where do you up here again? You're our modular frames. Those are coming along nicely. I've got a upper throughput on that. The rotors are nowhere near adequate, which means I gotta go through the whole thing of... Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. One mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked... Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news. The wonder has been built. Completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Excellent news. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect. The Emperor, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was going to put up a review that said, well, great. The bot's busted. Why did I think that was going to work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. 5:10 p.m. And it's around 7 that does start to get dark, so we got plenty of time. The good news is there's not many zombies to the south left to be pulled. We kind of got the whole neighborhood. I don't have anywhere that needs power generation right now. Take that back, I do. Well, that's a game over. We just killed about 645 people there. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Toon was just already working on dinner downstairs, so I gave her a quick hand for just a couple minutes. Hey, JD, how's it going? Yeah, sick drift. Hey, man, sometimes you gotta do your drifts in your tractors. Every time I hear the helicopter in this game, it just makes me think of the helicopter in Project Zomboid. I'm just like, oh no, the zombies. They're here. On the bright side, I'm already in the open fields that I'd be in anyways dealing with that, so... Yeah. Like, it's just the same volume that you have in Project Zomboid, where it just kind of goes in from, like, the distance. That's, like, the lead-in that if you're playing Project Zomboid and you're not ready for it, you're like, oh crap, and you drop what you're doing and you immediately change your strategy. Hey, Simplex, how's it going? Alright. So we've got the harvesting back on. I don't really need to worry about emptying that harvester until we're around 60% done with 37. Okay. So one thing I'm going to try and change... It's too late on this field, but I think for our fertilizing one, we're going to choose no headlands. Because they don't make sense anyways to do for this. There should be a stripe around here somewhere. Oh, it's way over there? That's fine. Because with how wide they cover... Oh. Turn that radio back off. Like, it's disabled volume-wise, but still, turn the radio off. This is me, low-key, one of the things I like about the lane assist so much is with the fertilizer and that. It's really hard to see exactly where it starts and stops. And so this makes it way easier to be like, just follow this line, and as long as you're doing it, you're not wasting fertilizer just all over the place. Okay. And I have one more pass on that other stripe that'll overlap quite a bit. But I think that is what it is. But yeah, so just... It makes it a lot easier when you need to eyeball these things when you've already got crops down. When you don't have the crops down, it's a little bit easier to do. But just having effectively guides saying, hey, here's the distances, I don't know what real life tractors have for all those kinds of things, like, you know, the really nice ones. But I imagine they've got to have that kind of functionality where you're like, hey, you've got this thing on the back, you go into its thing, you like turn some dial or whatever, or like maybe it's automatic, it's like, this is the width of this, you know, and it gives you like the lines on your front, like here's your guides, like follow the guide. If not, I feel like someone can make a whole lot of money doing that. Okay, well, I'm clearly off in what I said those percents are. It's warning me that tractor's 80% full. Where's your other stripe here? Should go this way, right? Alright, where have I missed it? We can go here, farmland. Harvested, turn that off. Okay, I'm basically at it right now. I think that's the stripe I should be following. It's fine. We're wasting a little bit here. The harvester's about to stop from being overfilled. Okay, and where's the last spot we missed? Got a stripe right over there. Okay. Now, before I worry about that one... Hey. Could you not? Would you... Okay. So that harvester is almost full. I'm hoping it'll reach the end of that row and be able to turn around. That way, when it turns around, I could do the pickup. Also, what is that circle about? Okay. So unfortunately, it didn't quite get to the end of row, so I'm just going to run this over here. We'll empty it out, get the harvester back to work, and we'll go from there. Alright. That's getting all our corn. It always impresses me when you look at like a lot of these large-scale machines and how much they do. So you have this machine that's getting corn, and it goes to this field, it's got like all the different parts of corn and all that, and you're just getting the stuff you want as your viable product on the other side. And all of the rest of it, it's separating out and chucking there. And I know it's not perfect. You have like bits of stuff and they gotta like wash off the corn and yada yada yada. But still, the fact that you can take a plant and effectively disassemble it in a machine that's actively moving at speed and everything, and it works without destroying 90% of your produce, you know, really is a testament to like all the engineering that goes into these things. And I understand most of the time the processes they use are just like simple things of being like, oh, here's a different size or general weight differences and all that, so you can just set it up so the weight itself will change where the where things will tend to, you know, go and position and yada yada yada. But it's still just the fact that they got that all sorted out. Like the one that impressed me that was a fairly new tech was for harvesting tomatoes. That, you know, getting the tomatoes that are more or less ripe. And so you'd watch this thing and it had this like giant like funnel of tomatoes just being shot over a hole that, you know, coming out of the harvester into wherever they're storing it. And they have these bunch of these little wire claw things, and they had a little sensor, and if it saw green, the little claw would just like poke down real fast. And so it's just basically swatting all the green tomatoes out of the air and putting them into a different container while all the red ones went right over the top. And you're just kind of sitting there watching this like, man, that means that thing's, you know, like the sensors have to be so good on that thing that it can make that in like literally nanoseconds or whatever of time to make that judgment being like, nope, that's not a winner. And like then have enough time to like mechanically get it all to respond. It's just like, that's impressive stuff. The spring ones are way far apart. We can't do the stone picking. We've already been punished for that once. You want me to harvest cotton. I will give that a try. I'm dubious of how this is going to go, but I'm willing to try the harvesting cotton. Have you seen the anti-hail machines they use in some orchards? I have not. Okay, so the cotton field we're going to is 12 down there. So if we just take a left, and then if I take my first right, we'll be in the field. They're gonna make... Oh, that's interesting. They've changed the cotton. The machine's different now. We have a pre-chamber and a main chamber for the cotton. It used to just be the cotton would go in one side and slowly fill up, and at 100% you could just dump out the roll out of the back. Technically, you could actually dump it out at less than 100%, but that was like a manual saying, hey, kick it out early. Yeah, no, I haven't seen the machines to protect orchards from hail. I haven't heard of those. One of the other the ones that, and I've mentioned these a number of times when we played Farm Sim, another machine that really impresses me is certain types of orchards when they get to the harvesting point, how they go and harvest it. They just drive up the tree, and it'll be a machine that it reaches out to trees on either side of it, and it just has a hydraulic on it, and it just grabs the base of the tree and just goes thunk, and just gives the tree like one hard shake, and then all the walnuts or whatever nuts that are getting off the trees, like all of that just falls to the ground. It just has like a little broom that sweeps it into the middle of the row, and then the next machine picks it up. Which is the idea of just going up to this big like walnut tree and just going boom, and then just all the walnuts fall off of it, and you're just like, okay, done, next tree. And Infinity Stream Streak, I tried to make that all one word. Infinity Simplex on their 40 stream streak, catch the last 40 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. 40's getting to be a heckin' large number. I do really like FG's like panic emote. That's a really good emote. Thank you, wifey.
Boy.
I'll do my best. I got a bowl that's like rice and beans and all sorts of stuff. Yep, good emote. FG's got a lot of good emotes. Just had to do a little bit of a wiggle to be able to cross that. Going straight on. Since the last revamp? Yeah. Alright. So switch the harvester over to steering assist. Okay. Turn on the automatic dump. We have lowered it. Okay. Now, I do recall harvesting the cotton is a little annoying in the last version. It's slow because it's, again, another one of these tools that doesn't have a particularly wide front to it. Listen, you hated harvest, you hated harvest growing up because it'd wreck your allergies. All grain machines, try to deliver to the elevators. Yeah. I know a number of people have lived around farms at younger ages and all that, or even not even younger ages, but have lived around farms and then with how many different smells are involved. They'll have something that they've got an allergy for, whether it's, you know, it's the fertilizer, or it's the pollen, or it's not even the pollen, but when they actually, like, harvest and they, you know, they're grinding everything up, or sometimes it has to do with the animals. There's just a lot of smells involved. A lot of different stuff that your system can have a problem with. Then, depending on the farm, some of that stuff just plain stinks. Like, and you get it. It's the cost of getting food and all that. But there's definitely, especially like when it comes to fertilizing time, where they're literally using, you know, stuff that's made out of manure. I've definitely been around the farms when they're in progress of fertilizing their field with manure-based fertilizer, and it's like, oh my god, this whole place is so ripe. Alright. Can't see my wheels to see when they're straightened out. Alright. So the curiosity here, because I don't know enough about how these machines work with cotton in real life, is the implication I'm seeing is that we have a pre-chamber and a main chamber. So I'm assuming, without having any actual knowledge, that the pre-chamber is where the cotton gets pulled in, they separate the fluffy bits that you want for actually making your material and all that from like all the leafy bits that you just want to get rid of. And so that pre-chamber is doing all that work. And then the main chamber is where they actually spin up the bale of cotton. So I would have expected it to be a gradual process from one to the other, that you're processing it through and handing it back. But based on what I'm seeing here, that is definitely not the case. So I'm assuming the front is doing all like our filtration of the material to get the good stuff out. And then the main chamber, it's just going to be pulling that in and then winding it up. Which does make me curious. In the previous game, what you had to do is you would go until you got full, you'd have to back off, kick the bale out the back, and then you could start going again. But I'm wondering with this setup, if it would be a thing that I wouldn't need to stop. Because the pre-chamber's doing all its filtration and doing all of its stuff, kicks it to the bale, and while the bale's being made, the pre-chamber can start building up again. And, you know, then the bale gets kicked out the back. We'll see. That would be nice, because they could keep moving forward, but I just don't know enough about how this works. I only know, like, basic gardening stuff about, you know, potassium, nitrogen, and phosphate, or phosphorus in there. Oh yeah, that's exactly how it's working. I mean, it's not making a whole bale at one go, but that seems to be exactly how it works, so that we can just keep going, and I don't have to stop. That's gonna make doing the cotton farming in the game so much better. It's still a small diameter for the harvester, but at least now I don't need to stop every second row to kick out the whole thing. Let's see, see your nemesis, where you live. You had me clawing and sneezing for weeks. Yeah. I'm trying to remember that, we have a different name here for that one. I can't remember if it was that canola? There was, like, I know that's like the name for it in some place, but we had a different name here, and it had just, you know, different locations, different names. And I was trying to remember its other name plant-wise. Like, it's a normal farm crop. It wasn't sorghum. I don't think it was canola. Alright, so finish this row. And I need to hop back over to clear out the harvester on the other end. Yeah. Each fill of the... Yeah, no, we caught that. Yeah, canola according to Google. Yeah, gotcha. Because I remember we had that discussion, and you know, people were talking about, and we're like, what are you talking about? And then it ended up being canola. It's like, oh, okay. But it's just one of those plants has different names depending on whether. I think canola's a better name in my opinion, but might be a little bit biased on that one. I'm really kind of curious as to how much money I've spent on this worker. But the good news is we're still making good money today, even if this one doesn't pan out where I'm using the worker to do this. I've still been doing a lot of other tasks. Okay, what was your slowdown? Ah, it was 1 to slow down my cruise control. Okay, slower, it's probably around... Oh, you're a little faster than that. Have you watched Clarkson's Farm? No. While I enjoy Farm Sim a lot, I'm not like a farming enthusiast or anything like that. I do find farming very like interesting and fascinating, like, you know, commercial level farming as opposed to, you know, keeping your own little garden or, you know, one small household farming or whatever. Clarkson's Farm's hilarious. I also don't watch much TV in general. One of the guys from Top Gear? Gotcha. I did enjoy Top Gear when it was... It's not really farming specific. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I just don't watch much television of any kind, streaming or otherwise. Alright. So you are full. So let's see here. Right, so we gotta get to that little island thing down there, so probably just follow that shore to the south. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. We're learning a lesson, chat. Do you know what that lesson is? This tractor is not sufficient for what we're hauling. Well, it's more of a drama of running a small business slash farm than the act of farming. Gotcha. So it's someone stepping well outside their area of expertise and the struggles that might ensue with doing that as a business. Okay. So once we're out of the dirt, it's not as bad. So note to self. The moment we get over 80%, probably just take this. Because I believe this tractor can get to be quite a bit faster than it is. But, you know, full haul of corn. You're saying, oh yeah, if he wasn't a rich guy, his farm would have been a giant failure. To be fair, my understanding is that's true of most farms. That if you don't go in, like if you wanted to become a farmer, as in like running your own farm, not just working another farm, and you go in there without a lot of initial investment money, being successful is very unlikely. There's just a lot of equipment involved, and none of it's cheap. So we're not talking you got a little greenhouse on your property kind of thing. Even then, you got to get a greenhouse. Did he break even? We won't know yet. Or are you talking about Clarkson? Yeah, I have no idea. You know, farming's rough. Like, people hear about, like, the successful farmers and go, oh, man, they make so much money, you know, it's, like, so much, you know, so much money and all that, and it's like, yeah, but the reality is, the vast majority of them, it is actually quite a bit of a struggle. And it could be one of those things that, like, one-off weather event, And suddenly you go from what's looking like a very lucrative year to going, okay, how are we going to afford the materials I need for next season? You know, this season's a loss. Like, what can I do with that? Farming is mainly megacorps nowadays? Yep. It's tough. So double checking. This is my destination, right? Yeah, the Harbor Grain elevator. Yeah, because the spinnery's for the wool. Yeah, small town farmers less thing. Yeah, well, it's just hard to compete. There is definitely a lot to say about economies of scale. Alright, so do you go backwards? It looks like you might be one that empties out the back. No, yeah, this one empties out the back. I was looking for the hinge on the side, because I know there's some that tip to the side instead. That's interesting. It's double dipping. Interesting. So, I'm not sure if you noticed, that was the 70% of the corn we needed for Field 37, but it's also counting for the additional field as well. Which means I will likely end up with a surplus of crop when we're done. And that's a thing you could do, not... Yeah. But it's like, it's one of those things that, in the last one, if you're very efficient about your harvesting for your harvesting contracts, you'd finish the contract, still have like 20% of the crop left, and be able to sell the last 20%. Or whatever it was, like I don't know the actual percent, it'd be like 15, 20, whatever it was. But if you can double dip on it, that makes things a lot more interesting in how we can handle it. Because what that would let us do is we would be able to potentially walk away where the first field you'd still get your 20% or 10% or whatever. They're ready for you to harvest during the rain. But yeah, so it'd be a fascinating thing to be able to do that and have like the second one, just the full volume or a large portion of it just all goes to your surplus profit. Are you sure it double dipped or didn't split? I mean, it may have split, but it may have split. It would have to be doing some type of ratio calculation then. Because Field 10 is much smaller than Field 37. Either way, we'll see. We'll see what like surplus I end up with on the other side. How would it double dip though? Basically, when we drop off, having it apply to both the contracts instead of just one. So like, say it's expecting me to drop off like 2,000 liters of corn for 2 different contracts. I still have to harvest the field for part of the contract. But then if I get 4,000 liters and expecting 2 and it counts that 2,000 for both of them simultaneously, you get how that would double dip then. It just means I would get an extra 2,000 liters of corn that I could sell as opposed to 2,000, like, you know, that just applying to the contract. Oh, what was being said about farming being mostly megacorps? So we had gone to the conversation about how actually breaking into doing a small farm is very challenging. There's just a lot of investment up front. So it can be very difficult to be successful in it. Not that it can't be done, but it's just really, really challenging. So as a result, most farming is now just a handful of like super giant companies. You tend to see with like a lot of the smaller farms that it tends to be a lot more of like organic crops and all that kind of stuff. Because it's also one of those things that's a little bit tricky to, even if you can grow the stuff successfully, you still have to find people to sell it and all that, get agreements in place and all that kind of stuff. It's not a small farm, it's 1,000 acres. Yeah, 1,000 acres is a small farm. When you consider a household property, a lot of homes don't even have a singular acre. I mean, it depends on where you're at. It is in the UK. In the US, it's yeah, in the US, it's mostly giant companies as well. You can have small farms, but like I said, they tend to specialize. That they'll be like organic crops or hydroponics or something like that. So you're paying a premium for that kind of a situation as opposed to just, you know, that. But yeah, 300 acres, it's small, yeah. Google says the average farm size in the UK is 205 acres. Interesting. So kind of pretty big for there. I'm curious how much of the UK's food is imported then. That like maybe it's just the UK within itself depends on outside production to do that, because that's true of a lot of locations. That's not like necessarily saying that's good, bad, or otherwise. You have a lot of locations that have something of value, and unfortunately they depends on. Sounds like organic nonsense is a legend for small farm survivorship needs. No, so there is actually like some organic stuff that there is merit to it. Unfortunately, you can't go to the store and see a label and have it do anything because it's such a loose term that it doesn't have anything. But like having it where you don't have a bunch of pesticides used and all that. But yeah. You think it's like 40-50%? Gotcha. 10 acres is only 16 square miles, yeah. The average might be misleading. What's the median? Is probably more relevant. Right, that's what I was wondering, if it's one of those things you have like a whole bunch of like micro farms that, you know, for like actual farms, you know, the bulk of them are giant. And then you have like a whole bunch of these like 1-2 acre micro farm things. Did you come from a family of farmers? Your parents never farmed but grew up helping out your grandparents' farm? Today you still have several relatives who have their own farms? Yeah, my Tomb's family had a lot of people who farmed in their past. I don't believe a single one of them farms anymore, but just like 2 generations back, there was a lot of farming. Like a lot of farming. Because like for us here in the US, the Central Valley, California is like the absolute bulk of our food comes from there. Like, sure, we've got, you know, the endless fields of corn and grain and soy that come out from like the center of the country, but so much of that is used for things other than specifically food production. Like a lot of those are materials that go into stuff like making animal feed and for making textiles and all sorts of other stuff. You're talking that. Also, California has probably some of the highest variety of crops in the U.S. It just, that valley has such rich soil and is a fairly mild climate. Yeah, so your uncle has corn, soybeans, and rice, and as the 3 cash crops. The rest is primarily small rotating crops. Yeah. Yeah, I want to say for Tomb, I'm trying to remember. She's told me a couple times what her grandparents grew. I want to say maybe they were pecans. Like I want to say it was like alfalfa and pecans were the things they usually had on it. They had like an orchard in one part, and then they had like greens for animal feed on another part. Is something your family takes great pride in? That there's small farmers living among all the giants? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it can be done. It's mostly that initial investment that's the killer. Because, you know, where we just had mentioned, you know, oh, you're a couple $100,000 in it. for a lot of people, a couple 100,000 is already way past anything they can manage. And it's just always the risk of if you have a year that goes really bad. You know, insurance certainly helps, but it's really easy to go from everything's doing fine to everything's very not fine. Oh yeah, no, there's lots of issues where what you grow makes strategic sense from the business side point, where it wouldn't make sense outside of stuff like government subsidies and all that. That an individual crop is artificially inflated in its use and all that. That's been a commentary in a lot of that. And I even know there's a lot of farmers who are against the subsidies and all that as well. There's a lot for it too. I don't have a personal opinion on the political side because, again, not a farmer. I would defer to people who work in that trade and be like, hey, this impacts you. Like, keep me out of this. You know what you're doing. I'll support what you want to go with. But you stay in Arkansas. Let's see. You stay in Arkansas, farming with soybean, corns, and rice. Yeah, and that's my understanding is that's what most of the middle of the country here in the U.S. is now. It's soybeans, corn, rice, grains. Primarily like just miles and miles and miles of that. You'll find like the occasional like cattle farm and all that in there, chicken farm and all that in there. And then when you start to get like properly out west, like California, that's when you start seeing like tomatoes, peppers, pecan trees, all sorts of that. You go to like the southeast, you'll find like peaches and citrus and what's the other one? Cashews. You'll also find stuff like a decent amount of green crops like collards. Let's see, dairy farms are the ones killing themselves. That's way too much work. So actually, so friend of the channel, Ultrasaurus, so she actually works at a farm, and I don't think they do dairy anymore. They do have cows. I know they did dairy. And I don't know if it's just like they don't have dairy cows right now, or that was something they decided to get out of. But I do know they do have a lot of livestock. But that's a friend of the channel who's another content creator who's been playing this as well. We raided her yesterday. And she's talked about it, and I find it a lot interesting. You have a lot of cotton around there as well? Gotcha. Yeah, where I'm at in Florida, we used to have tons and tons and tons of citrus. But that's been moving out of the area a little bit. Our weather is changing a lot here, and it's making it much more difficult for the people doing citrus farms here to succeed. We're having more extreme weather, both in the hot and the cold, and it's just not like the citrus. It's like it's getting to the point where it's getting kind of on the edge. Do they board beef or dairy? Like I said, I know they had dairy. I don't know what they do now. So that's me not knowing enough about that particular farm. But the things that we've been having going is farther south in Florida. We've got a lot of tomato farms and strawberries. Strawberries are really big, not far from where I'm at. In Central Florida is a place called Plant City, and they're one of the bigger exporter for strawberries. Grazing, but also canola, potatoes, and strawberries. Yep. Yeah, it's cool here. It's one of the things I found it weird when you played Farm Sim 22 that the strawberry farm, like, you could grow strawberries, but it's in a little greenhouse. And I'd never thought of strawberries in a greenhouse before because where we're at, we have fields of strawberries. But it's fascinating the way they crop here. I don't know if they still do it the same way they used to, but they sister crop. They sister crop the strawberries with onions to keep the pests away. That the onions keep a lot of the things we deal with pests away from the strawberries and all that, which helps a tremendous amount. And so what they'll do is they have these, it's basically like a plow, but it's just a big glorified like channel that just has a big weight on top of it, and they drag that behind of a tractor to like push it into a dirt mound, and then they effectively saran wrap that with this plastic wrap, and they puncture a hole in the top and they put the strawberry seed in there. And so they'll do a row of strawberries like that, and then between that they'll do a row of onions. It's either like every row or every other row or every third row. And so it's kind of one of those things where they do those big mounds, and they just go and they keep doing strawberries. And they'll keep using the same ones. They won't like redo it again every single year, unless they need to like disturb the soil and all that, which I don't know how often they need to do that. Yep, and I was able to keep on going even while the cotton was getting kicked out of the back. So that is... Oh, wait. My guides are the other way. So that is way better than what we were dealing with. But before I start the next row, let's hop back over and empty this out and get this harvester going there one. Let's see, being in Scotland, it's polytunnels over landscape for strawberries. That's probably what they're doing here too. Like maybe like poly is like a different thing, but it's basically like a plastic. It's like they make a little mound that's like a trench or whatever up, I'm trying to think of the word. It's a ridge. They make a ridge up, and then they have like the plastic over the ridge. And all that. But it's the sister cropping I found interesting, because I remember discussing it, and a bunch of people in the chat are like, you know what you're talking about. Like, sister cropping is a thing that like only like home gardeners do. I was like, no, I absolutely remember hearing this, I swear. And it was very, very validating to go to the Plant City when they have their harvest. They have like a big festival and all that, and we went there, which is a bit of a trek for us. But we got out there, and they like actually had all the equipment set up to like show the different stages of like, this is what the field would look like, and then they follow this trellis, and then they do the plastic wrap, and then they punch the hole in the thing, and they do that, and then they do like a row of onions, and they're like, see, they do sister crop, they do that thing commercially. But yeah, it was a whole thing where it's like, no, they do that. I'm not saying they do that everywhere, but it's just because of here we have too many pests. Strawberries the onions usually turn red pinkish because of it. Yep. They're called strawberry onions. They're ever so slightly sweeter than your typical onion. And when you say it's got a very light pink color, it is a very light pink color. If you don't put it next to another onion, you wouldn't notice it. But then if you put them like next to each other, you'd be like, oh yeah, that is a little bit pinker, isn't it? It's not like a super different onion in any way. Which is part of the reason they don't bother. Like, they'll sell them at the festivals and all that because it's a thing, but they don't bother shipping those onions out all over the place to sell commercially. They're more to help out with the strawberries. So they'll just go to the festival and all that. Used to go prairie dog hunting growing up on cattle farms land. Gotcha. I'm assuming because they probably tear up the farms. Where I grew up north, it wasn't for farms, but it was moles that they used to go out and deal with. Is there a sign death counter in this game? I would be down to make one of those. I feel like that poor counter. We would figure out if counters can wear out, because there's no consequence for knocking down the signs. So you know. It is what it is. We are just keeping the local manufacturing company in business, as well as our local civil engineers and the teams of city employees who have to put those signs down. We are keeping them well taken care of. Yeah, cows will get injured in the holes from the prairie dogs. Gotcha. That makes sense. I can see that. For us in Florida, the thing we run into the cows is we definitely don't have, and for the record, when they joke about like the happy California cow, I've seen those places. Those are not happy cows. Those are not happy cows. They're standing in mud. But it's a whole thing about like that a lot of places here in Florida, they'll take just these open areas and then get lots of land sheep, which ends up being like bordering the swamps. And they'll just put cows out there, and they don't have to do a whole lot for feeding the cows or anything. And these are beef cows I'm talking about where I'm at. They won't bother like, you know, doing all sorts of like special mixes of feed or anything you see in the game. They just basically have them prairie-fed cows where they just dump them out there. But the prairie's basically swamp and wetlands. And so the cows will actually get really sick from standing in water. Luckily, that's not a lot of them anymore. But it's pretty terrible. A lot of hoof stock can't just stand in water and be okay. You get scared about that stuff with things happening with horse too? Yeah, no, I can imagine you get a horse running at speed and its hoof comes down and there's just a hole there. I can see an animal getting pretty badly hurt from that. I actually want to do that last turn. Otherwise, the stuff we deal with down here is we got lots of bugs you got to deal with, which is true of any tropical area. So we got, you know, all sorts of stuff like caterpillars and we got leaf miners are a big thing in the area that they have to do stuff to treat the plants to keep leaf miners from setting up and tearing apart all their stuff. We get good old southern blight. There's lots of different types of mildews and all that will attack plants, and then they gotta destroy a field to get it under control. You've seen a horse break part of its leg when it was running in a pasture and hit a hole? Yeah. No, I can imagine. There's honestly a lot of hoof animals, especially the ones that are really skittish, get hurt a lot running. Like, deer will sometimes literally startle and just runs face first into a tree, and, you know, it doesn't work out well for them. It's a problem a lot of zoos deal with, that they have to be careful. There's a lot of animals who are skittish, like zebra and gazelle and all those, that their natural instinct of when something shows up and they're not prepared for is just immediately bolt. And it's very much a run first, look later kind of situation. Because, evolutionary speaking, when something is actively hunting you like a cheetah or a lion or something, like, that's how you survive that encounter, is you need to already be running before you're figuring out what you're running from. If you wait to figure it out, it done gotcha. Zebras are jerk? Yes. Just like dolphins. These animals are jerks. That's their natural predisposition. They're like if a horse just woke up angry every day, but was just trying to get through the day that way. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Evolutionary, it's run first, figure it out later. It's the opposite of look before you leap. In that scenario, if you took the time to look, you didn't get the opportunity to leap. I thought the jerks are usually human. I mean, it could be them too. Yeah, so I guess it is splitting the amount between there. Luckily, we have another field that's corn, so where that says 96%. You don't mean farmers? Yeah. No, I gotcha. Dolphins will form gangs and target other dolphins based on coloring patterning. I haven't seen that one. I do know dolphins can be just jerks for a whole range of reasons. That they'll just harass each other and other animals, and a lot of times what they'll do to other animals is bordering on torture. They get away with it because they're cute? Hey, man. Flipper the show. That's some of that pro-dolphin propaganda right there. For the record, I actually don't have a problem with dolphins, but it is just one of those things to be aware that dolphins aren't exactly the nicest animals, so where they look super adorable and cute, you need to acknowledge to yourself, it's like, this is an animal that can actually be very dangerous. So it may be adorable, but like, may not try go approach your nearby dolphin and play within the water. It might go very badly for you. There has been plenty of cases where like there'll be a diver trying to surface, and the dolphin's like, oh hey, I can push this thing down, and it keeps trying to come up. Meanwhile, the poor diver is having an absolute panic attack because air is kind of important, and they're running out of it, and they're trying to get back to the surface, and this animal that is much better adapted in its environment is making a game out of preventing the thing you need to survive. Yeah, no, generally speaking, you should always treat a wild animal as if it's dangerous. Oh yeah, no, I would definitely agree with the sentiment that, like, no matter what you're talking, there's going to be at least some number of them, like any species, any whatever, that some number of them will be jerks just in general. There are definitely species who have a higher frequency of it. But it is one of those things just to keep in mind. Was it smoke from a fire in the game? I wasn't paying that close attention. It was probably fog, though. At least 20% of cats are jerks. You're being very kind to cats in that one. From my experience, that feels like a very underestimate of the jerkery that can be cats. Because, like, don't get me wrong, there are some really sweet, kind cats out there. But I've definitely also seen a very, very high number of cats. I'm like, man, you are just awful to be around. It's like, you're adorable, and when you are being adorable and letting pets and that happen, you're cute. But 90% of the time, I feel like you are actively trying to see if you can break me as a person. You disagree? 0% of dogs are jerk? I know the meme that, you know, dogs are all the bestest boy. I've definitely been around a couple of dogs that are jerks, and I'm using the reference as dogs being jerks to other dogs, not to me. That there is some dogs that just really bully the crap out of another dog for no discernible reason. Then you're like, alright, come on. Clearly this other dog is absolutely miserable. You gotta chill, man. Especially when it's like a little dog being a jerk to a much bigger dog. That you're like, you know when that dog finally has had enough of your attitude, this is not gonna go your way. Your 16-month-old intact Dane is a complete bully to your 12-year-old I'm assuming a Pomeranian. Yeah, he has a dog owner whose dog gets bullied a lot. You're in that boat. You blame the owner too? Well, I mean, that's fair. Like, it is on the owner to be like, hey, my dog's being a jerk. Like, it's my responsibility to, you know, take corrective action or whatever and that kind of stuff. Like, that is the whole thing. That in some, like, there's a juggle between that, because there is something that, yes, it is on your owner to, like, on an animal's owner to do that. Animals still have their personalities, though, and you can't force an animal to have a different personality. Like, if you get a cat that it's a very solitary cat, just because you're loving on the cat isn't going to just magically make it flip over to being a super duper, like, you know, cuddly kitty or whatever. It's probably just going to get frustrated with you. So there's a little bit A and B, because I've definitely seen some animals that they just have a disposition for being difficult to be around others. And I feel like there's only so much you can do with that, which the mindset being there, if you know your animal's that way, you keep it away from the other animals. which is still on you as the person who owns the animal, but yeah. So you can always put in all the effort of training. Some dogs will be jerks. Yeah. Right, you learn to manage it. You learn to take whatever problematic behavior they have and mitigate it. Let's see. You gotta remember cats and dogs don't have a sense of morality, but dolphins do. Right. That was, I forget the tiers of... There was, like, different measurements of cognitive ability for animals. And that there was the talk about that animals and, sorry, not animals. Cats and dogs are on a different level of cognitive function with that regard. And that is that dogs can problem solve in they will just keep doing stuff and then happen into the answer by accident, realize that's the answer, and then repeat that action. But they're actually really bad at, like, problem solving and stepping back, looking at a problem and solving it. Whereas cats can do that. Cats can observe this behavior, observe that behavior, put the two behaviors together to solve a problem. And dogs are incapable of that. Dogs, they'll just paw at the door, happen to accidentally open the door, and then realize they can paw at the door to get the door open. Also, not every behavior is an issue to blame the owners on, especially if the dog's rescued. Yeah, that is another thing, especially with rescues that, you know, the animals had some really awful experiences, and you can mitigate, but, you know, that animal may have been through some type of trauma or whatever. So, you know, you'll have animals who will hoard food because of problems in their past ownership that, you know, you can mitigate it, but that behavior is just part of who they are. Like, you can discourage it, but maybe not correct it. Especially if there's, like, trauma involved. Yeah, and I also agree, though, like, if you have a dog that's aggressive and you aren't doing something to mitigate it, that's a problem within itself. Let's see, the Pomeranian is separated by a baby gate 90% of the time from the Dane, and we will try to introduce them after he is neutered. Gotcha. Since one of your friends has an Australian Shepherd, who is their first dog, the shelter said he had no behavioral issues or aggression. He attacked 2 dogs on walks and needed to be kept on a muzzle. Even with active improvement and through training. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and sometimes it's like, and this is true of people as well, you know, you'll have individuals who have the same problem, and some people take well to therapy and training, and some people won't, so you have to try different strategies and all that. So there's, like, a lot that goes into that. It's one of the reasons why when we talk about mental health in the channel, people be like, oh, you just this. It's like, it's never that simple. That might be, like, just this might work perfectly with person A, but then you get to person B and it just lands flat. Ooh. Wage payment of $1,439. A reactive dog could absolutely hell to train, especially if you're new and have to deal with, we're lied to about it, which is disappointing amount of shelters do. Yeah. Yeah, because especially, situational stuff, you can't, or it's very difficult to, like, set up for that type of training. Because, like, you kind of have to train them in the moment. And if you can't, like, if that moment doesn't happen regularly or whatever, there's not a whole lot about you could do it. So, like, if you have a dog that acts aggressively around a certain other, like, breed of dog or whatever, you can only have those training moments when that encounter happens, or you'd somehow have to mime that encounter. Yeah, that one I'm not sure how you navigate. Not really. I mean, obviously, in the moment when it happens, like, you try to address it. But yeah, that's one I don't envy someone in that situation. I haven't had a dog in a long time. I grew up with one, but, you know, the dog lived well past any reasonable life expectancy, and just, you know, saying goodbye was pretty tough, and it's like, you want to do it again? It's like, I have fond memories, but I think I'd rather not. Like, there's a lot of pain in there too. Because now he's down to shelter. Who the dog is being handled. You see a million times of previous owners making them out to be a saint. Only after time in foster care do the true colors get shown. Yeah, that's exactly like, the dog we had was a white American Eskimo, and if I recall correctly, lived to be 19 years old, which is heckin' ancient for a dog. That is heckin' ancient for a dog. Which, for the record, wasn't an old dog? Oh, yeah. Your dog's getting put down later today. Poor fella's reached his time. We were having those conversations right before he passed. His quality was going downhill, and it was definitely in that, you know, what do we do? And, you know, nature took that decision from us, which I kind of am thankful for. Because that's difficult. So I do, like, practically, like, you know, all the hugs and support and everything. Because, yeah. Like, that's, like, I don't know what to say other than just, you know, showing support, because just one of those things, it's like, I don't... Just being supportive is all I could think of. They changed dog year calculations? Yeah, I remember it used to be, wasn't it, like, for every 1 human year was roughly the equivalent of, like, 7, I think it was, dog years? But that's one of those ones that even in the past is kind of a crap calculation, because... if I remember correctly, it was like was it littler dogs had a much shorter lifespan on average than bigger dogs, or was it the other way around? I don't remember which way. You had thought he had passed 2 to 3 years ago, ended up just extremely deep sleep, where breathing wasn't noticeable, but he's going right off his food. Hind legs aren't working. Yeah, no, ours has gotten to the point that he had gone blind, and that was... You know, that was hard, but that was fine. His quality of life wasn't that bad when he first went blind. But towards the end, he also started losing his hearing. And, you know, at that point, like, of like the 3 senses you got to work with to figure your way around your environment, you're losing 2 of them. It's like, just very difficult to make that work. And so he got to the point that he would sit by his food and water dish for most of the day until about the time my dad would get home, and he'd work his way around to the living room to go over be by my dad. And then, you know, after my dad went to bed, he would work his way back over to his food dish. And it was just like, this isn't good. Like, he could go out and everything too. But you could tell, like, once in a while, like, a piece of furniture would get moved for, like, vacuum cleaning or whatever, it'd throw him entirely off, and he'd be lost for, like, a day or two trying to, like, relearn his way around the room. Yeah, it's a white American Escowood. I would call it a medium dog. I wouldn't call it small, I wouldn't call it big. It's a big ball of poof. My folks got it when we lived up north in Michigan. And then we moved to Florida. And that poor dog shed everywhere. Just leave a ring of fur around everywhere he went. Gotcha. Just, I had lost the thread in that one. Yeah, so my hope here is in a minute, once we get, like, through this cotton and everything, which is going to take us a little while, I do have that other one. We should be getting pretty close to done. Let's see, your Corgi sheds so much. Way worse than your German Shepherd, I'm assuming, with GS? German Shepherd you had growing up? Yeah, I've only had the white American Eskimo. But yeah, no, I know he shed way more than you typically see, but that's just, again, because hot climates and dog with long fur, they shed. You walked 15 miles this weekend thanks to your mutt. Has a lot of energy, do they? Has he had a Great Dane with knee problems that is 5? It's crazy to think that she's over halfway through their average lifespan. Yeah. Like, that's my hesitation on getting another dog or something like that, is just, you know, like, hopefully you outlive them. But, you outlive them, so it's you get very attached to this thing, and then you gotta say goodbye. And it's like, nope, no, screw parrots. For anyone out there who actually has a bird and loves it, good for you. But honestly, that's not an animal I would be happy having around. Plus a lot of times getting a parrot isn't getting a pet, like, isn't just getting a pet, it's getting a legacy to pass on to your children, who may or may not want to inherit it. There's also an option of getting a tortoise. At least tortoises are way lower maintenance. But still. Poop machines with razor blade beaks. That's the one for people I've known who have had birds, is getting bitten a lot. They'll most likely outlive you. Yeah, no, most parrots will. Like, the short-lived parrots are usually like 50 to 70-something years, and then some of those birds lived like 150 years is a reasonable lifespan for it. And you're just like, oh my god, please. I'm gonna have multiple generations of family who are gonna have to deal with this bird. It's a good thing that we've reached the point with pet stores that a lot of pet stores, you'll come in there for a bird and they will be like, are you sure this animal's going to live for at least 30 years? Are you sure they're loud? Are you sure they're not typically animals that you can love up and cuddle? Some of them will, but a lot of them, that's just not the kind of animal they are. Are you absolutely sure that we've got this done? Wait. Oh, it just marked the other one as done? Okay, sure. Peacock jerk? Peacocks are annoying. We had wild peacocks where my parents live, and they would land on the roof of the house, and it sounded like someone just like hurled a bowling ball at the roof of the house. You'd just be like, oh my god, what the hell just hit the roof? And if you ever heard a peacock call, it sounds like someone is just taking a cat and like just squeezing and spinning it. It just sounds like someone is just torturing a poor cat, and you're just like, oh my god, what is this animal? I hate everything about it. They're beautiful, but it is such an completely unpleasant sound that I can only describe as what I suspect torturing a cat must sound like. You had a village of peacocks that are free to run place. Yeah. The local zoo had a... We don't have, like, the peacock didn't harass the people. They mostly stayed away. The one we have that is if you go to Orlando, like downtown Orlando, there's this area called Lake Eola. It's kind of like the center of downtown. Like, all of downtown is, like, based around it. But it has lots of geese there. Oh my god, they are such incredible jerks. Like, straight up bully people. And they're a big bird. There's a reason why they go up to kids and kids, you know, start running away crying. That bird's bigger than they are. I don't know about you, but if I'm 4-year-old and this, like, you know, bird that towers over me another foot or something is aggressively, like, flapping and running at me, I'm gonna be scared the crap out of that thing, too. You gotta know the goose dance to not get bullied by geese. Well, I'm fortunate that I'm a fairly tall person, so the geese generally didn't bother me that much. But yeah. Remember being sick and having 3 geese chasing you? Oh yeah. They could definitely smell fear, there's no question about it. Pointing at geese is an act of war. There's a book series I've been listening to, and it started out good, and I'm in that point of the book that, like, there's some really good aspects of the book, but there's also some things I'm kind of like, you know what, I'm a little over it already. But one of the reoccurring memes I've been very much enjoying is that they have a hell in the world where, like, the worst and the most awful thing go, and it's being run by a goose that is the strongest being in their universe. And it doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't go around and do anything, like, meaningful in the universe, other than it's just this dangerous thing that if you show up in hell, you know, there's this incredibly aggressive and angry goose down there that you immediately need to run for your life from. Which, of course, means the main character ends up there on multiple occasions and has to run from their life from the giant, terrifying goose. Did you... What's going on? Why is that not working? The head of this is lowered. Oh, did you say it's done? You cut me off from doing more? Alright, so that tells you... Well, so we've already finished the task. That tells you how much extra I would have gotten if it didn't automatically just be like, contract done, get rid of it. So what this tells me in the future is when I do these multiple contracts, to not... Ooh. I hope this doesn't cause a problem. Harvester DRM is getting pretty awful. Yeah, don't do them together. I'm a little worried what's going to happen is I'm going to fail the second contract because this might not give me the last little bit I need. That would be a real big bummer. Because that means I'd get to cash out the cheaper of the 2 contracts the same good. So I need to go across here. Yeah. We'll go across here, take the left, and then we have to go to the one that is off on its own. Because right now, we've already, like, we technically already finished the contract in that field. Yeah, I think we'll be good. Because I do have 14,000 liters. I'm just cutting across this field, I don't care anymore. We do have 14,000 liters of corn in here to finish 4% of the other one. But I do remember it used to be a thing that you could get significantly more crop out of a harvest mission than was required if you double, triple them up kind of thing. And if you did that, you could sit there and turn around and manage to make yourself like 50, 60,000 extra dollars selling whatever the product was, because you'd be selling, you know, half a field's worth of crop by the time you finish the mission. So it was a good way, if you're doing contracts before you have your own property, to make an extra buck. I low-key expected that lamppost to break. It did not. Okay. So I think we're gonna actually do relatively good on this, because we're gonna take a quick look at what the workers cost me to do all that work, and then what our profit was, because we did 2 contracts using the workers to do all of the actual labor other than hauling it and, you know, filling up the trailer. And so I just want to do a comparison because if the workers are worthwhile, I can take those tasks that are very repetitive where it's just doing the pattern and I can just leave them alone, like plowing and all that. I can just like just go do that and walk away while I go and do another contract myself to just accelerate a rate of getting money by effectively simultaneously completing 2 or 3 jobs where, you know, 1 or 2 of those jobs I'm only getting like half the payment because the employees are eating the rest of it. But it's still more than if I didn't do the job, so... Okay. So we did get an extra 2,200 bucks that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So that's good news. So we can go here to our contracts. So you're finished. Okay, so before that, so we got 2,200. And where is our finance? Oh, they moved it over here. So finances, do you have our employee costs for right now? So our wage costs were $2,213. And like literally that's the surplus we got was the cost. So we're still going to be making somewhere in there about 10,000 on top of it after the lease and everything. So the answer there is worth. Almost covered that with 1 tree cutting mission. Yeah, so the answer there is we can do that and it can be absolutely worth it. So what we're looking for is jobs that I can hand over. And these are always the ones that scare. So the root crop are the ones that are going to worry me the most. So we've got 2 fields doing cotton. And then we've got a bunch of other ones. We have the spraying ones. I'm not going to hand those over. The stone picking ones we can't actually do. All right. So we might be able to make this work. This might be a mistake on my part. I'm going to start this one, and we're not going to take any of the other ones yet. I'm going to go to the cotton, and I'm going to switch from lane assist to having an actual worker take over this job. Because if I recall this, I'm pretty sure you don't have built-in storage, so I'll need the AI to run the giant potato harvester while I do other stuff. But if this ends up being relatively okay, what field am I doing? So 12 is the cotton. Where's your field? 41, it's just hard to see. What I might be able to get away with this one is... this is the really big harvester. If this proves to be okay, I can keep this one without ending its contract and just grab the other root crop ones and just run the stuff back and forth. And that might actually prove to be lucrative. Use the really big harvester for as many missions as possible. Yeah, because we've got those 2 fields and that field there. We'll see. The big thing is I need to not accept the contract, not complete the contract on the other side as we go through this. Because I am wondering if I do this where we're like double and triple dipping on the missions, it could just save me time on the last mission. Because that didn't hurt us in any way for us to have done that. We still got a decent amount of money over the value. And then we got to finish the other mission early, which could save me money on a bunch of stuff. So we're going to have the other AI worker down below taking care of the other field, because that's one that all the cotton can just sit on the ground. We can come through and grab it later. All right. It's gonna be a little tricky to set up. Have you bought equipment yet? No, but we're very close. The equipment, the first thing I want is 98,000, and we're at 86,000. I believe once we turn in that cotton mission, we'll have enough. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna take this to the art corner. I think we'll miss this corner here, but that's fine. Because I need to go and do a little bit of shuffling here. We'll need to put the put this out here, and I'm gonna need to grab the other tractor, and I'll be stuck dealing with this mission in the meantime. But that's the reason I only accepted one versus like, okay, I could accept 2 or 3 of these and maybe double and triple dip on this. Because that one I don't want to send a worker ahead to do that work until I'm ready to load up. That's the Voltra S. This wasn't in 22, if you remember correctly. Do you mean the, so the Voltra, are you talking about the crop picking up thing? Because I thought that was, unless you're talking about the tractor. I'm no expert on farming equipment, so. The tractor, gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like the tractor I don't know one way or the other. But, I do know that large... This tractor does look sick. I like the sort of bronze-colored paint job on it. It's that same bronze they like to use in the 80s to hide dirt on your car. But, you know, where it kind of just looked ugly on cars, in my opinion. For a tractor that you know you're going to be getting it real dirty. Okay. So you... This is going to be a little tricky because we got posts and everything in the way. Excuse me? And you want me to do what about this problem right now? Okay. Hey, AI worker, get out of here. You're gonna lift this up. Need to raise a conveyor? I don't know if there is a raise a conveyor. Ah, there we go. Okay, try again, AI. Don't touch the conveyor, okay, buddy? That's fine, right? In this case, the size is silly for the tractor. Oh my god, please. It is actually like 11 or 12... Sir. I am begging you. Do please, for the love of everything, quit getting back in the tractor. How many acres of this do we have to do? I have no idea. It's not a particularly small field, though. AI, lift the arm. Yep, so we're not doing a second one of these. Please, friend. I can only do so much. What do you want me to do? Turn. Turn and then worry about it. Don't pause and wait for me to get back in position before turning. Lift up your harvester, get into position, put your harvester back on, and then I will be here. You know by experience, but isn't the trailer supposed to be hauled on the harvester side? Or on the harvesting side? Not on the harvesting side? Yeah, but there's not much I can do about that. Clearly this is a miss on the AI. Which sucks because it effectively means, if you're a solo player, that these crops are just not doable. What are you doing? You be on the roadside? Yeah. No, I got that. But it only empties to this one side. Please, stop bullying. I'm not the one driving right now. Well, we're 6% into this field. I really think this is too scuffed. Everyone's having this machine the exact thing. Yeah, no, this is the same issue we had in the previous one, and why so few people did the carrots and all that. Was you had to have two people do this, and it's just a war. So where are you going from here? I'm trying to guess. I think you're gonna back up. No, you look like you're going forward. Yeah, so the AI has done really well with everything up until this point. This definitely feels like my opinion with stuff like this is I understand they're expected to make the machines realistic. I feel like they should just kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, give it a little bit of its own, like, reserve on it, even if it's not realistic. So by looks at, so this isn't potatoes. We've got red beets is what we're actually doing right now. I think potatoes machine is not unlike this one though. But this is one that's fun to do with friends because you can organize it all and it can work really well. But with the AI where you have no idea what they're doing next, it's a little bit. Which that means red beets, parsnips, and carrots are all handled the same way. Right, and you can communicate. So the person can be like, so where that person's like, hey, you're not in position, you can be like, don't look at me, get yourself lined up, then I'll pull into position, and then we can continue. Or I can yell at them to raise their conveyor belts, or whatever. I'm underneath, count it. It's fine. I feel like one part is the trailer I have on this tractor is just way too tall for what I'm doing. That I have just way too much margin for, like, way too little, sorry, margin for error. Is not helping this cause at all. Would you just go? It's a shame I can't make the AI drive the other side of it. Okay. Get out. Made the part. Well, if I'm on the outside, I'm gonna have problems fitting along those supports. What are you doing? That is fine. Look here. You want me to show you? I got back in my tractor. Well, now it's saying you're blocked by an object, which is me, the player. Alright, so we're gonna try that one more time. Okay, so try this one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'm dropping off what we can, and we're canceling this. Because it wouldn't be so bad if there was a, like, you know, don't have, like, have this machine, that's fine. But also have one... Yep, you're done. Get out of here. We're gonna drop off what we got, so at least I don't get the full punishment for the amount of money. Yeah, so let that be the lesson that the root crop with the big machine is a solid deal breaker. Okay, so we're going right down to town. So I'm gonna try to sell the 6,000 liters because I am gonna be punished. On this one, we're going to take a massive loss for it. And so I'm just going to try and mitigate what little of that I can. But that was the reason, like, I saw that half of our missions were all parsnips and red beet and all that. And I figured we'd give those a try. And the answer is they failed. There isn't really enough room on that map for that setup. I think it'd be fine with actual human people. A little tricky around certain specific fields. But I do think if the AI, like, one, the trailer it gave me is just not a good trailer. I've got a bunch of things that was causing that to be a problem. One, the trailer's too tall. For me to get underneath it, I could barely make it happen. So that's one issue. Let's see, it's November now. Tomorrow's December. What crops are ready in December, if any? Might be nothing. It might be nothing, and I might end up getting a bunch of Deadwood missions and all that. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look at the carrots and parsnips in our root crop, see what machines we have. It's the same. I think it'll be the same machines that we had in Farming Simulator 22. If so, then we're going to not bother with those right now. So you want me? Yeah, drop that off down here on the right. So not this one, the next one up. We might get snow. Yeah, so we do have snow turned on and everything. But we'll get missions to like plow fields, cultivate fields, do all that stuff. Maybe put down fertilizer. But maybe not harvest anything. So I see that. There it is. Transported 1% of Field 41. Uh-huh. Okay, there's a red beet. Okay, so we only lost 3,000, like 4,000 bucks. All right. Yeah, so that's more cotton, parsnip, red beet, soybeans. Okay, I didn't think we saw soybeans before. So soybeans is a straightforward one. I'll have to borrow the items for that one. I think in this case, I'll just take the attachment and go, versus worrying about the trailer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because it's wider than my harvester, but it's not hugely wider. So we are going for this one, for the soybeans. Down here. Yep, so just down the main road. Yeah, so making the workers do this does seem like it'll be a lucrative thing to have the workers work the harvesters, because they just have enough of a wide coverage that they'll work. So that's at least some good news. And then what I think I'm also going to do is, I think I'm going to double up on our cotton missions and just keep doing that to make our money, because we're only about 17,000 short of buying our first piece of equipment, the tractor, which in all honesty I should wait to buy the tractor until I have the second thing to put on it. Is that seriously your field? Oh no, okay, there's your field. It's like I was like this looks like grass. That's because it is. Okay, so you're handling that. You're doing good work here. In the meanwhile, let's go ahead and get this. Little baby field? Yep. There's a reason it's only giving me a couple thousand for the whole field. Okay, so you are up the road on the left. No, you're not. That was the beets. Okay, yeah, so we take a left, then we take a right. So we can pick up our cotton bales, because that might be one of those ones I'll need multiple. But see, you really feel like they should have let you decide what equipment to take in your one player, and they gave you 2 tractors. You feel really like they should let you decide what equipment to take, like your one player. Do you mean when starting the game they give you equipment? Because you actually do get equipment when you start the game normally. I chose not to start with equipment. But the reason I have 2 tractors is I have 2 different missions I've borrowed equipment for. Yeah, no, it would be, like, it's a pro and a con. I do actually like that they don't make you choose what equipment you get when you start a quest or a mission or whatever. Lease-wise. Because it does kind of let you try a bunch of different equipment. I see. Hey, Snacks, how's it going? Also, let you have more real-life mirror. Once you have equipment, you have maintenance and depreciation. Yeah, no, they have that already. As you have equipment, it starts to wear out and all that. Okay, so this is looking like I'm only going to be able to put like 3 bales on there. Alright, so let's check here. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is we've got multiple of these that are for cotton. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to accept this one. But we're not going to borrow the tools for it. Yep. So let's go here and goodbye, bot. And with that, that's the wrong one.
You are condemned.
Yep. All right. So we've got the spin rate down. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we're fine. Yep, just a bot doing bot things. Trying to be like, you can buy viewers. Here's a hint, don't do that. If you're a content creator, don't do that. It'll get you banned. And also, if you see the ones that have buy followers, that'll get you banned and is utterly useless. Because followers are a vanity number. They imply success, but they don't directly do anything for you. It doesn't get you paid more, it doesn't get you more opportunities. One vehicle for all your needs. Farm sim devs, I understand that had something to do with the vehicle. I don't know what it was, because it's not me buying vehicles. I should not come down this alley. Because not buying vehicles, because we haven't bought any. But yeah, no, those achievements really do need to have proper descriptors that tell us what the heck we do to get them. They can have a cute name. That part's fine. They can have a cute name, but they need to be like own 5 things. What map is this? Ooh. Was it like Hutan Panai or something like that? It's Japan. We are in Japan. So I think it's this one. Unload barrels. I'm assuming you tip. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so it's Japan. Like giant marshmallows? Yes. Giant marshmallows of cotton. Way less tasty. Just want to jump in them? I'm willing to bet, as tightly packed as those are, I wonder if they would even be fluffy. Because I'm willing to bet they can pack those things as tightly as they can to get them to be as small as they can. You know, and then you take it to whatever you're doing, you know, making fabric or whatever. And, you know, then they would go back to being fluffy. Rual Storge Destroyer assigns. Yeah, we're not taking that alley. Look, man, the sign started it. He's trying to tell me what to do. Is this GTA 6? No, GTA 6 is that game that's really mid. It also isn't out yet. I actually don't have any opinions about GTA 6 as it's not out yet. I've enjoyed GTA games of the past. Yeah, no mistakes are made. I took a wrong turn. I told myself, just take the turn, like the next left turn there, and that was not a real turn. That was a parking lot. But the average weight of a cotton bale is 224 kilograms. Given how light cotton is, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, not so I was thinking, it's like, no, that's super compact. You probably jump on that and you go, ow, my everything. If GTA is going to be as detailed as Red Dead 2 was, we're in for a treat. I don't think it is. Like, Red Dead 2 got, like, really big acclaim and did sell a bunch of copies, but GTA 5 made Rockstar way more money. And I think that's taught Rockstar the lesson of not putting as much effort into their games. Like, don't bother with all that. And they dropped a date for GTA 6? Not that I'm aware of. Plus, Rockstar has had a lot of struggles since Red Dead 2. So I'm not as optimistic. I hope I'm wrong, though. Yes, you are going to need me to drive this over. I don't know. I've honestly found the AAA of the last number of years to just be a long series of disappointments. Not that there hasn't been anything good that's come out of it, but like the vast majority of them have not left me feeling great. Like, Red Dead 2 was amazing. Like, Red Dead 2 was absolutely fantastic. But how long has it been since that dropped? We'll see. I'd rather be proven wrong on this one. Just, I don't know. Like, Ubisoft hasn't done much that's really excited me in a long time. It seems like every other game is just Assassin's Creed, but, you know, with a different paint job. EA has actually had a couple of okay titles that have come out, from what I've seen. I didn't get many of them. But then, I don't know. They do seem to focus on a lot of the other stuff that has left me underwhelmed. Ubisoft's probably going to get acquired by Tencent. Well, Tencent tends to get at least some of everything. That's one of the thing that's tricky where people want to not support Tencent. Oh, you're just going to go straight? Oh, now you're going to turn. Okay. I see. My bad. So, like, there is a ton of companies that are like 20% owned by Tencent, 10% owned by Tencent. They're just a company who invests in everyone. And we have equivalents here in the US as well of companies who just acquire a little bit of stock or as much stock as they get in just about every tech company or every game company or whatever. Not that Tencent does acquire companies outright as well, or by controlling shares and all that as well. The mouse? I mean, for media, the mouse. But they also do tend to buy stuff outright too. You know, and then end up with ownership because, like, the other people involved start selling off their shares till they end up being the primary share, and they're just like, well, I guess we own this now. That's happened to them more than once, where it's like they weren't even looking to own the company. They just wanted, you know, have a little bit of their competitors' stuff, so, you know, they could succeed in markets that the mouse didn't, and still the mouse could make money. And then again, like, people in the other company, when it wasn't doing well, kept selling their shares until they became the, you know, main share owners. Like, I guess we own this now. We are the primary shareholder. Okay. You're so excited to play this? Yep. I'm enjoying it. Like I said, my overall view on it is if you liked Farm Sim 22, congratulations. It's literally exactly in line with that, but you know, they've done a lot of UI improvements, they've done a lot of quality of life improvements. We've got new crops. Now granted, I did find the green bean suffers from the same problem as some of the other crops where it's just even the biggest harvester is not really that big. So that one for people who like to have crops that are, you know, efficient and all that are not going to enjoy that. Who is in the other truck? That is a AI driver. You can hire AI drivers just by hitting a, I believe on QWERTY it's H, and then they will take a cut of your profits. You pay them like, if you look at the top right, you'll notice my money is ticking down $1 like every second. That's the AI driver taking that money. There's just a lot of things that you playing solo wouldn't be able to do without the AI. Or if you can do it, it'd be extremely tedious. Only 1 day, 8 hours left. Yep. Home stretch. Okay. But yeah, because it's also a thing that way you can enjoy it, and you don't have to have, like, a group of friends on hand just to be able to enjoy the game as well. Like, you can play with a group of friends and have, you know, your buddy runs the harvester, you run the tractor, you've got another buddy who is doing some unrelated task, because there's always the one friend who's doing nothing related to anything else you're doing, off in their own. Probably drawing something lewd in a field using a plow. Like this game, like Satisfactory, this game can be heckin' fun multiplayer. Oh yeah, absolutely. It seems Like, these are the kind of games that feel like the really good kind of games. You just want to sit down, hang with a bunch of friends, and just shoot the breeze. It's an excellent game to just sit down. You're playing the game. It's not requiring, like, intense strategy at all times. So it's not like you're playing, like, some MOBA or some highly competitive shooter where you gotta, like, stay focused on the game the entire time you're playing, or, you know, you're just not gonna succeed. You can be talking about what you were doing this week, how things are at work, hanging about the friends, cracking jokes, you know, whatever. It's a living virtual lava lamp. Yeah. And then you got this going on, and then plus you'll have those ridiculous things where something glitches out and a tractor goes flying at this guy. We haven't had any of that in the new version yet, but I'm sure it's there. And that, you know, every once in a while I'll be like, oh, hey, like, you know, this isn't the right season for planting what we've been growing in this. Do we want to wait, or do we want to do that? Like, those kind of conversations. Or, you know, what are we buying next? That kind of thing. Or let me know what the heck you're doing, person running the harvester, versus like swerving back and forth and leaving me guessing. And me having to like handle this by reacting to it. Yeah, so we're harvesting soy right now in this field. And then I have 2 other fields that I've got an AI worker handling that by themselves. Because they don't need me to be along here collecting anything. I was expecting them to turn. Where are you going right now? Okay, I see. Cool. But yeah, no, it's really good for that kind of stuff. Just having somebody you can play and just shoot the breeze with. And as I said, you also have people doing absolutely absurd stuff in the background as well. $2,400 worth of employee wages paid. Ow. We'll get the soy done, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab that last cotton mission. And then what I might even do is I might take over the cotton harvester for a while. Reduce our employee costs going on. Try and get all that, because once we get the 98,000, I can buy the tractor I want. We'll still advance until I can buy the tractor plus something I need. 1, to have it not age as quickly, because I won't own it yet. And then 2, you never know when you're going to look at the market and then find that the thing you're looking for went on a 40% off sale. And so you can just snag it cheap. Or something nicer than what you're going to go buy goes on sale instead, so you just buy the nicer one. At the moment, we got absolutely nothing worthwhile on sale. Because we had to do that a lot when we were doing our Survivor Man challenge, where we had, like, next to no money. We were constantly bargain shopping. There was more than once where I'm like, alright, I'm planning on going into this. and then a harvester would go on sale for something else. I'm like, oh, I can buy the harvester, the most expensive piece of equipment I need for that other one. Oh, let's just do that instead. You know, we'll already have the most expensive piece of equipment. We can fill in the gap real easy. I think this will be the last pass. Then we can turn this one in. And then I'll be circling back to check what's going on with the cotton. One downside is harvesting the cotton is slow. It's just such a narrow harvester. Let's make sure. Yep, so you're actually empty. Okay, so we are taking your goods down to the little island down there. And we are over here. That should be easy. I basically just need to turn around on this road. Just take it into town, it'll be on the way. But first, you finished your task. So let's go to our... Well, I have 3 contracts already. Where is our other contract you're doing? So you're in this one. There's that one. And you are way up there. So 44 is all the way up this way. So basically we want to go to the main drag over there. And then from the main drag we want to get to that next field. And we can put the AI in this for a minute while I deal with the deliveries of the other 2 things. And keep the cotton rolling in. We're just trying to get our money paid off. Yeah, so some of these harvesting missions are definitely not the best for money. Is what I'm learning. Generally speaking, in the past, you're just trying to get missions done. Fertilizing was fast. Spraying, like the weeding was fast. The, cultivating can be fast depending on what cultivator it gives you. But some of those ones you can just, like, do the lap real fast to something big that you drag behind. Can be pretty good. You are not a fast vehicle. Oh. Because I saw that lowered. You know, and it's got a whole... Just about a whole bale's worth of cotton in there. Yeah, so take this road across, and then go up to 44. Let's cut across here. You need to do it at an angle so it doesn't snag. Alright. Yeah, so take that left up ahead. Let's see, hope there's still mowing and baling missions in this one. Those are your favorite? I haven't seen mowing and baling missions. They do have mowing and baling in the game. I don't actually remember seeing mowing and baling missions in the first one. Maybe that was in mod territory? Yeah, because I don't remember seeing those missions in the first one either. Mowing and baling were stock? Gotcha. Maybe it was just the maps I was doing on them didn't have them. Alright, and we're almost up here. You can start dropping off our other stuff. Because my hope is by the end of this in-game day to have my money for the tractor. And then, like I said, it'll be a matter of getting our next piece of equipment. And that'll be the early part of starting with, like, the zero money. See, it's like an unwritten law that every time you're maneuvering a large vehicle in local traffic, gets in the way of the game. Yes. That's not what I wanted to see. All right. It's probably fine. I do really look forward to when this becomes available to everyone, to start seeing like what modded maps pop up and all that kind of stuff. I wanna see like not No Man's Land itself coming to this is fine, but I want to see like what No Man's Land-esque maps we get that are just something different. Because we had No Man's Land was a really popular one. I believe there was Calm Lands, I think was another one. There was one that was, I believe, supposed to be like Texas or whatever, but same basic idea. It was just a big open area. Okay, yeah, you're good. Alright, did you have another bale? No, because it said I'd kicked out 4 bales. So let's actually just leave you here for a moment. We can go ahead and get this moved. Yeah, so you take a right and just follow it on down. Yep. But yeah, because I like those maps. My big issue is a lot of the maps that you can just make the farm what you will, like Greenfield. A lot of them it's just flat. It's just flat and a couple of trees and otherwise nothing of interest, which is really a bummer. Versus I felt like Calmlands, while it did have a lot of big open spaces, did a really good job of having it be all hilly and all that, where it wasn't a bunch of steep, sharp hills that you'd have to do a lot of work with, but it was like these rolling hills. So it was just kind of nicer than looking at a just big, flat grid. Because I know the Texas map was very specifically notoriously bad for that, where the whole thing was mostly just this big open grid with like a couple patches of trees here and there. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Whereas No Man's Land was flat-ish with like it'd have these scatterings of like trees on these mini hills here and there, but still relatively flat. And honestly, with the tree cutter thing, having it where you can just hold a button and it'll auto-target, if I do find a good way of transporting trees, I could absolutely go for a No Man's Land where it's a forest to start with, and you gradually clear it. I had tried to check out a few of those in Farm Sim 22, but I just always kept coming back to the picking up the trees. Oh, you're just really slow is all, okay. The picking up the trees was just, there was no way to make it not obnoxious, or to just be drive next to an autoloader, which just felt unsatisfying. Alright, we got an extra 900 bucks from the harvest, so you can turn you in. And then I'm going to go down to our contracts here. We got a cultivating contract I could work on in the meantime. That's gonna pay relatively alright. That's literally the field we just did, too. Alright. You want to say that's just over here to the left? Yes, we pull out here to the left and head down that way. All right. Because with that, we can just leave the cotton harvester doing its thing, get that field sorted, and then snag ourselves another contract once this one's done. It's fine. Probably didn't damage anything terribly. Oh, the train's over top. Okay, yep, that makes sense. I saw the train coming and I'm like, where's the train track? Yeah, it's fine, we can cut across here. It's not my land, it's not my problem. Do you plan on buying land first? So, there's no point in me owning land if I'm not doing something with it. Is kind of the big catch. Oh, on the wrong thing. So, I'm first going to buy a tractor and a piece of equipment so that we can get contract stuff where I don't have to lease stuff anymore. And then once I get, yeah, in short, if you want land, you need equipment. Yeah, so that's the idea. So I'm going to get the equipment first. And once I get enough equipment that I could do kind of like bare minimum on land, we will then do land. Now, it could be that short term I get just like a mower and a baler for the land we buy. And just like get our own little trickle income from the grass. While I'm doing the other contracts. That's part of the good news about buying equipment to do these ones, is to do these fields. Generally speaking, I will need either a cultivator or a plow. I will need something to do fertilizer and that kind of stuff. You know, lime fertilizer, whatever. Which is honestly more of a nice to have than a need. It's really hard to be successful without those on hard settings to begin with. I will need some type of seeder or planter, and I will need an appropriate harvester for whatever seeder or planter we get. Let's see, the field will be a hockey rink shaped, so you don't have to go outside of it. You can maintain it like a Zamboni. What? It's not my favorite cultivator at all. Ever watch the Zamboni work? They can't go outside the borders. Yeah. Or go outside the boards? Yeah. That's fine. This is just a weird little field here. I wonder how long it'll take before we start seeing a lot of the maps come over. I imagine there's a bunch of maps that are probably like they've already got them in work. They're gonna take it. One thing that I don't think also gets mentioned enough with this version of the game is they have done a lot with the sound. I don't even remember them mentioning it either. That very noticeably, we've got a lot of the tractors have better sounds. Like you get in here with these things, and the sounds of the equipment back here is a lot better. Because, like, the old one, you just kind of usually had, like, the metal banging around sound, which was fine, like, it was well done. But I noticed with stuff like the cultivator and the plows and all that, the dirt getting churned up had a, you know, had a much better sound to it as well. You know, see the springs jiggle and all that? Well, that was another one that I pointed out yesterday we noticed, was we hit a hill where the harvester itself was kind of at, like, this angle, and then the head was at, like, this angle, so they weren't exactly lined up. That wasn't a thing in the last one. Like, effectively, the entire harvester was a rigid vehicle that you could raise and lower the head, but all of it was kind of boxed in its alignment in the first, or the, in 22. And then this one, you hit a kill, and you see, like, one of them pivoting pretty hard one way and the other, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, actual tractors would need to be able to do that. It's cool seeing that, like, represented in the game. You know, it's not my device attached to the front is, like, rigidly on the same plane as the other. There's been, like, just lots of things like that that, you know, aren't features they bothered calling out because whatever. They're like, oh, wait a second. That's way better than the last one. But I think it's like all those little things where we've made comments that just like the tractors feel better and all that now. Like they didn't feel bad, but it's just like all the controls feel just a little tighter and all that. I think it's all that, even if it's not mechanically in the game, just visually, it just gives you that feeling that's like, no, this is more authentic, which is something that almost all the farm sim games have done over the years. They'll be like, oh, we made it so, like, you look at the videos, they have like a whole thing that shows like the farming sim over the years, where like the first ones are like these big boxy polygons, and it was like some of the little things that they went from like one iteration to go to like the next iteration. You just saw like the tractor kind of bouncing around just a little bit. I think that was like 2009 or Farm Sim 19 that added that. And just like those little things are like, you look and go, but who, you know, why would you care about that? But it is just the nature of it. Every little one of those gets better and better. They're not detractors. Correct. I am choosing to pretend the pun did not occur and therefore cannot hurt me. That which I don't acknowledge existence can't hurt me, right? It's the equivalent of like burying your head in the sand, that, you know, because your head is buried in the sand, the lion can't find you. Or like as a child, hide and seek. If I stick my head in a pillow or something like that, because I can't see you, therefore it is only logical that you two cannot see me. Alright. It is a shame that we can't do the stone picker missions on this just in general. Like, not that I want to particularly do stone picker missions, but the fact that we're being offered them and they can't be done here because there's nowhere to put the stone. It's those things that's kind of like, oh, if we leave the field stone on there, that means one of my first investments will probably be to try and save up for the thing I can dump the stone into. Just so that as I'm doing that, I am getting a trickle more money. I wonder how bad that'll be money-wise, though. Because I imagine it would take a pretty absurd amount of stone to make that building not operate at a loss. And I don't plan on doing that much field stone. Do you really like the idea of buying equipment piece by piece? Like, get a tractor, save up for whatever attachment? Yeah. Well, that was the whole idea that we did for the Survivor Man challenge, where we had $0 and all that. Like, we had to fight tooth and claw for, like, each and every item until we got to, like, mid-game. And then, you know, by then I was able to make, you know, 100, 200, 300,000 a year, which means I could basically buy a piece of equipment every single season. Maybe if the stones were diamonds. Well, yeah, so the building cost, I think it was $350,000 for the cement factory or whatever. And unless the stone goes for a pretty long way, I can't, like, because all those buildings have an operating expense for when they're just idle. Or, sorry, for an operating expense for when they're doing stuff. So I'm curious how that works. And the idea is that's supposed to be your maintenance, your upkeep, like your basic maintenance, upkeep, and all that. Having, you know, one would assume you have some undefined number of employees who are actually working at that building to process those materials. And all that. Okay. But yeah, it's probably one of those things that wouldn't make sense unless you had a reliable source of stone. Which I know in Farm Sim 22 you had a mine you could get that was a reliable source of stone. There we go. This field is 80% headlands. I'm noticing this. It's just a weird, like, narrow field. All right. This field is great. Yeah. The one farmer is like, I'm gonna make this work. Hey man, if you own a tiny little field or like a tiny little spot of land, you gotta wedge something in there. That's what it's for. Square fields bore me. I agree. I like fields that are rounded. Like really narrow fields can be a problem for just more mechanical reasons. But yeah, no, like where you just have like a grid of rectangles, I agree. We were doing that a lot in Farm Sim 22 because before I used Courseplay, the AI couldn't handle anything that wasn't a rectangle to save its life. But once I finally was like, all right, we're using Courseplay now. We started making fields that are all sorts of these weird rounded shapes, just irregular stuff to follow the tree line and all that. And I liked those a lot more. Even though they still, even with Courseplay, still had some issues. But it was at least within an acceptable range versus the game's base AI in 22 was really struggled with that stuff pretty bad. I think I'm just going to straight up ignore the guidelines on this one. For what we're dealing with, going up and down those rows that way, I'm just going to be better served just free-forming it. Full hetero mode, basically. Or, at a minimum, do this the long way instead of the wide way. Or the narrow way, whatever you want to say. Like, they had it that way. And I know at the beginning I could probably specify, hey, do this direction as opposed to the other one. But it's just one of those things that the more time you're spending turning around and the less time you're spending actually doing whatever thing you're supposed to be doing, the longer it's going to take for no reason. And you're not going to ever, like, zero your turnarounds. It's just not realistic. But still. Okay. It depends on if you're in independent tracks. What? And morning, Soul Adams. How's it going? Oh, you mean like if you're having many vehicles doing all stuff? like 0-turn tractor. Just have like, what is it, crab steering. So the tractor goes this way and then it goes to the right and then it goes back. If you're on independent tracks like a tank, you can turn on the spot. Well, yeah. I mean, it would still hold true though. The more you're spending turning on a tank, the more time wasted. The difference would be, you know, you're just turning around your spot and going back. But if I'm doing narrow rows where each one of those I have to spend 30 seconds turning the tank around almost into a 180 to get back on track, then the problem is still the same. I've spent that period of time turning around, you know, as opposed to going out and back. Basically, any time you are spending not progressing the task is, you know, a loss. And it's not that, like... You guys stay with the puns? Yup. Because you have no idea what the discussion was. You just, heard that you can't turn on the spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, with the on the spot, just... the idea that you can go to the end and just immediately go sideways. Yeah, don't the puns hurt? Cause, like, actual physical pain sometimes. They're quite punishing. I know that one was weak, and I'm gonna go ahead and just stick with it, because let's be honest, half of them are. Let's be honest. The pun bar is pretty low, so you know. It is what it is. I love that that's what Automod jumped on. Automod was like, you're telling someone to get out. This is too much. Automod going, bullying. Valid, but perhaps a little bit too strict there, Automod. The pun bar is low. Good thing we don't have a pun jar. Yup. Apparently you're on a streak. You are, Saladin. You're on a 15 stream streak. Caught the last 15 streams without missing a single one, so thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Alright. But yeah, no, I like, and it's not just Farm Sim, I like a lot of these games doing the slow burn setup, where it is just one of those things that you can start the game, you could grab like $500,000 in debt immediately through the door, buy yourself a good tractor, buy your equipment, and just be ready to rock and roll. And that's a totally valid way of playing the game. I much rather be like, no debt ever, just slowly piece together thing. Did you get to rice yet? I have not done rice yet. Of the new crops, the only new crop I've had show up on the list of things for me to harvest is we did do the green beans. They're fine. The comment I will make about the green beans is they do suffer from the issue of a harvester that has a very narrow width to the header to it. So it is one of those ones that if you're looking for a crop that you could do relatively quickly, it's not that. And I know for a lot of people that's a deal breaker, but that's been the green beans. I still need to do the rice, I still need to do the peas, and I still need to do the spinach. We have done where we have to quote-unquote plow the peas, which I don't know exactly what that entailed, but it took a roller with little spikes on it to roll over it. So my best guess is that we're aerating the spinach, because we did that while the spinach was fairly long away in its growth. So my assumption is you're just poking little holes in the soil around it. But I genuinely don't know. But that'll likely be one of the things we try out fairly early on as one of our crop choices. Is that we'll most likely try rice fairly early. I'm hoping when we're playing this, we will have one of these fields we'll just choose to be rice. And now we'll get to do it then. Because I haven't actually looked at what we've had going on here. So that is our cultivating contract done. So thank you for your cash. We have fertilizing we could knock out real quick. We have another 10,000. That's parsnips. We're not touching that. There's a 6,000 one for cotton. And a 1,400 one. So let's do the fertilizer one real fast. Your daughter audibly sighs at your puns. If the person doesn't audibly sigh at your puns, you have failed to deliver a pun. Why not on what? Sorry. Oh, you mean the rice? It's, we haven't done our own fields yet, and we just haven't been given the opportunity through contracts. I'm fully planning on doing the rice. I'm just at the mercy of the contract system until we own our own field. Can you look at the map? It shows what crops are planted in the fields to see if there is any rice. We can check. So rice is that one. So there's 2 rice fields down here. And no long rice fields. Yeah, so we do have 2 rice fields down here, 30-31, which actually kinds of works out because I do plan on buying the small fields first, which does mean we'll end up buying a field already set up for rice early on, which will be pretty good. Okay, and we're taking you. Where's the last of these blinking? Oh, 41. Well, that's interesting. So 41 was the field that we started to do the red beets on. So we started harvesting that one. And then we went, oh, this is not working well. You know, I'm going to just cut my losses and cancel the contract. And, yep. The size of the sound of victory? Correct. If you have a pun and you get a laughter, they're pitying you. If you get a pun and you deliver and there's that groan. And we've gotten away with that twice now. That's the second time I've tipped over a tractor on that specific corner, and it got enough back onto its wheels was able to keep going. I have not had to correct a vehicle by like getting in our vehicle and shoving it quite yet. It'll happen. But so far we've managed to get away with crime. When doing puns, usual replies you get are, "That's so bad," and "Will you please stop?" These are also signs of success. I know it doesn't sound like it's a sign of success, but again... Well, that's interesting. So we started this field, and then we canceled partway through. You can even see how little of it I got done. And so when we, like, canceled it, just the rest of the field is like, fine, you did it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's good entertainment to watch you roll the tractor almost. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, some of the best moments in Farm Sim were when things go wrong, when you roll the tractor and they're like, well crap, you're trying, because yes, I know there's the thing where you can reset your vehicle back to start. But it's like, no, let me go get my forklift to try and lift this up. Or I remember when we were doing all the logging on Silver Run, and dumped that poor truck on its side. I can't tell you how many times. But getting the giant like over the top pickup arm and like picking up the trailer full of logs and like jiggling it to straighten out the rest of the truck. That was both chaotic and fun because it was heavy enough. If I just tried to lift up the arm, the vehicle I was in would just tip forward, and then I didn't have enough room to like get it tipped up far enough. So I had to like tip it up, and then like grab the arm up real fast, like make it like swing for just a moment before the vehicle I was in started to tip over. Which was fun. All right. Okay. So now it should be just the zigging back and forth. That's one of the reasons I like the fertilizer missions. Is we'll have this whole mission done in almost no time. I haven't noticed the... Okay, there's the harvesting. I was about to say, I haven't noticed the harvesting going farther. It just went up a % as I was saying that. Okay. Yeah, I think I got 2 more passes and then this field will be done. So that reminds me, let's see, this reminds me. Will you do No Man's Land style runs on 25 sooner or later? That is going to depend on when the game goes out there, like how fast we get a decent map for that. I'm sure No Man's Land will be brought over because it's brought over with like every version of the game. But I kind of want to do a different map than No Man's Land, but I want to do something along that same line, where we go to a map, there's no, like, you've got, like, your sell points. I don't care if the sell points are, like, a handful of buildings or one building or anything like that. But you have, like, your dedicated sell point, like Calm Lands or No Man's Land, one of those style maps. And I would be down for doing another Survivor Man Challenge run. Cool, so the AI just finished their work on the cotton field. Okay, so what part of this did I miss? Oh, there's like a whole row on the far side. But yeah, no, I would be absolutely down to doing a Survivor Man thing, where we start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream on a map where we have basically nothing and going from there. Yeah, so it'll be... Not that stripe. This stripe right here should finish this off. Cool. Because that's a fun challenge. It's a real slow burn at the beginning for those who haven't seen it, as a major forewarning on those style ones. The entire beginning of that is just you know, grabbing logs and dragging them one by one onto, you know, whatever you're moving to transport. Getting those all dropped off. Okay. So with that, I need to drop the extra fertilizer back here, because we do buy that fertilizer. So that cuts into our profit a lot. And if I return the vehicle full of fertilizer, they do not reimburse me. At least they didn't in the other one. I can't promise they will or won't here. If I end up with a mission that I finish it with like 2-3% fertilizer, we'll try canceling it with the fertilizer in there and see if they like compensate us for the fertilizer, but I would anticipate they won't. So usually all I do is after the fertilizer mission, I'll drive over here, kick the fertilizer out of the back of this, and then turn in the mission so I take the equipment. Once I have my own vehicle to fertilize with, I don't have to worry about that anymore. That's a wall. You can dump it all out and suck up a little bit. You're correct. There, so you got 1% in here. Okay, so let's check the contract. So we've got this completed. It's supposed to pay us 5,517. It gave us 5,678, so it might actually compensate you for it. It did give us slightly more than it said it was going to pay me. So we'll accept this quest on field 35. Okay, so field 35 is way down there. Which is good, because it's one of those things that as much as fertilizer costs, you could get yourself in trouble doing those. Where you would spend all your money on fertilizer, take a quest that's for a couple $1,000, put $20,000 of the fertilizer, then sell it, and then lose the 20,000. Like, lose 18,000 out of it by the time it's all done. So I'm glad that changed. I don't think I'm going to worry about it that much, but it does. It basically makes it so you're less likely to make a mistake that's going to set you back a huge amount of money. Yeah, so we're going right past the sell point. Or, sorry, the vehicle purchasing point. But with that, we should have 3 different fields, all cotton. And we'll get this one harvesting. But you won't be able to take many more of those because we're going to have all that done. So we're less than... Because considering we have 2 of those quests, I just need to turn in the goods and we're done. We should be sitting pretty close to 100,000 or so. Hey, where do you think you're going, Van? You think I'm letting you go by? If I have to wait for how slow this vehicle is, you have to wait for how slow this vehicle is. It's only fair that we both have to wait for how slow this vehicle is. Besides, technically, if we're speaking about this in the rules of the road, I would be considered a wide vehicle, and more than likely they wouldn't let you pass anyways. That they would close the intersection, let me drive through, or like close the area, let me drive through, and you would have to go around, or just wait on the far end. They wouldn't let you, pass me. That's like an actual thing they do where they'll shut down a road for a wide vehicle going through, or you'll be expected to follow because it's like. In this case, you'd look at this, and clearly if I'm driving on the road, keeping on the road so I'm not tearing up all the other stuff, if you tried to stay on the road and pass me in a vehicle, you can't do it. It's an unsafe pass. So yeah, as Conrad's saying, you'd need escorts. More than likely, I'd have a truck or 2 leading in front. It'd have its little flags going and the little yellow lights, and then you have some behind me. The trucks would run up to the intersection ahead, and they would block off that intersection while I went caught up. You'd have the other one staying behind me just so you wouldn't try and pass me. I'd get to that intersection, and those trucks in the front would do the same thing where they rush up to the next intersection ahead. Basically saying, this road is effectively closed because there's a big freaking harvester driving down it. And I haven't seen that done with harvesters, because where I'm at, we don't have those. But when it worked out the Space Center, that did happen to the Space Center a number of times. That with the Space Center, they'd have, a solid rocket booster was getting delivered, and they'd have this big truck that would take up the entire road, and they would just shut down the road as that went out there to the Space Center. I got to see that a couple of times, because I used to work out there. Now, granted, that wouldn't keep anyone from complaining. But it is what it is. That they would schedule it, and they'd usually do that stuff at like 2, 3 in the morning or something like that. When there's as few people as possible on the road in general anyways. Okay, fair enough. Let's just hit D and see what it does. Okay, so it is smart enough to line itself back up. So that's a little bit different. When I used to use the AI in Farm Sim 22, if I were just point in the middle of the field like that and hit D, it would just start going right through the middle of the field and then go back and forth. So you live in farmland areas, you don't have wide load escorts for most of the field equipment. If you want to mess with a harvester, you're going to lose the road battle. Yeah, no, that's I don't know about like the rural areas, but yeah, with big equipment when you're out there, like big equipment, that's usually just kind of thing works. I need to switch you back to. There we go. But yeah, but the answer is usually the same. Is when the harvester's coming down the road, you get off the road, and you wait for it to go by, and then you get on the road. And a lot of times, like, if you're in the middle of nowhere, you're probably passing it. You're probably going outside on the shoulder and driving past it if the area permits. But you're definitely not doing what you're supposed to do. There's a concept of unsafe passing. It's the same thing that actually happens with bicyclists. So here in the state of Florida, we actually have the rule, and I can't remember if it's federal or just Florida. It doesn't matter either way. That we have basically the rule that if a lane is too narrow for a vehicle to pass you with at least, I think it's 3 feet between you and the vehicle, that the bicycle is not supposed to ride on the outside of the lane. It's supposed to ride on the inside of the lane, so closer to the center. And the reason you're supposed to do that is by putting yourself kind of in the middle of the lane. It makes it so someone can't realistically pass you. And the entire idea behind you is they cannot pass you without putting you in danger without doing that. So technically, well, and for the record, pretty much every cyclist rides in the outside lane anyways because people are jerks. But you are supposed to discourage people from trying to pass you because it's supposed to be considered unsafe. That they're too close to you that they could clip you with a mirror, or just the a lot of drivers won't think of the fact that you're like blasting past someone. There's that rush of air that comes off of it. It can knock you off your bike if you're just way too close. Here the law states, consider a bicycle as a 6-foot wide vehicle on the rider. Yep. That's basically the same way it would be here, as like, if you can't, like, if you have to pass and you're inside, like, what would be a car's shape, like, of the center, like, centered the car on the rider, you're not supposed to. But what they usually do is for the bicyclist, the rule is, if like a vehicle couldn't pass you in that scenario, you're supposed to ride in the inner third of the lane. Basically discourage people from trying to pass you anyways. The unfortunate reality is, half the people, if you run into that, they're going to scream out their window and throw something at you. And I can say that because I've had that happen. I used to ride a bicycle to one of my jobs. Like, even though I had a perfectly fine car, it was a nice, comfortable bike ride. It was faster for me to ride my bike than to drive my car, because just the route I could take with a bicycle, I could choose routes and all that, so if there was traffic, the car, I had only one way I could go, and then sometimes there'd be traffic. So it was just much nicer to take it by bicycle. And I did have a day that a person threw a beer bottle out their window at me. They missed me. I didn't get hurt or anything. But it was just, it took me a moment to sit there and process that this person had thrown a beer bottle at me. And I'm kind of just going, how many different laws does this person just break all in one action? Too drunk to aim? I don't think so. Like, a bike is not a big target. Yeah, I mean, from their truck, yes. And so it's kind of one of those things you're like, okay, so this is a beer bottle that was clearly opened and was consumed in your car. So we've got drinking and driving. You were throwing a beer bottle at someone, and that's usually enough to qualify for assault within itself. So that's a second crime. You blasted past me speeding. That's a third one, which, you know, is just a moving violation, so it's not like you go to jail for it or whatever. And passing way too close to another vehicle, so that's, you know, reckless driving. And it's just kind of like going through the list, you know, and I'm just, in my brain, I'm like, this action because you were slightly inconvenienced on a road that speed limit was something like 25 miles per hour, 20. I was probably going like 15 or so because bicycle. And it's just kind of things like, this isn't even a long road. And I'm like, why would you do this? If I had a cop behind me, your butt's going to jail because of how many things you got. Like, drinking and driving and all of that was going to get you thrown in jail, friend. I don't understand. I mean, obviously they didn't think of the consequences. Which, for the record, there's no bike path in that area. There's no sidewalk. Which, for the record, on a street bike, you don't want to be on the sidewalk anywhere. You'll just destroy your bike. But it was a whole thing. That was definitely the outlier for just experience. I had plenty of times that someone would yell at me to get off the road or whatever, which, whatever. Again, quite literally, I'm obligated to be there. If I'm on the bicycle, I'm literally obligated to be there. Just saying. You know, unless there's a dedicated bike path or sidewalk or those kind of things. But yeah. It wasn't like every day I had a problem, but there was definitely times. I would have still ridden my bike to work when I moved where I'm at now, and the job, like, not the job I had first been at when I moved here, but the second one, because it was definitely within a reasonable range and not a bad ride from the aspects of, like, distance and everything. But it was absolutely one of those things that there was one spot on the way to the office that went by a freeway entrance, and I'm willing to work with some stuff and all that. Taking the ride past the freeway entrance, though, that's a little too bold for my blood. And there was even a bike lane where that freeway entrance area was, but it was one of those things that literally the freeway entrance, you just cut across the bike lane to get there. Like, man, I will die here. There is zero chance I don't get clipped. Does he have bike lanes in some places here now? But they're basically just for compliance. They definitely aren't safe. Yeah, that's kind of what we have. We have some places you have legitimately good bike lanes here. And then you've got some places where, like I said, it's a bike lane going right by a freeway entrance or something. No anything to protect you, and you're like, nah, man. Nah, that is just way unsafe. You have some yeah. Bike paths are certain thing. Please, sir, you must maintain your lane. Yeah. The bike lanes there keep switching between sidewalk and road. Yeah. Downtown, you have them now. The aforementioned Providence mandate to rip them out. Yeah. Keep within navigation beacons. We have some bike paths that are just wider shoulders than the highway. Yep. Those are the ones that get the sketchiest too. Because people are just not expecting or looking for bicycles in those things. Because, like, for a lot of times, the highway here, if you cannot maintain at something like 30 miles an hour, you're not allowed on there regardless of vehicle. So it doesn't matter if you're in a car and you're having engine trouble and you can't maintain 30, you're not allowed on that road. Because, you know, those speed discrepancies where someone's going 30 and someone's going 75, they're not going to see you before they're eating your bumper. Like, they look down and suddenly you're there. And then for, like, bicycles, you're not maintaining that. I'm having fun. So you'd rather ride on the field next to the highway than on the shoulder? Well, that's the problem. Most bikes you're going to be traveling either any distance or on roads in general are going to be street bikes. Those do not shoulder at all well. Like those are bikes you go on the shoulder and you break your top. You break your wheel, because usually they're made out of aluminum and all that to make them as light as possible. That way you can travel distances at speed without being a sweaty mess when you get there. But those are known as street bikes. You don't want to take a mountain bike and actually ride distance on those. You'll be a sweaty, awful mess. That's just not what they're made for. You also don't want to take a beach cruiser and do that, where the tire's like that fat so it can ride on the sand without making you eat sand. Beach cruisers are fun bikes, because you take any other bike onto the sand and you're getting a face full of sand before the day's over. Especially street bikes. They'll just sink right into the sand and tip you right over instantly. Different vehicles for different purposes. Same reason you won't take like your typical everyday car and just drive off-road. You have the same kind of outcome. Alright, so where was that field we're looking for? 35 is right up ahead. Hey. Like, you're not gonna go off-roading in a Mazda Miata, other than I've literally done that myself. No, I did not have a kid. I wasn't the one who got stuck either. I got through that fine. Versus the big old raised truck got himself stuck proper. Had to get another truck in front of it with a, not, like, it wasn't a proper winch or tow cable, it was like a length of rope. And had to have their buddy pull them out. We gave him a whole lot of sass, considering the Miata did just fine. Part of that was because there'd be the big dips and I could just kind of, you know, carefully weave around them. But we don't need to get into details. We can just make fun of the big Ford F-150 all-wheel drive, not able to handle it. Alright, so, which contract did it succeed? If it's a contract I'm renting the equipment with, I don't know. Alright, so I can't safely end that mission. There's a chance if I do, it'll take away my harvester, because I'm leasing it. So I'm just going to take over so I'm paying the employees less. Build Ford tough my butt. Yeah, no, it's a consumer vehicle. You can get Fords that are built up better for commercial use, but even if you get it with like four-wheel drive and all like the bells and whistles, it's a consumer it's a consumer grade vehicle. It's kind of the same way where people get like a Hummer H2 and then go off-roading and break a tie rod because it's not well suited for actual off-roading. Like, there's an argument to be made for, like, a Ford being a working person's truck in regards to you can load up your tools and all that. That's fine. But, like, proper off-roading where you're going out into the woods and everything, not really. And I don't say this being like, but a Chevy's better. No, I don't care. I'm not a truck person. I respect their utility use. I am much more team, what is the littlest practical car I can use that I could sit comfortably in? That's the one I'll take. Let's see, and Kelly's saying, and a half-ton more truck isn't a great choice anyways. The less weight, the better. Yep. Well, that's when you look for like the most practical trucks for like actual hauling. A lot of the other countries you can go to, like China and all that, where you find their trucks. And I don't know the brands or anything. I'm not trying to bring it up the brand side of it, but like the cabin will be so little of the truck, and like the entire rest will be bed. And it's like, yeah, the beds where you hull stuff, you're not going to have, like, the sleeper back and all that kind of stuff in there. You know, they're very pragmatic things. And those would be for, you know, in-city or suburbia type deliveries. You know, just the amount of the truck used for work goes there. You don't need all the extra junk on those to do your job. And if you're talking about going out in the woods, you want a much smaller, compact truck. Because you're trying to maneuver between stuff. Depends, sometimes you want to have the weight for the traction. I mean, it depends. And that said, for hauling, trains, trucks the last mile. Yeah, well, normally that's the way you have your infrastructure. You have, typically between large countries / continents, you usually provide boats as your primary way of moving stuff around. Once you get it onto the same land mass continent that you're looking for, trains are the ones who do the bulk of the work. And then usually it is the semi-trucks and delivery trucks that do the last couple of miles. There is some weird exceptions, like when you get out into the boonies in like Alaska and all that, where there are pragmatic reasons why trains are less usable up there that you have to turn to trucks again. But those start to get to very specialized trucks. You're not just taking your everyday big rig and just rolling through the Alaskan hills. You're going to get a truck that has been very heavily customized, special purpose for that. Well, yeah, like, it still is last mile in your opinion? I mean, sure, but you do have some of those last miles. You're going out to that location that's still 30 mile out there. I get, like, I'm talking, like, last mile as in, like, actual, like, last couple miles. Because a lot of times you will have the trains will take it a couple of, like, you'll have ones that are big hauls that'll take it from the train station to the distribution center that's 20, 30 miles away, because there just isn't a closer train. And then you'll get back to, like, your regular old delivery trucks and all that do the last little stint. Yeah, no, I get... Right, the name last mile comes from the idea that it's the delivery doing the actual last mile, but in practicality, last mile means you're the last part of the delivery. You're no longer delivering to any type of distribution center or whatever. You are delivering to the last thing that's going to go to. You know, you're delivering it to the home, or you're delivering it to, like, the little family grocery store, that kind of thing. That's the last mile delivery. You know, in practice, that might be 10, 20, 30 miles in fairly extreme cases. But yeah, no, generally trains do the lion's share of, delivering stuff, with the exception of between continents. Or sometimes even, like, you'll sometimes have situations where it's more practical to take a boat loaded up on this shore, take it the whole wide way around a continent, and then drop off on the other side versus taking a train through the middle, just because of the nature of boats versus trains. But that again gets into the nature of, is it heavy cargo, is it large cargo, you know, those kind of things, or is it big enough that it has to be specialized to be loaded on the train, like it's just a very large object. Does anyone know if you use New Zealand time? Could you play the game earlier? No, they're not doing a, like, I have the map I can pull up. They're not doing a thing where it releases at noon this time and noon this time and noon this time. I believe it's all releasing at the same real-world time. So it is one of those ones that, like, setting your clock isn't going to change anything. Living in a different location isn't going to change anything. What time is that? I can pull up the map here in just a second. Let's see, because I have it right here. Just gotta pull it up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because being a partner, they did give us a bunch of their marketing stuff. Yeah, so for New Zealand, So I don't have New Zealand specifically, but for Sydney, it's 0 AEDT November 13th. Which is the same time as these other ones. But, you know, you technically are the 13th, where everyone else is still on the 12th. But it's the same time. It's the same real world time, it's just not the time zone. Eastern time zone, do you mean Eastern time US? EST is 8 a.m. the 12th. But yeah, no, you can convert any of those time zones. It'll be the same time your time zone. It's not a rolling release. It's, you know, there's the proverbial big magic green button. They smash that button, and which by smash I mean it's scheduled out in advance. They don't push anything, and it will roll out gradually. Like it will roll out to everyone at the same time, barring stuff. If you remember correctly, Eastern is the same for Florida as Ottawa. 90-ish% true, Conrad. There is a small segment of the Florida Panhandle, if I remember correctly, that is technically one time zone back. Like, it's just a tippy tip. But most of Florida is Eastern time. No, they have to press a red button. I mean, even if they don't, I hope they do. Like, oh, China's a single time zone? I thought China was like 4 time zones. I could be wrong about that. I've never had to compare my times with time zone. I have worked with people in China once or twice in my life, but usually it was like, you know, there was an overlying project manager, and then they had their thing, and then I had my thing, so we didn't have to worry about time very much. Like, it was just, what day are you going to get this done kind of thing, not, hey, can you get on the call at 5? I didn't work with them directly enough. That was only one time. Most of the companies I worked at never really outsourced that kind of thing. I mean, honestly, I only had one company who outsourced anything really on any measure. Which that was just they outsourced locally to contractors, which was not worked out well. It did not work for them. They kept cutting our dev team and kept outsourcing, and it just kept getting more expensive and more error prone, and eventually they brought it all back in-house. Which it makes sense. You've got people who are splitting their tasks between a whole bunch of stuff versus your own people inside your company who are literally working on the same project all the time. Or projects, plural. But you're not dividing between a whole bunch of customers. Let's use by size. It spans 5 time zones. By law, it's a single one. Using the Lepsis capital time. Gotcha. Okay. So I don't know where Lepsis capital time is. That relatively centered at least. So at least it's kind of like plus or minus, you know, 2 hours off of a central time zone, or is it something awful like it's the far east or far west, and then, you know, the other people are effectively 4 hours off of what would make sense for the light and all that. Let's see. You only had one time you had to you had odd hours, was because the supplier was located in New Zealand, and I had a 7-digit contract hanging in the balance. Oh, I've worked weird hours. I've done that plenty. As you can't remember how it's named, Beijing. I have no idea. I don't know China's topography very well. It'd be a cool place to see at some point, but it's just on the list of places I'm planning to see and all that. It's not the short list. My short list is I want to see Japan. I want to see Reykjavik, Iceland. It'd be cool to go and properly see the UK beyond just the airport. There are places I would like to see, but aren't on the list because right now they're relatively unsafe. Like, I would like to see Egypt, but that gets to be a very sketchy prospect. Me and Toom are talking about doing an Alaska cruise where we'll go see go see glaciers to celebrate our anniversary. But yeah, no, I've definitely done the thing where I gotta wake up at like 2 in the morning my time because I'm working with a, you know, like delivering something for a client that's based out of like Germany, or, you know, working like particularly late, or actually, yeah, like I've had a number of times I'd have to stay late because someone was, you know, West Coast or Hawaii or whatever. Your wife is currently involved in an archaeological dig in Israel. Yeah, no, I can imagine that's got to be stressful. But yeah, so it's like when you don't have enough time to travel everywhere you'd love to see, it kind of just helps nix places off the list to be like, yeah, right now that's not a safe place. I'll just go to a different place instead on my long list of things I'd love to see. Check out a place in Quebec called Park Omega. Is as for photos, video shown. Yeah, I also would like to, I went to France when I was very, very young. My parents brought me there. And so I've got little spotty memories of it. I would like to go back to, like, Paris and the surrounding area as an adult, where I have a better idea of what the heck is even going on around me. I think that would be fun. I also didn't get to see the Eiffel Tower beyond the bottom because I got bad seafood and was horribly sick for a day or two. Like, straight up murdered my stomach. So I was touring the many trash cans of France, one by one. It was not a good time. And I'm not someone who almost ever got sick, really. Surprisingly, even with traveling. But that was an outlier. I think that vacation between me and my brothers, every single one of us got sick with something else by the time it was done. Like, the two of them caught some type of, like, cold or flu, and then I ate something that did not... And I keep saying it's the seafood. I'd gotten calamari, and the next day I was really, really not doing well. So that's my assumption. It was that. You'd love to go to Africa, do safaris. So there are a lot of places in Africa that are really good to go for that. That is one I would like to do. I'd also like to see Australia. Like, properly do that. And those you can do relatively safely and all that. Like, Australia's pretty tame. I mean, the wildlife is dangerous as all get out, but just don't do dumb things in the wildlife. Salmonella is pretty common for mollusks. Low-key, I actually don't even know what the symptoms of salmonella are. Beware the drop bears in Australia. So I hear. You never been outside Ohio? I mean, even if you don't travel outside the U.S., as someone who has spent a lot of time in the Canton area in Ohio, definitely take the time, when you get the opportunity, to get the hell out of Ohio. Ohio has some nice charm stuff in it as well. To be fair, the Amish country is very nice in Ohio. Columbus is certainly an experience. And all that. But also, and Cedar Point is in Ohio, you're correct. I missed outside. I've missed Cedar Point while I was in Ohio. I did not get the opportunity. And that is the one thing in Ohio I would definitely like to see. But a lot of Ohio is pretty hit and miss. There's a lot of rough parts to Ohio, and just like, this is where I go if I want to just feel emptiness and disappointment. But there's a lot of lovely places in Ohio. The problem with that statement is wildlife sometimes comes inside the house. I'm in Florida. I am very familiar intimately with the experience of wildlife and the indoors of your home being one and the same sometimes. I have Not in this house, surprisingly. Now that I think about it, I have never had a snake in this house. But growing up, I have had a number of times that I was in homes where snakes would find their way in from time to time. And most of them are snakes that you're like, oh, it's a little gardener snake, whatever, get it out. Like, it's not gonna hurt you. And then other times you'd be like, oh, that's a rattlesnake. Yeah, let's not F with that. Like, there's the door, it's open, we're gonna be making a bunch of noise over here to just make it a very unattractive place for the snake to stay until the snake figures out that the door's open. We are not going over there and picking that up unless we absolutely have to. Not without, like, proper safety gear. Sure, you could be that person who goes and gets a stick, pokes it down, and grabs it. Yeah, you could do that. And if you get bit, you better hope you can get to the hospital in a timely manner. So it was under the storm guard, but it wasn't inside the house. So like it was wedged under the storm guard on the outside of the house. So it did not successfully enter the home. It did successfully allow the water into the home, which we were not too thrilled about. It wasn't bad. It just got a little bit into the room with the tile floor, but there was definitely a panic of where is the water coming from? Because water inside your home that does not have a location you want it coming from is a major concern. Let's see. The best parts of New Zealand, you don't really have dangerous animals there. The worst you have is great white sharks, but you really got to go looking for them to actually be in any real danger. Yeah, for Florida, most of the time when you're talking like proper dangerous animals, it's stay away from water you can't see through. Like, be careful about that. That's where you find alligators and water moccasins, which are a very, very venomous and very aggressive snake. Where most of the time my answer when people are like, oh no, snake, is like, just leave the snake alone and you'll be fine. Water moccasins are the exception. Those are a very aggressive and territorial snake. Those can go die in a fire. They are a snake that if you see in your area, getting them away from the area is actually warranted. But stuff like rattlesnakes, your only concern is surprising them on accident, or just being dumb and harassing them. Then that's on you. Dock spiders, but deadly. We do get black widow spiders in Florida, but not very commonly. So you do get some venomous and dangerous spiders here, but they're out there. But a lot of times it is going into places you ought not go that'll get you in trouble. Like just stomping around in the swamp and the marshes is where you'll start running into those problems, and that's taking your life into your own hands. Brown recluses? I think we have those. Like, in Florida in general. I'm pretty sure we have brown recluse in Florida. Like, we got those. You've got banana spiders. Banana spiders aren't typically, like, lethal if they bite you. They'll hurt you. They'll mess you up. But those are, like, they put these giant webs out that go on for days, and the thing is, like, that big in the middle of it. So, and they're, like, bright yellow. So you gotta really not be paying attention to, like, flat out smack into one of those. It can happen if you're, like, running around in the woods or whatever. But again, messing with places you ought not be messing. A copperhead wandered into your house when you were maybe 6? Yeah. Here you heard the ranger equivalent advise to put a bell around your calf. And carry an air horn. You go, oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Cool, so we finished that contract. Yeah, so it's kind of the same thing that, can I go ahead and forcefully kick out the bale? No, I don't even have a full bale. Alright. But yeah, it's one of those things that there aren't many animals who will stick around here if you're making a bunch of noise. Does the contract cheese work in Farm Sim 25? It doesn't seem like we've been able to cheese it nearly as bad. It does feel like there is a little bit of buffoonery you can do, but not quite as bad, but we haven't thoroughly tested yet. Yeah, so I just need to drop off that, and then we should be done with this. We just got to go back into town. I'm just cutting through here. Town's that way. Let's see, what if you lease a header for a machine? Will let you finish the field? I actually have no idea. I'm not gonna do it because that goes against kind of what I'm messing with. I also am not the person who usually uses those kind of things where it's like, oh, here I can abuse it. Like the only thing we're doing right now is I will lease the equipment for harvesting like cotton, and I will do like 3 cotton fields versus leasing it on every single one. Because I'm still paying the lease. I don't particularly see that as cheesy. So basically, I can take one piece of equipment leased for a contract and use it on any contracts that are that I've got going until I turn it in. Once I turn it in, it takes the equipment back. So that's all we did here is we did three different ones, but that's only saving me a couple $100 to $1,000 per contract at the most to not have to lease it 3 times. It's also just practical that I don't have to like take my harvester and, you know, make it disappear, go all the way back to grab the harvester again to go to the field right next door kind of thing. Let's see, you saw one person try to harvest contract lease a header. The harvester then do the contract. I'm sure there are going to be edge cases you can figure out, certain combinations you can abuse. But then you're doing all that effort to save yourself a couple $100. You know, if you're doing an extreme challenge, sure. But I also feel like for most extreme challenges, that type of buffoonery goes against the spirit of the challenge a lot of times. Let's see, there's not a lot of animals up there that you have to worry about. But you do get brown recluse and the rare venomous snake to show up. Yeah, when I lived up in Michigan, wildlife was not a thing we worried about. Like, your worst fear was, you know, getting into an area with a raccoon or something, which is more just getting hurt than like being in any real danger. And then there were technically bears, but they stayed away from anywhere people were for the most part. And we got an extra $7,000 above our contract payouts and what those are going to be. Because we had all that extra cotton. So there's a cool 14 and a cool 6.5 and a cool 5. And just like that, I have $121,000. Cool, man. Was that guy's name Walter? I haven't been looking. I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, thanks, Walter. You're the best. Okay. So I think most of these ones left. So there was another cotton field. It's a tiny one. I'm not going to worry about it. All of these are parsnips and root crop that are not fun. We can't physically do the stone picking. We found out the stone picking, there's nowhere to drop off the stone on this map, so it's impossible to do here. This trailer sucks, so I'm not going to do it. The deadwood, I'm not going to borrow with the 750 right now. We do have 2 cultivation fields that I could get myself another about 9,000. So it's field 35 and 26. And those will probably be the last 2 we do in this in-game day. Side note, sitting on your porch and listening to a coyote pack a night, very cool experience. Oh, I'd imagine. Okay. And what we could probably do is I'll switch this over to letting the AI deal with it for a minute. And we're gonna go look at the shop and see what we're doing, because we're about to enter November. I haven't even looked at when we plant a bunch of stuff. So there's nothing that we plant in December or January. So there is no rush on buying any equipment. February we can plant cotton, but we're not going to, because as far as crops equipment goes, cotton is oh my god expensive. But there is a possibility we could do something like, March, we'll not be able to do grapes and olives, same thing, specialized equipment. I'm not going to worry about doing trees. Sugarcane has specialized equipment. Sugar beets, I think, require specialized equipment. And then we'd have April, which is rice. So I think our goal is going to be able to do the rice, is I think what we're going to aim for. Let me go ahead and get this going. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because one, I want to see what the rice is like. Very genuinely, that's just a thing I want. And then two, when it comes to all that, we'll have enough time to gain ourselves enough money to be able to probably get all that going. So AI, do your thing. So let's take a look. What would it take for us to get rice online? Because just looking at the I'll just let the AI do its thing. So looking at this, we'll have 2 April before I need to be able to plant the rice. And then we will harvest it in August. So it's only a couple of months. That's because there's nothing we can plant in this season. I just realized it scrolls. February, we're not doing cotton. And the other stuff here we don't care about. Actually, we can technically do oats and all that there. Let's look at the rice though. We'll figure out the rice and we'll go from there. That'll be our plan for right now. So for the rice, what is our rice specific stuff? We can actually do it this way. We can look at the long rice. So you need a tractor. The harvester with a header is about 130. What are you? These machines are used to seed crops. Okay, so this is our planter. I don't even need to use that probably. So yeah, so it looks like our harvester is going to cost us about 130,000, most likely. Interestingly enough, depending on the type of rice, you have different harvesters. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. So we would need a seeder. So we're going to need the special headers. Oh, we have a thing that we can pick up threshed stuff. Grain headers. Okay, so any harvester header seems to be able to do rice for the most part. There's probably going to be the ones for like corn that won't. Yeah, so any of these will be able to do the rice. And then the cheapest harvester is 104. So yeah, so 134 is absolutely required to harvest rice. No avoiding that. We will need a seeder. And the cheapest seeder can do rice. So we can actually get away with only 39,000. So we're talking 40,000 for that, and so I can actually get what I need for seeding the rice immediately. It's interesting that jumps up to that one. It's probably a practicality thing. That's the first one that lets us put the fertilizer in as we go. Are these two here, which I would like, because I probably won't have the thing for the fertilizer to start. So yeah, so we're talking 130,000. We'll say 180,000 by the time we add that in. You require 110 horsepower, which the tractor we're looking at for 80. So we'll say 300,000 so far for being able to do all that. And then we would need either a cultivator or a plow, which costs next to nothing. So we should be fine on that. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. And we harvest rice in September and August. And that's the long grain rice. It is interesting that I didn't really see the regular rice there. let's see what the regular rice has for its equipment. So you have a special thing for planting the rice that costs 100,000. That's just what it does. So that's a planter, that's the harvester. So interestingly enough, the harvester for the rice is cheaper than if I get a rice for the long grain, or the harvester specifically for that. So if I do get just the regular rice, not the fancy rice, I can actually set up with that significantly lower by almost 100,000 than if I do the other rice. The downside being is every piece of equipment other than the tractor and this are specifically only for rice and nothing else. I do think we might do that though, and we go with that. I also want to double check, and I know I keep bouncing back and forth. So let's see where we can find out. I'm looking to see if I can't find the one that's okay. So specialty crops. So yeah, the rice planters, there is only one. The rice harvesters, there is only one. Fair enough. So that's what we're looking at. And that'll mean we'll be set up as we can be for rice, and we can do rice, and hopefully it's lucrative because we'll be putting a lot of money into it. And that'll be fine. Now, if we're lucky, we'll be able to catch some of that on a discount. Hi. Sleepy wifey? Yaw. It happens. No one has ever been as sleepy as you are in this moment. Your existence is sleep. Alright. If you didn't catch, my wife too, I've got a beanbag chair in the back corner of the room here. So a lot of times when she gets really tired, she'll pop in there and catch a nap there. Just likes being around. She's yelling back there going, I'm close to hubby. Let Tomb know that we're doing the tappies. You are doing the tappies. She said tappies. Alright, so yeah, so we got these 2 fields we're cultivating for some quick cash, which I am going to go ahead and take over and switch to this mode just to save myself a little bit on worker costs. Because this is just last 2. We're doing this for a little extra money because we're aiming to have about 250 or so thousand for that. Who doesn't like napping in a beanbag chair? It is a mixed bag. On one hand, I definitely enjoy resting in a beanbag chair. On the other hand, my back also doesn't like me resting in a beanbag chair. There's been more than once I've gone and taken a nap in a beanbag chair, woke up in the morning, it's just like... When a nap goes from a short nap to longer than maybe you had intended. A back full of regret. Yep. Yeah, I know it's nice in the moment. The consequences might not be the best. I should have probably left the worker on this so I can eat some of my food here during the ad break when it happens. Because I'm really bad about all of that. Yeah, I'm not sure what pattern the AI was doing. It looks like it jumped on the rows in the middle. It was going to head row last, which is fine. But it's just kind of, you know, scratching your head being like, alright, I guess that's a choice. Yeah, the GPS is such an steering assist is such a nice addition. I know I've sung its praises multiple times over the last 2 days. But like looking at the stuff that people normally mod in the game, not the extra maps or extra equipment just because you can kind of thing. Any other changes that stand out from 22? There's a pretty good list. So when it comes to like the functional one, we've got, as I mentioned, the steering assist is really nice. We also have the vehicles, just the physics like control around the vehicles. I mean, that's me being terrible. They do definitely feel a lot better. Like, they didn't feel bad in the other ones, but it feels a lot better. And I think part of that is we did notice stuff like in our harvester. If like I'm on an area where there's like a twist in the land, I can have the harvester leaning one way and the header will follow where it's on. So you can actually have them pivoting different directions, which makes it look way better than it does when you have like the big squarish harvester just doing its thing and getting stuck on terrain and all that. Because that's what used to happen, is you got in that area and the harvester's header would get stuck on the hill. Yeah, no, we're cultivating right now. But we've got that. The water physics of the game are way better. So you actually have like rippling effects with the water and all that as you're driving through it, versus before it didn't really have any of that. And that's because we have rice and peas and all that, which, you know, we have water to deal with, that we do the whole thing where you flood the field and all that. So very clearly that adds into there's rice. And for those who don't know how you grow rice, you flood a field with water and then you plant your seeds in it. The rice slowly consumes the water, and then eventually you have your rice. And then you harvest the rice. Pretty standard the way you do other crops. You just drive a vehicle over it and it pulls it in. There's terrain deformation now. And if you don't know what that means, I actually can't show you right now because while we are... Can I show you? Not really. But basically terrain deformation is where you drive over and it puts grooves in the ground where your tires are. So instead of just being like that little tire tread mark that I put on top of the ground in the previous one, yeah, you can kind of see it over there, where I left like ruts in the terrain. So that's another thing we've got. What else do we have? There's like a bunch more too. Like there's another really big one I'm blanking on. Yeah, and there's also a lot of visual improvements as well. So we've got, you know, you can have like tornadoes, and there's more different types of weather things, and you can choose whether or not you want the tornadoes to damage your crops or not. You've got volumetric fog. I believe there was volumetric lighting. So lighting's got a massive overhaul. Like aesthetically, like all that stuff has been massively improved. Let's see what else we got. There's still more. There's like so much they've done this time. Like every iteration of the game, they do add a number of new components. And sometimes those components are more visual than mechanical, and that's fine. It makes the game look better, but like, you know, not that big a deal. But this one, they definitely added a lot of mechanical stuff too. Production lines, I believe they've expanded on the production line systems in the game to have a lot more to them. Like, there's more goodies in there. Yeah, the vehicles aren't moving bricks anymore. I mentioned that one. The physics around it is definitely a lot better. Like, I haven't had any of the cursed thing where, like, the vehicles start stuttering and, like, one of the things just, like, flips over or whatever. That it wasn't very common in 22, but every once in a while you deal with that. I have heard the pallet physics are if they're not the same, they're very similar. So... Expect the same good, bad, and otherwise of the pallet physics from the previous one. I did notice when I went to pick up trees and all that kind of stuff with the claw, it seemed to be a little bit more forgiving on what was considered grasped and not. That said, we did have a vehicle we tried to use earlier that was the trailer with just the little teeny tiny claw for picking up logs, and that was a bad time in the... It felt like a claw machine bad time where you'd grab the log and go, no strength. Like, it would work, but it took a lot more effort than I really wanted to put into it. Whereas the one we did the other day, where it was a dedicated truck with the claw on it, that felt good. It's still a lot of mouse movement. That was actually one of your biggest complaints in 22, was the tree physics, and picking them up kind of sucked hard. Yeah, I've made that comment. We did the Silver Run map as like not my tutorial playthrough, but as like my first time like actually doing a farm in Farm Sim, because I wanted to do the clear the trees and all that, and I stuck to it for hundreds of hours, but my god, I was so past done picking up logs because there was just no way to make it work right. Like, there is. You can do the auto picker upper thing, and the problem is I want something in between that. I didn't want to have to manually sit there and move the claw by hand, do it like that, and do it again, because there's just way too much mouse movement required that your wrist would just kill you at the end. But I also didn't want to just pull up to a stack of logs, hit a key, and they just teleport onto it. Like, I would have been fine with, one improvement they did have that I saw in this one is for one of our Deadwood missions, they gave us the giant machine where you have, like, the tree harvester where it, like, grabs the tree. And it had a function where it could literally just get it relatively close to a tree, hold a button, and it would position it correctly. And I thought that was great. Because, like, you could choose to still control it yourself, and it'd be relatively quick. But for something like that you're going to do, you know, in theory, hundreds of times, it's good to have the option to be like, yep, let me just get it. You still had to get, like, relatively in position, but then it'd go in and just inch it that last little bit into position that you could then just saw down the tree. But I didn't see the equivalent for picking up the logs, which is where I felt the pain point really was in the last one. Like, don't get me wrong, moving that arm around could be a little obnoxious at times in 22, but not that bad. Not compared to any other machine you'd operate. But the picking stuff up was always a toughie for just being repetitious. Yeah. There is some jank. I didn't actually look through all the production lines. Let's see, yeah, it was annoying looking at it knowing in real life those logs would just get squeezed up. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I would love to see them expand on the forestry stuff. And I'm one of those people who, even in games that are supposed to simulate reality and be very realistic, I am entirely in team. If it's not fun or tedious, go ahead and lie to me. like the machines that you pick up the beets and the carrots and all that. I'm like, you know what? I know this machine doesn't have an internal storage in it. Hear me out. Give me a little one. Like, make it so it's definitely the shortcoming of the machine still. But, like, give me a little one for practicality's sake, so when I'm dealing with the AI and it's shifting all over the place, that's fine. It'll still operate for at least 10 feet or something, so I can get right back into position kind of thing. Versus it immediately slamming the brakes and having to reposition, and then slams on the brakes again. And basically makes it undoable. Let's see, use the yellow Caterpillar crane truck with a big claw, but very expensive. For the logging one, I liked the I would get the semi trailer with the logs, and this is like I tried everything that they had. I think the one that was the most efficient and not terrible to deal with was it was the big Volvo like over high lifter. Because I found I could get 2 or 3 trees into a pile if I was careful with how I sawed the logs, and just grab, like, you know, a whole stack of those things and load it up all in one go. And it was one of those ones that was like 3 out of 4 times I could make that grab work, and then you'd have the last one where the logs just weren't cooperating, that you'd have to do 2 or 3 grabs for it. But it was relatively good. That said, having done that for a long time, I did eventually get the zip line thing, I forget what's called, and just putting one on the top of the hill and one there, and just sending them down the mountain with half of them landing in the wrong place, and that's fine. Then it just takes something and just shove them into the place and sell it. Um, I definitely was doing that towards the end, just cutting down the tree, not even like cutting into smaller pieces or anything. Just take the tree, sling the whole tree right on down the mountain. Just let it sort itself out on the other side. I don't think it was faster than loading up the truck in one go. But after loading up that truck that many times, it was nice for being something that wasn't what I had been doing. You can't even look at the logging trucks without thinking the Final Destination movies? Yeah. Man, I can't tell you how many times I rolled that semi. Once I loaded up on the logs trying to go down those dirt mountain passes with as fast as you get those semis going, it took a lot to like get yourself to turn the cruise control on and take it slow enough. And you'd be like, yeah, I can probably pull this turn off at 20. Spoiler alert, you can't. Spoiler, little spoiler alert there. You can't. You go around that turn, you just go right onto the side, and you're like, all right, well, now I gotta figure out how to put that back up. And I know you can teleport the vehicles and do all that. I had pretty strict rules with myself to not do that. And there's one or two clips that'll show up on the clips reel when I step away to use a restroom or whatever, of me trying to take like the high lifter, grabbing the entire trailer and just swinging it violently to get it to flip over because it was too heavy to just lift straight up. It would make the high lifter tip forward and versus like actually lifting it up. And trains, I do have a clip of taking a semi full of logs, and I was having problems getting it through the gap in the train station by Silver Run, and just getting clobbered and drugged down the length of the railroad track by the train. Like, it didn't just knock me out of the way. I got snagged on it, and it pulled me like 2 or 3 intersections down the highway, just pulling me the whole way along by my logs. That's a good... Honestly, that's one of like the best clips on the channel. Because, like, there was definitely more than once the train caught me. Because there was a number of times I would try and get across before the train could get me that I lost. There's also once or twice, because of where I had positioned my, my lumber mill, that I would run into problems. And so I would definitely got caught once or twice where I got stuck and used the train to unstick me. Okay, so field 26. Okay, so that's just down here to the right. But that was definitely an outlier for extreme, because most of the time it just knock you aside and you're like, haha, the train hit me. Or it would tip you over, you're like, well, that's annoying. And now when it just drug me along to the train, like, please, just let me go. I don't think they've done anything to really change the terraforming side of the game. I haven't tested or looked into the notes carefully, because maybe they have, maybe they haven't. That is something I would love to see. Oh, there's your volumetric fog. So where those are low-lying on the hill there, we're getting fog bunched up there. It looks a little weird with the lighting, but I've also seen it in real life look like that. Where, like, especially when you have, you know, bright lights around fog. Like, the whole situation, like, you know, when it's foggy, they say, you know, hey, don't turn on your headlights. Like, don't high beams the, well, I mean, turn on your headlights. Don't turn on your high beams. Because then you're like, ah, good, I can't see literally nothing. It's just fog. It's that same phenomena. They still got the same... So for the record, my render distance is set to only 100%. They do let you go much higher than this. I was dealing with performance issues when I first loaded the game until I got my my video drivers updated and turned off VSync, and then it's running fine. I think we're at high settings versus there's high, ultra, and like very high. In hindsight, I have not tried turning it up. And the downside, and this is the same thing that was in Farm Sim 22, I cannot change my graphic settings without exiting the save, changing it, then going back into the save. So I'm not that worried. But yeah, no, they do have, I did turn the render distance down to 100%. I think it goes up to like 200 or 280 or something like that. Which would help a lot. But yeah, now you understand, like, you can crank it up, it'll start potatoing your computer. I'll probably tinker with that after stream or maybe later. Because you gotta also keep in mind with what I'm doing. You know what we could even do? When I finish out this in-game day, maybe what I'll do is I'll save, I'll try turning the render distance up, and then starting back in, like just jumping back in and see how it goes. See if we start getting frame rate stuff. Because they've got really strong hardware and all that, so you'd be like, oh man, you're running that really good graphics card and all that. But at the same time, I'm also streaming, and I'm streaming on the same computer that is playing, so that's a considerable load. So your PC runs great, but the GPU fan will make me deaf at ultra anything? Yeah. My computer's relatively quiet. I actually have the case opened over there. I was running into problems a while back that we were having some blue screening and all that, and while I was diagnosing it, you know, I was trying to isolate what it could be. And I found that my computer was running much hotter with the case closed, unfortunately. And it's because, I think it's because it has the soundproofing where it's got like this big thick, it's not rubber, it's like a foam on the one side. And so I think that was messing with its cooling. So opening it up, I don't have to worry about it. Because most of the time, opening your case will make your cooling worse on a computer. That they are designed to have an airflow in and out. And if you just open up the side, your outbound fan is doing nothing. It's just moving air unrelated to anything you care about. And it's same with the inbound fan. It's not pulling the air. Like the two fans aren't pulling the stuff through your processor area. They're just pulling air in from above and then putting it right out above. But I think the problem is, as big as the graphics card here is, it's just killing the airflow. So you got a huge deal on a motherboard, CPU, GPU used for 400, but the GPU is a turbo model. Gotcha. I'm gonna take 2 seconds to grab a drink. I'll be right back. I was out of beverage and didn't have anything handy. Definitely can't go with anything wrong with Turbo. It is always one of those juggles with performance stuff, like hardware performance. There's definitely trade-offs you give. Like I remember for the longest time getting like the gamer turbo whatever model of a game definitely was a thing you ran into where it would just have these obnoxiously loud fans. A lot of them would come stock overclocked, and you'd look at the hardware spec, it'd be the same as like the regular model. It'd just come with all like the overclocking software set up and tuned up and everything. I definitely got real upset more than once about buying like a video card or whatever that was being marketed to gamers, or motherboard marketing to gamers and all that kind of stuff, and just opening up the box and then finding it had like the auto overclock turned on, or it was just base overclocked. You're like, no, don't do that. Like, don't overclock my stuff, man. Overclocking is what you do to make your computer run badly. The only times I would overclock my stuff growing up and like doing all my IT side, is, you know, you get to that point, you got your hardware, and it's real struggling. Like, it's just you've hit that point. You really do need to replace your hardware. It's just not up to snuff, and you just need to bleed that little bit extra life out of it. That's when you might consider overclocking, to just give you a little bit more time to buy something. Just knowing by overclocking you're shortening the lifespan of your hardware, and that's even an opinion thing. That's just hard fact that when you're overclocking, your hardware will have a shorter lifespan. You know, how much shorter, that gets a lot more involved with discussion. But, yeah, now that it feels like the answer is the undervolt everything, to a certain degree it is. There's a lot of stuff that they kind of push it to, like, the limit of what it can do. And so for stability, you end up having to undervolt it just to get to make it run right reliably, which sucks because that's giving up clock speed, but that's just kind of a thing. So you just got a 9950X, and it runs so hot. Oh man, I used to be... So back in the day, I used to run almost nothing but Intel processors, because like when AMD first showed up on the scene, like they were your budget processor, and they ran hot, and they had a pretty bad reliability rate. Like they had a much higher failure rate than Intel did. And then they were good for specific use cases that they competed well against Intel. But a lot of the other use cases, they kind of fell short. And this is in its infancy. This isn't now. This is way back when it first entered the scene. And the first time I got an AMD processor, and I looked at those temperatures, I about had a heart attack. That the temperatures I was seeing was like, oh my god, turn the computer off. Like, seriously, you're frying your processor. Like, you need to turn this off right now. Like, it was just, they ran that much hotter. You're talking like 10, 20, 30 degrees Celsius hotter. It's just like, holy. Like, they were temperatures that if you were using an Intel processor, the computer would be shutting itself off trying to save your hardware. And it was a whole thing. But that was like their normal operating temperature. It was just they had a different design structure and philosophy and everything. And they had a little bit of a higher heat tolerance, but a much higher heat production. But again, they cost like, it was like half as much as an Intel processor. It was like 2/3 half as much as an Intel processor. So if you were on a budget, that's what you did. And then in certain graphical applications, they did outperform Intel. But a lot of the games I liked at the time were more CPU locked than GPU locked. And so a lot of the times, it was more beneficial for me to get the Intel processor for performance. You know, the equivalent generation. And that's changed nowadays. Like, Intel's had a really bad run lately. That they've had a good couple of misses right now that have really hurt them. AMD has definitely massively upped their quality over the years. And Intel's also done some pretty shady stuff too, so far as having major design flaws that, you know, hey, stuff happens. But then trying to be like, no, it's not ours, we didn't do this. It's the motherboards. It's the motherboards. Which, to be fair, the motherboards actually did do stuff as well. But it kind of doesn't excuse a lot of other things. It wasn't for Ryzen. You think AMD would have gone under? I do think there is a real possibility that could have happened, yeah. There was a back and forth between AMD and Intel for a while, and then it seemed like Intel just pulled out ahead for a long time, and AMD was just having one miss after another. Or AMD was having one miss after another, and I think that's kind of inversed now, where Intel hasn't been able to catch a break for a little while, and AMD has been capitalizing on that in a big way. I'm genuinely curious what's going to happen with NVIDIA, that it's seeming like NVIDIA is going to be entering in the desktop processor scene. And I'm really curious of what that looks like. Because I do think between Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA competing in that space, if that's where that goes, I don't think Intel makes it. Unless you know, they have a, and I mean as a desktop processor. I don't think Intel's going out of business anytime soon. But I do see that they could fall out of consumer processing market. That they would just not be able to find feed anymore. I still think that would be 10 years down the road before things come to terms. But yeah. Yeah, that's the same thing. They need to have a generation that knocks it out of the park if they want to stay relevant. If NVIDIA does enter the scene, it doesn't fall on its face at the door, which I don't think they would. All right. It'll be good competition. It will. We win when that happens. If we have Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA all competing real hard, you expect prices to come down, expect quality to go up, and all of that good stuff. That is the one where we go like this. As the consumer, just like, heck yeah, man, lower prices, better quality, more innovation, thank you. Bring on the competition. Alright, so the list of contracts here, not great. We are going to go ahead, so between the two of them, I think you're the bigger one, so we'll borrow those. And then we will accept that one. Oh, and let's check, what are our sales today? No. So the only one we got is we got a green bean harvester that I cannot afford. And that green bean harvester we used already on a contract, and we said we weren't going to do green bean contracts anymore as a result. If you're wondering how that went. So you're at 5 and 16. Which one's our closer one? There's 5. Okay, so we can just go up the road to 5, and then 16 is down there on the right. Yeah, we're going right. Cool. But yeah, no, that's another one. And also with the NVIDIA CPU GPU competition, I wonder how that goes. Having a company who is both the one producing the video cards and the CPU, and I mean like properly, because there was a while that I don't know if Intel still does it, but there was a while Intel was making their brand graphic cards. But it was their brand graphic cards with NVIDIA GPUs, if I remember correctly. And they were good. It has been a long time. I don't remember if they're still around. Ask Intel with their ARC cards. Was it Intel's own processor? Because I never bought one, but I remember they were reliable. I can't remember. It was either they were reliable, but the performance just wasn't up to the other ones, or the other way around, where they performed well, but they were a bit dodgy. Because that was a long time ago, like that I remember seeing. Those like 2012, somewhere in that ballpark, give or take like 5 years. Is this the right field? Yeah. So I think I'm going to do for this one is I'm going to hand this over to the employee real fast. Because I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to make a little bit of this food happen, because I'm getting hungry, and my food is sitting right here. So I'm going to let the AI take over for a little bit. Let's see, it was a bunch of their GPU cores on its own board. Had tethering issues and drivers. Gotcha. Intel had issues in their 13-14 generation failing. And haven't been forthcoming about it. Apparently, there could have been a lawsuit against them where people can join class action. Yeah, and that's what I was saying is Intel hasn't caught a break for a while. Their last couple generations, they've had one miss after another miss, and then they've been shady about their handling of it. And like I said, AMD is just 100% the entire time just absolutely capitalized on it, and they've been playing their cards just absolutely right, while Intel's been just flubbing it. that it's really hurt Intel. Which, like I said, I'll be curious if, and that's probably part of why NVIDIA might be making a consideration that supposedly they're making a proper play at desktop CPUs. They probably see that as saying, hey, you know what? This is a market that's got a vacuum in it. We can knock these people. We got a reputation. Like, NVIDIA has a relatively good-ish reputation for video cards and all that. They're like, yeah, you know what? We can make a play on this market and genuinely have a shot. And I think they do. And it's just curious, in that scenario, what happens with it being a three-way competition between Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA. Now, granted, you've also got the like the Snapdragons and all that, but I don't see those really making a proper dent in the desktop market for a while. They might someday get there, but I think we're way off before ARM properly starts being able to take a chip into the desktop stuff. There's just too much. There's too much what I'm going to call legacy software that depends on the existing x64 and x86 tech, that doing the flip over to ARM is going to be a pretty hard sell. It might get there someday, but I think we're nowhere near that. Anyways, me and the bike, making the food happen. I'll be right back. Alright. I just wanted to eat a little bit of my dinner because I was getting hungry. Okay. So while that's doing that contract, this might be one of those situations where I can multitask to get a little bit more money. So I've got Deadwood for next to nothing. These are the same ones from yesterday. Yeah, we're not going to worry about it. I forgot we had basically no contracts. Alright, so I'm going to take over this. So switch this back over to stripes. Okay. Yeah, for those who missed where we were discussing earlier, is we are intending on going into the rice. Just because two of the smaller fields that I can probably get relatively easily will be the rice fields. And that gives us a new crop. It does seem like it's going to be a crop that's relatively inexpensive to get into. All things considered, I think we looked at it as a little bit over 200,000 for like everything I need to be able to do it. Not do it to like maximum efficiency or anything like that. But with that, we can start setting up our rice production. That makes me... I was going to check this earlier. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I did. So construction... I have to figure out what uses rice here. So we can use cereal to make rice. Or, I mean, we can use rice to make cereal, the other way around. It'd be very complicated to make rice with cereal. Break the cereal back down to its base components. Yeah, so we have cereal. We could use rice as an option. We can use rice at the grain... Oh, that's the wrong rice. We can use rice at the oil mill. Oh, there's hot peppers in the game. I didn't realize that. There's garlic and hot peppers down there, I see. Yeah, so it looks like grain and oil mill for the regular rice. Which will be interesting having more than one thing we can do with one crop. If the rice ends up being any good for that. I could potentially see that you take the time to like get enough rice that you can fill up one of them and still have stuff to spare. The other thing we should be checking with this map, though, is we do have local production lines here. So we do actually have a bunch of stuff that we can go. Okay, so we can make rice flour bread. That's interesting. And thank you, Ramen Ren, for the 5-stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing a single one, so thank you for that. So we've got rice flour for the cake and all that. We've got all that garbage there. We've got our rice, we can can it and box it and all that. The grain mill will take... It will take our rice. Screw rice, let's grow Carolina Reapers. That's what I'm not sure of where we get those. Because it's not on the list of like regular crops. I'm assuming that'll be like a greenhouse kind of thing. Which I'm down to do. The greenhouse is usually really easy money in the other one. You'd build your greenhouse and then you were just set. So you got selling points, not worried about that. Greenhouses. So, oh right. That's right, you actually need the greenhouse for the rice. So it's only 3,000 more. And then 9,000 we can get a... Basically it's the greenhouses we had before, but we now have green onions as an option, as well as hot peppers. And they did add mushroom greenhouse, so that used to be a mod, you could get the mushroom greenhouses. But now you've got, like, dedicated mushroom greenhouses. That's pretty cool. So I figure one thing we might do is we can buy some land and have it be our production setup, where we start putting all those on it. Now we've got the oil mill for rice, so that's fine. The sawmill they can't do anything with these other three. Okay. Yeah, so for our stuff, we are gonna have to build greenhouses. So we have cultivation. Right, and that's where we get the rice fields. And then we've got generators like before. Okay. So I think the order we're going to do is we're going to try and get ourselves set up for making the rice. So the curiosity with that is I don't know with all that stuff what the order is for the... Okay, so let's go to our rice stuff here. So with the rice, we have the rice sapling pallets. Fair enough. And what we saw is in the construction, under the greenhouses, we have the greenhouse for rice sapling. Takes goods and transforms them into different products. Oh! I can literally grow rice saplings in the greenhouse, or buy them. So it doesn't imply I need seeds or anything. It seems like literally you just get a greenhouse, you shove water into it, and you get rice saplings out of it. So that'd definitely be a good thing to make it so I don't have to buy the saplings in the future. I think this year we're going to be kind of stuck just buying the saplings. But that should, in theory, cut down our costs a bunch. Alright, but let's look at our land options then. So, these two small fields, these ones here, that's got a gap in there. I wonder if that's already got a greenhouse down there. These two are the ones we're looking at buying the land here for. Yeah, so we've got that one there and this one here. That one does have a building on it, so let's check. That might already have a greenhouse on it. But we can get those two fields where we've got the rice going on down there, and we can work on those. What we can do is when we finish up with what we're working, I've just remembered that we were going to switch the graphics between the days. It's fine. We're already into this day enough that I don't want to deal with it. But yeah, so you can run down there, check what that land is going to take for us to operate it. And then once we got the land, we can start doing that. Because if it's already got a greenhouse on that tile, then I don't have to buy one. If it doesn't already have a greenhouse on that tile, we can go and... Actually, can I believe I can just look at that. If I go to building, construction... That's the train, so we're looking over here. That's a greenhouse. Yes, there is a greenhouse down there. But yeah, so we should, in theory, be able to buy that spot of land and start working on that kind of stuff. Now, the catch is I am going to have to buy equipment to work with that. I will need to buy the tractor I said I was going to buy, and I'll need to buy something that can haul water. Like a trailer that we can put water in it. And that should be plenty. How much is that land? Because I might be ready to buy. Okay, so you're 40,000 and you're 80,000 because you are almost twice as much, but you come with the greenhouse on you. And then for what we're looking at is I have been looking at this tractor down here for the 89.5. Let me finish this row, and we'll check to see what we can look at for a trailer to hold water. Because I wonder if I get the saplings, if I could even sell the saplings as just another source of income. All right, let's see. It might be under trailers. It is not. It used to be under animal products. Let's see here. Barrels? Okay, so those can carry water, and they're not particularly expensive to get one. Would probably go for like that second one there, maybe this one. Maybe this one because I can have... Probably this one, since it can do multiple product types. We can get there. Yeah, so we'll aim to do that. So we'll get our field, we'll get our tractor, we'll get a thing so we can start getting the saplings made, because I don't know how long I have to be doing those to get enough saplings to make it worth doing the rice. And then we're gonna try to have enough money. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna try to have enough money that by the time it hits the season to plant the rice, we can plant the rice, which is March, I believe. Is here March? No, it may have been April. Either way, whenever it's time to plant the rice, we can plant the rice. And then, again, try to have enough money to harvest it when it comes time to harvest it. Because then I probably just need a trailer on the other side, because I don't think it palletizes it. I imagine it's just going to be loose rice that we put in a hopper or whatever. What is the name of the playlist? So, the playlist I am doing on the channel right now is on, give me a moment. I think was it Pandemic Music? I believe it's Pandemic Music, and then the playlist is called Lo-Fi. Let me double check that. Epidemic Sound. Sorry. Epidemic Sound, and the playlist is Lo-Fi. We've been listening to that as like one we've been sticking around on the channel for a long time, and lately we've been doing a lot of thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We've been listening to what's on our playlist called Tropical House. Yeah, I probably should have a command for it. The thing is, the idea is I move around and it doesn't have the software. Like, I used to use Pretzel, and I really like that one because people could do a command and it would sit there and be like, here's the musician and the artist playing right now and all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I was just getting way too many false positives on Pretzel music as being DMCA music. Which, don't get me wrong, when I would challenge it on YouTube and whatever, they'd be like, oh, our bad, no, you're right, you're good. But it doesn't matter, because it's kind of a retroactive thing. And it would be, I'd have to fight it every single time. And it just wasn't worth it. Do you use a streamer bot or anything? Yeah, I've got a streamer bot. So, my streamer bot is I'm using Firebot. And it does use a lot of things. It's just Epidemic Music is a website, so it doesn't have the ability to grab that information for me. But I could enter a command that sits there and says, hey, this is the command, here's where this playlist lives. This is just the first time I've had someone ask about the playlist specifically in a very long time. It's not the first time it's ever been asked about, but it's been a good while since it's come up. Let's see, you use that, yeah, whatever you typed in there, Twitch thought it was a link, so it just asterisks it out so I couldn't see what it is. You use, I don't know, whatever itself, and you can make it work for anything. Just a lot of setup. Oh, streamer.bot, yeah. Well, Firebot is the same thing where you can also make it work with just about anything if you're willing to put the patience. The issue I have with, Epidemic Music in that regards is, like I said, it's a separate website, so hooking into the website to see what's playing, Epidemic Music needs to expose that where you can get at it. So unless they have unless StreamerBot works with Epidemic Music directly, which is actually possible, it's not a thing you can grab at. Let's see, Gleba has really done farming the extreme now? Yes. But yeah, no, StreamerBot's powerful. It's got the same basic benefits as Firebot does, so far as you can do kind of everything. But part of my motivation for Firebot was I wanted something running locally on my computer. That way, you know, if stuff changed, I didn't get screwed by it. Because I know a lot of people at the time I switched to Firebot, and this is going back about 2 years. We had within the software for a streaming area, we had a lot of places that, you know, had software that streamers were depending on that just kind of out of nowhere shut down, and then people had to, like, panic get their bots figured out too. Gotcha. Streamer bot also runs on the computer. Then I should probably give it a look at. Hey, Ziggy! Thank you so much for the raid. Also, before I forget, thank you for the stream streak as well, Thrall. I forgot about that. But thank you, Ziggy, so much for the raid. For those who don't know, Ziggy Live, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out if you haven't there before. That is not the right person I'm trying to shout out right now. So shout out for Ziggy Live. Got a raid and run. Oh wait, someone already beat me to it. No problem, Ziggy. I understand it. I understand the raid and run thing. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. But welcome in. But before I forget where I was on with the whole spiel, for those who don't know, Ziggy Live, absolutely fantastic content creator, can make pretty much any game imaginable entertaining and fun. Does like a lot of storytelling. According to Twitch, they have played Poke Rogue, Enshrouded, and Rogue Voltage lately. I know one of those games, but has played a lot of stuff like RimWorld and Kenshi, and plays a lot of Path of Exile in the past. A whole bunch of indie stuff over there. Has like the whole thing they do, the indie tryouts and all that, where they do a whole range of indie games on it. Roguelike Pokemon. So like a turn-based JRPG style thing, but roguelike? Excuse me? That sounds like a lot of fun, but also, excuse me? But yeah, no, that's a problem if you gotta run. Like, obviously you're welcome here, you know that. It's just the battles, party management, top strategy. Ah, I see. Gotcha. I will do the risky click. Oh, I don't want you opening in that window. Okay. Copy current address. And I'll have to go to another window and deal with that. Did this mission big? Yeah, no, I went to click on it and it opened in like a browser window in my bot, and I'm like, hang on, I don't want this. I want this in an actual real browser. So it's technical stuff on my side, not anything related to the click or whatever. So I'll grab that and I'll pull it up in a URL to check out after stream. But that sounds neat. So it's basically like Pokemon battles, but roguelike. So we gotta live with the RNG on what we get and adjust as necessary. Alright, so paste and go. I will mark that to check out afterwards. That is not what I wanted. It did not give me that link. It gave me the link to my own chat. Alright, Ziggy, you have a good one. But again, follow Ziggy Live. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend. There. That is the actual one. I'm going to hit star, and I'll check that out after stream. But yeah. But welcome in, Raiders. I'm going to do this, because otherwise we're going to get an ad soon, so I'm going to kick that can as far down the road as I can real fast. So I will spare you the ads as long as Twitch will let me. I can only click the button 3 times, and it's 5 minutes to click, so we have gone for broke. But with all that said, I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense that I said used to. That record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, do play all variety games. I know, like, if you came from Ziggy's channel, things that you'll see on this channel that Ziggy also plays. We have done an absolutely ridiculous amount of RimWorld. We have played a fair share of Kenshi. I have done... Bannerlord. That's the word I'm looking for. I've played Bannerlord before on the channel a number of times. But we do play like a lot of simulation games, city builders, settlement builders, a bunch of those kind of things. We've done our number of tycoon games. We recently did, like, for example, Planet Coaster 2. That's the kind of stuff you expect to find here, and it's usually a good time. Generally try to present the stream as a player that's fairly analytical in what I do, as well as I do try to explain, like, my thought process and what I'm doing in the game a lot of times. Like, right now we're cultivating a field, so there's not a whole lot to say about that. I'm dragging big metal hooks through the ground to make the soil not crap, because money. But with all that, it is a chill vibe kind of place. I know a lot of people like to tune in when they're winding down for the evening, mellowing out to get themselves ready for bed. So not a whole lot of jingly keys or anything like that going on. But if any of that sounds good, I hope you'll consider dropping that follow and hanging out. Some other things we've actually done lately is we did do 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory for its release, and we also did a full playthrough of the new Factorio Space Age DLC. So I've got all that. We literally finished that like 3 days ago or something like that. Which, if you're into factory automation stuff, highly recommend on both those counts. Very highly recommend on both those counts. The DLC, I know a lot of people balked at the price of like 35 bucks or whatever it was. But genuinely it was worth it. I do not regret at all paying for it. And I did buy. I did not get given key. It was like hands down doubled the content and then some of the game. Did you make it on the Galaxy map? Yes. I did submit my thing to the Galaxy map. It's got a really boring name, like Rual's Factory, because at the time I did it, I had already been streaming for like 16 and a half hours, and my ability to put creative thought on anything was non-existent, because it was one of those ones where you're like, I'm almost done, I just want to finish it out, I'm almost done, I just want to finish it out, and time kept going by, but it's almost done, I'm just going to finish it out, and more time would pass, and you get where this is going. And then the sun came up, and it kept being up, and it was up for a little bit longer, and then we finally finished it. In a solid 16 and a half hour stream, which is much longer than I normally do. My normal stream time is 9 hours long, but since Factorio dropped, and honestly to a certain degree Satisfactory before TwitchCon and everything, my schedule has been much longer than normal. Because I just really get into it, and I'm like, no, I just want to finish this. Don't worry. I can stop anytime I want. I just don't want to. I don't have a problem. But yeah, for those who haven't seen Farming Simulator before, it is, as the name sounds, you simulate farming. There's not really a whole lot to add there. But they did have, or actually they are having, their newest iteration of the game is releasing, and I believe it's like a day and a half now, or a day and a quarter. So it's almost here, and I was fortunate enough that I am a Giant software partner, so I was able to get a hold of the game early and get to play and, you know, take advantage of my streamer privilege to be able to play games before they're released. I'm sorry, what? But, you know, I get to check it out a little bit ahead of time. And I will say, if you have enjoyed past titles in the Farming Simulator series, you know what you're getting. There's not more to say to that. You know what you're getting. It's that, but like the next version with more. And this definitely feels like a pretty big upstep from the previous one. That like, no complaints about the previous one, but like right now we're using the steering assist. This is not a mod. This is built in the game. In Farming Simulator 22, if you wanted this, go get your mods. They overhauled the AI for the workers, and so while I don't always understand what the workers are thinking with what they do, at least it seems logical this time. At least they seem to actually get the tasks done, which is a very large step before, you know, ahead of where it was at in 22, where there were just certain tasks you'd ask the worker to do, and it wasn't getting done. That's just the reality. The amount of people who showed up to say, why are you still streaming was kind of funny. Yeah, we had people start keeping track of how many people said, why are you still streaming, as it got later and later in the night. And it was not a particularly small number by the time we had finally wrapped up for the night. And I had more than one person who was like, wait, you're on? You're never on when I get up. I don't understand what's happening. But yeah. Some of the other things they've added is they've got terrain deformation, which is a bunch of big fancy words for you leave grooves in the ground and you drive through stuff and your tools drag through stuff. Unfortunately, I can't show you with this particular tool because I'm literally cleaning up what I'm doing to the ground is what this tool is doing. It's just churning up the ground and all that. About 15 or 2? It was 16 and a half hours is how long I streamed. I know. I had the timestamp stuff to deal with. And just looking at that going, Oh no, the amount of peeps? Oh yeah, no, it was somewhere in the teens that had when people started keeping count being like, why are you up? That we got a good teen number of people there. It was a good stream though, like all things considered for how long that stream was going, we had a pretty good turnout for pretty much the whole night. And that was with some people who were like, I really wanted to see the end. But my man, it's just too late. There were a number of people who were like, I'm going to regret staying up this late tomorrow. For other features they've got, they do add new crops with every iteration, and every DLC. The new crops they've added to this one is for like the actual proper crops. We have rice and long rice, we have spinach, we have green beans, and we have peas. Those are all new for like just straight up normal crops. And normal as in you get a field and you grow them in there. The greenhouse also appeared to have garlic, 2 varieties of mushrooms, and hot peppers. So you can have your dream of making your salsa factory. You've got everything you need now. Oh wait, no you don't. We don't have onions, no, we have spring onions. Not the right ones for hot sauce, but we'll let it slide. We'll let the spring onions slide as like hot sauce warranted. I think they would be fine in hot sauce. It's just not, usually you get like a yellow onion or such. But you got basically everything you need for that. You know, you could use cilantro, but that's a matter of preference. But you did finish, so hats off to you. I am just very proud of myself that I designed that ship to do the very last part. And I was like, I'm pretty sure this is going to work in one go. I was feeling really good about it. I should have done a prediction to see if we were going to make it in that go. I just decided not to because, I mean, I was honestly too tired. I was worried I was just going to, like, the prediction to be over and I would choose the wrong thing. And I've only done that once in the entire time I've streamed, where I did a prediction and just brain farted for a moment and chose the wrong outcome. And for those who don't know what the problem with that is, I can't take it back when that happens. And so that would be robbing the points from everyone, giving them to the wrong people. Did you get a lip from Tomb? No. Tomb's not the kind of spouse who gives me a lip over stuff. Like, if I was doing something that, like, genuinely she should be upset about or whatever, then, you know, obviously, but that's not been an issue. Like, we try to be good partners to each other, so it doesn't come up as, like, a big thing. I think in the entire, like, 12 plus years we've been married, we've only like, not even argued, but, like, had to, like, discuss something that, you know, we disagreed on, like, twice. And neither of them were, like, particularly heated discussions or anything like that. There's a big thing when you respect your partner and, you know, you do go into the whole thing acknowledging the fact that you are both equal parts of the discussion. That knowing you have that mutual respect gets it a lot easier to not have to worry about those things. And it's not that you don't run into situations where you disagree and you got to navigate that. But generally speaking, you'll navigate it much better. And even in those situations, you can run into situations that there's something untenable, that the things you want are just too different. But we've just never run into it. A comment express, you will? No, I mean, you gotta keep in mind, I mentioned it during that stream, that, she ended up getting called into work, And that's part of the reason I was like, you know what, we're just gonna go late. Because, like, she's at work. She's not gonna be home till, like, 2 p.m. So, you know, I could stream super late and wake up late and still, you know, still be up after she got home or whatever. What ended up happening because of how long I went is I just went ahead and I napped for like an hour or two before she got home. We went out for lunch, and I came home and I went back to bed. But yeah, nah. Generally speaking, there's like mutual respect there and everything. So we've not had to, like, I've not had it been like you can't stream today or anything like that. Like, and that's communication is king. That's what it comes down to. Communication is king. How are you playing early? I am a Giants software partner, and content creators, including Giants software partner, can potentially get early access for a couple of days. A lot of different games will do that, so that way they can build awareness. It's marketing. It's marketing. That way people can like see the games, get all excited about them, and be all amped for when it comes out. You can also tell one thing that can be a sign that a game is maybe not going to have a good release is if they won't let people play their game, even streamers or content creators, before it drops. That's usually a sign that there's a real big reason they don't want to see your game before it drops. And sometimes it can be because there's spoilers and all that, to be fair. But if there is a game that is not story heavy, and they're like, no, we want everyone to have access to that at the same time. It's like, no, we want everyone to be caught off guard by the bugs at the same time after they buy. And this has been perfectly fine. My point is saying a game that is willing to like let people demo their game early is a really strong sign. You're waiting till 7 a.m. Tuesday to play it? Yep. You got a little bit. I think actually we're probably just over a day left on the clock. I know people are keeping things. Have I looked at Ashes of Creation? I know I have. I don't remember what I saw. But like I know I've seen that name a number of times. And so I know I've looked it up, but I'm blanking on what it was off the top of my head. Because I look at a lot of games and then I forget them. Just ADHD things. It's an MMO? Gotcha. Most likely that's why I decided to not really look at it farther. MMOs tend to be the types of games where you gotta be all or nothing with them. Not even from a streamer perspective, but like, you know, you gotta kind of be like all your time in it or don't bother. That's, you know, just the unfortunate thing with MMOs I've found. I used to play tons of MMOs, but I find myself nowadays, sometimes I'll be tempted to get into an MMO, and then also the moment I realize the amount of time I'm going to need to put into the MMO, that immediately makes me not want to get into an MMO. It's going to make you bounce from Eve? That's pretty high praise. You've been playing Eve forever. I know I played Eve for a very long time, but then I eventually got out of. But yeah, no, that's Eve Online was a time vampire for me for a long time. That's where me and Tig met. So half those stories you hear me talk about Eve sometimes, Tig is a witness to not all of them, but a bunch of them. Or is at least vaguely aware of a lot of them. But yeah, now I haven't played in years and years and years at this point. It's an even bigger time vampire now. Eve is. I haven't kept up with Eve. Part of the thing to keep me from jumping back in and becoming a total time vampire again has been deliberately staying ignorant of what's going on in the Eve universe. Because I definitely, you know, came back for 1 or 2 times, and I would play for a month, 2 or 3, and then I would bounce again, and it's like, no, I need to stop for forever now. And the forever one was taking that character, taking into a player-owned station in wormhole space and logging out in there, and basically being acknowledging to myself that what was going to happen is is if I log back in, the most likely outcome will be one of two things. Either one, I will load into the game and I will watch the most expensive chip on that character blow up immediately as it gets starting to be murdered by a player-owned station. Or they'll be long gone and I'll be inside this wormhole space without a good way of getting myself back out. More than likely having the same results, but much slower, of someone finding this carrier in the wormhole space and then murdering the crap out of it. Let's see, you're a mercenary now because you shake people's structures down in high sec? Gotcha. Yeah, for the PvP side, I could see that being fun. But yeah, so I did that to myself because I kept coming back, and then it's just one of those things. I'd come back and reactivate all the accounts and start playing a bunch of stuff and like juggling everything and trying to catch up with everything going on and whatnot. And by the time I got caught up, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to put this time in. 100% pirate. Oh yeah. Well, that was to me the thing that killed Eve was kind of when we could actually control space properly, where you could stamp down some structures and basically put like your lines in the sand and say this is mine, and then all of the garbage that went with that kind of killed so much of the stuff I enjoyed in Eve, because I liked going into nullsec space before you could properly lock it down in any way. Where you could go out there and cause a lot of mischief by yourself reasonably and all that. And then it was just one of those things that, you know, that whole gameplay loop basically went away. I've got another one of you, and you're going to offer me a really small cultivator, so I'm going to choose accept on you and not finish my current contract and take this better cultivator and go deal with that. But yeah, and I don't think it's like a bad game or anything like that. But that was the thing where it's like, okay, this game will never be what it once was for me. And that's fine. Alright, so let's go over to that beet farm and go cultivate that, because we need the money. Games do that? Well, it's especially a problem you run into with MMORPGs, or live service RPGs as well, is every step of the way they have to give you a little bit more to keep it interesting. Like, if you're not getting incremental improvements or extra utility or something or other, the game starts to stale. So you're always adding a little bit more and a little bit more spice and a little bit more spice, and you know, your characters are getting a little bit stronger and a little bit more capable of doing a wider range of things and yada yada, and you eventually hit the point where that power creep, that it's just really, really hard thing. To be honest, you think capital ships killed Eve? I agree. I would agree with that, because that was not long before the player-owned stations. Like, I would definitely say the capital ships were the first step in like the crack for me for Eve, where it's like, not the biggest fan. I say that as someone who even had them. But it's like, it just, once the capital ships entered the thing, all PvP, the dynamic completely changed. A lot of the PvE dynamic changed, and all that sort of stuff. But then with the capital ships came the sovereignty and player-owned station systems, like, was pretty close behind it. And that took kind of some of the last stuff. And I do think they've done things to make stuff better over the years too, like when they added the what'd they call them, expedition excursions, whatever the things where you could unlock, like, you know, an event location and doing it. So it's like, it was not an agent mission, but it kind of seemed like an extra involved agent mission. Didn't CCP kind of nerf the whole let's raid with capital ships? I don't think capital ships are ever particularly great with raiding. It was just one of those things that when you had wars, they were all based around the capital ships. Now, if you had battleships, they were in support of the capital ship. Cruisers and that were mostly like slightly better tacklers, or like ECM machines or stuff like that. It just changed the dynamics. It was all about the big ships, and everyone else was reduced to just, you had like one utility function, and otherwise get out of the way. You send your fleet and you get a cat fleet dropped on you. That was something. Like, I don't know if they nerfed that, but I know that was a problem. So it pushed people into never fighting. Like, unless you could show completely impossibly large numbers that you just felt confidently you would just destroy the opposition, or you were just bored looking for a fight and both teams decided they want to just duke it out, which happened a lot. You know, unless you basically had people that had nothing to do and sort of like, yeah, we're just going to sacrifice this for entertainment, which happened a lot as people got bored. They'd be like, all right, let's just throw everything on the table and just kick the crap out of each other for a little while for some fun. You didn't have that many cat fleets anymore. Like, and you had people who'd spy on each other constantly, and so everyone would have to keep their channels quiet, and that's been a thing since long before all that, and that, in some ways, was an attractor to the game. You genuinely actually had to watch out for legitimate corporate espionage in the game. And I was fortunate that the group that me and Tig ran in, that I was the one who physically ran it for a long time, you know, before handing it off to the person who was my second command at the time, because I had just burnt out. Titans are worth 250 billion now. Oh, so they retold the cost of them to make them just so expensive that it wasn't worth putting the risk on. Gotcha. So they just chilling effect it. I mean, which is fair. But yeah, like we only ran into 2 instances where we had real bad problems with spies. We had gotten in a fight with a pirate group way up north when we used to run in the Venal Alliance. And we had this person who was part of this pirate group. And it was funny because, you know, they were sitting there trying to make up that I had said all sorts of stuff, and they have, like, you know, they were having heavily edited logs they were posting on the forums about how much of a scumbag I was. And it's like, these are people who just, like, literally meme all sorts of awful things. Are you going to take their word for it? I can build you a bridge while you're at it. But yeah, so we had that one. And then we had, you know, people just collecting information to try and figure out movements and all that. We had one of those get into our corp one time. But that's everyone ends up with those. You just watch the person who never says anything ever in corp chat and look at what they're doing, and if they're always sitting in the same station, you go, I see. I understand. If you're not like someone who your whole gameplay is playing the industry or the market or whatever, there's that. But that's also one of those things that person's playing that way and not contributing to the corp in any way. They're not really doing anything for your corp in the first place. Because we did have those players. I remember we had 2... Oh man, I can't remember their names. I'm not gonna say their names, I shouldn't anyways. We had two people in our corp in that game that literally would almost never leave their station, and they were just like industrial titans. Which they were great because they would all chip in and do all sorts of stuff with the corp. And we did take them out PvPing once or twice, that they just, you know, they got bored one day and like, hey, can you take me out for a fight? You know, I know I'm gonna lose my ship, but let's go take out for a fight. And I'm like, hey, heck yeah. We'll take you out. But yeah, no, that's the thing. It's good to have those people. It's just to make sure that they're an active participant in the corp in some manner. Even if that manner is like, they are selling you stuff on the cheap. And did they lose a ship? Oh, yes. But I mean, we kept escalating and escalating until we got in too far deep. Like, that was kind of an intended thing. There's those days where you get your crappy ship fleet or whatever, and you're like, what are we doing? We're causing as much trouble until we get slapped for it. Then we're done. We did that a number of times. Yeah, you don't. They don't care to throw away millions for fun. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. For those who've never played Dewed Online, in practice, the way it works is most of the time you do a lot of PvE to make money to fund your PvP. Because even if you're winning in PvP and not losing that many ships, there's just a lot of things that end up costing you money indirectly and all that, and you're going to lose some ships just by, you know, being the unlucky one who gets called as the target. And so you use your PvE to fund your PvP play. So like it's on the downtime you're just PvEing. Let's see. Hold it, there is no winning in Eve. Well, yeah, I mean that's what PvP usually is. You fight each other, and then the team that won was the team that took less damages, like less really real life hours worth of having to fix their broken stuff. You know, basically, did you cause more grief to the other side? You know, where some of those ships, you know, as far as like human hours it would take to get you the ship, were literally months of people working. All right, Nitro, you take it easy. Like, I remember you'd have your fleet ops, and then, like, major newspapers report on it, and it'd be like, the estimated value of what was lost is, you know, like, $600,000 or $700,000 USD. Because they actually had a direct exchange rate between the in-game money and its value and the US dollar. And it'd be like, you know, this fleet battle cost more than a fairly nice house in San Francisco. Or like, you know, this is the equivalent of, you know, like this battle was the equivalent of someone, you know, buying a BMW. You know, $60,000 there. And it's just one of those things. You look at the hours committed. You can actually do the conversion over to US dollars just by the nature of how the game works. And it's just wild. Which is why it is such an addictive experience, is there's like so much going on for it that you don't get in games that don't have that direct thing. It's a game you gotta have a stomach for loss for. So if you're someone who, like, you play Project Zomboid and you die and you get all upset about it, don't play Eve. You're in for a bad time. Because you'll spend months and months putting work together to get a ship, make one mistake and lose it, and it's just gone. At the same time, with that ship, you can put an effort to get even more stuff a bit faster. There's also no such thing as safe space in Eve. It used to be a joke that high sec is just differently dangerous. Low sec, the dangerous space where the outlaws live and all that, you know everyone's a risk. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, when you know everyone who isn't your friend is probably going to shoot you, you at least know the level of what's going on. When you're in high sec space where there's the police there, that, you know, in theory can save you, you just know that, and like, you're scared of your own shadow and all that. The Lamprey told you to give E a go, but you don't know if you're ready for the commitment. It's one of those insane time suckers. Oh, it is. So it is one that you can technically play as much or as little as you'd like. But if you get into it, it ends up being one of those games that you can burn all of your time in. You excited this? You have it on pre-order, and you're counting down the hours, then it unlocks tomorrow. You already know I'm going to ignore the crops that go right to logging. Nice. I've only done, like, the logging missions in this particular one. Like, the last one I did tons of logging. Where am I taking this? Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm not delivering something, we're cultivating. Just get this out of here. Give me my contracts. Give me my money. You heard me, Walter. Give me my cash. We started with $0 in a dream, and we're making it work. Okay, so we're up to the 144,000, and we look at our contracts. They're getting to the ones I'm not really... I'll do that one little Deadwood one, fine. 56, that's up at a train station. Alright, we can go up there. Because we're in the winter, there's not much here. Oh, I have to change it to points of interest there, hotspots. Oh, I can teleport to you. There we go. Okay. But yeah, Now, I haven't done much of the logging yet. I'm really hoping when the game comes out and all the mods start showing up, I'm looking for a new No Man's Land style map, but I want one with trees. You wait to sale because they didn't do so much? What did you want them to do? I personally feel like they've done a heck of a lot in this one, more than a lot of the past titles. This one feels like a very major addition compared to the other ones. Does it mean when your sawmill is full, you got a good 300,000 from planks, prefab walls, in longer investment? It's consistent. Yeah, no, that's we did Silver Run as well for like my first proper one. And yeah, I had a good time with that. Zero money in a dream? Yeah, that's what we did after that one. After the Silver Run, we did No Man's Land, where I started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. Technically, we also started with a truck with the rule I wasn't allowed to sell a truck for easy money. And I wasn't allowed to do loans or leases, and we just had to make it work. So that was cutting logs small enough that I could pick them up and put them in the back of the like regular. It was the 1984 whatever truck. I can't remember its name. And we started with that, and we basically played that up until they announced that 25 was coming. And by that point, like, we had a pretty respectable farm that was making, I think we got to the point where we're making a couple of million a year. And that's not using any like meta strategies or anything like that. That was just kind of playing organically, going with it as we were. Yeah, the max you carry is around, yeah, it was 200 kilograms. Yep. They're working on a whole new updated engine, so they're probably still getting used to it. Yeah. Well, I've been very happy with what they've got going here. I'm looking forward to seeing what all we get. The thing I want to see in Farm Sim that they haven't done yet is I want to see a proper orchard. Like, I don't even care what we're orcharding. I don't care if it's apples, I don't care if it's pears, I don't care if it's nut trees. I want a proper orchard where we can line up all our trees, drive the machine between them, and, you know, do whatever the appropriate action is for said crop to get them out the tree. So if it's like the nut tree, get the big hydraulic machine that grabs the trunk and just shakes the tree a whole bunch, and then you gotta sweep all the stuff that falls in the ground. The pecan trees? Yeah, pecan trees would be another one. Stuff like that. Let's see, Farming Simulator 25 is on a new big engine. 10 instead of 9. Which is why they have volumetric fog. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, where it's like, oh, they didn't do them enough. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, waiting for a sale because, you know, hey, it's too expensive or whatever. Sure, fair. But I'm just kind of in the, they didn't do enough. What? But yeah, so like 23, 22, we technically have orchards in grape and olives, but let's see, your pure opinion from a very old player. Yeah, that's like, it's totally fine if you want to wait. Like, just to me, I felt like a lot has changed from 22. All right, so we've got 33. That's fine. Yeah, everyone has different expectations and all that. I mean, I feel like they did more for this game than half the games when they get their sequels. Pretty much where I'm at. We'd love to see some whiskey production. It would give people incentive to use fruit trees. Oh wait, sorry. I'm skipping 2 lines. To give people incentive to use fruit trees. You could even use wood chips and oaky flakes. Yeah. It'll be on sale. It'll probably... They might do a, like, release week sale. If they're not, like, a release week... Yeah, so that's... I would agree that between 22 and 19, we didn't get nearly as much updates. Which I didn't play 19. 22 is my first one, but looking at what was in 22 and 19 in retrospect kind of thing. It definitely felt like that was a smaller step. But yeah, no, I could go for like that. So far, I don't think they've ever had alcohol as something you can produce. Like, you get the grapes. I don't think we could make wine with the grapes. Did we have a winery in the last one? I'm trying to remember. No, I think we made grapes into raisins for cereal, and I don't think they had wine. Like, that I think was mods. Alright, Laderding, you have yourself a good one. You sleep well. You check right now in 22? I'm pretty sure the grapes were only used for raisins in 22 without mods. Like, there's mods that did everything. Oh, I see what I did. Actually, I was switching to the wait. Yeah, raisin and grape juice, nothing alcoholic. Yeah. No, it doesn't surprise me, because there's a lot of markets that the moment you start involving alcohol, that all the rules change. So I can understand why they're like, yep, we're just gonna not open that can of worms. So I could definitely see all that being in the modded. But that'd be the thing, if they added orchards with all that kind of stuff, then turning around after that fact, and, that was weird that it let off the target. You know, if they add orchards, we've already got, like, all the stuff we need to go into doing a bunch of stuff with that. There we go. It seems like being on the very narrow track here is upsetting the steering assist. That's fine. We'll just follow it this way. We'll just use the blue lines. I need to not be using the blue lines. I need to be using the yellow line. Because it's not like this is off-centered, the tool. Yeah, so like I'm never gonna blame someone for being like, hey, I'm choosing to not buy this. That's totally fine, fair, like whatever your reason. It's your money, it's your choice, all those things. But I've just been very happy with it. And so you love that they added an official grapple yard, a yarder. It's Lumberjack's ultimate vehicle. Let's see. It's an entire crane assembly on tracks that can lift. Okay. I can see something like that. I will say that was, in 22, that was one of the things oh, I just realized I hadn't done that outside lane. It's this side we'd started with. It is kind of one of those things that I really liked the lumberjacking side of thing in 22, but also at the same time, it definitely felt like the lumberjacking in 22, it was mostly the picking up the logs was a real big pain point. Like, the cutting down the trees was fine. But, like, the dragging the logs back to wherever you're taking them. Like, and I did hundreds of hours of that stuff on stream. But yeah, it was always one of those things, it's like, man, please. One of the things we have in this one is there's one of the trucks to cut down the trees, where you just get the head and engaged anywhere near it, and there's a button to like have it tracking, to the tree base, so you can just grab it and go. I feel like something like that would be a nice medium ground for all of that. That like if you could sit there and get like the claw for picking up the logs or whatever, and you just had a button that would just like center it over the log, lower into place, and grab it, and then swing it back around to drop it in the trailer. Yeah, that's automating a lot of it. But I feel like that would be a nice medium spot for the people who want to be like, hey, I still want to do most of this, but also, my poor wrist, please. you know, sending the mouse across my pad like 40 times just to move this grapple in the 8 directions I gotta move it. Please. Is the plow down? Yeah, no, it's down. I wish I had noticed it was such a small plow before we started this. It's fine, though. We're making relatively okay time. Yeah, and our plan for right now is we are going to be doing rice. And that's not just because it was new. I was looking at what I could do relatively inexpensively since we are doing where we have, like, no money to start. And the rice looks like it's not going to be too bad. It's definitely not the cheapest. But, so I'm going to probably buy the existing rice field on this. And normally, I've spent the most time in this literally starting on a map that has nothing and you make it all yourself. But we don't have those available yet. We got to wait for the modders to catch up, which won't happen until they release. Most likely. And so in the meantime, we just started a run with no money on the hardest economy settings that we're going with it. But yeah, this is a mess. You might buy one of those joysticks meant for it. If I had just money to throw around, I would get that side panel for Farm Sim and like similar games that has all those controls, and just use one of those. I think that'd be wonderful, but that's not exactly in the budget as a content creator. The fun of being able to play games as part of your job is you don't get paid nearly as much. Hey, Cookie, how's it going? But yeah, so, all that. Budgeting is part of the job. Like, budgeting is the fun part, said no one. Agreed. In almost everything. Choose any profession. I mean, maybe as an accountant, budgeting might be fun, because it's kind of what you're doing, but I'm not even sure that would be true. Allison, no. Let's see, are large plows cheap in this game like Farm Sim 22? Let's see if you'll be smart enough to follow this. If this will follow it, we can pull up the prices and look. Okay, you're managing. All right, we can take a look. Let's see, the plows will be up here. I do like the way they've reorganized this too. Yeah, no, they're about the same. Almost the exact same prices as you had previously. Look like the very best one was 75,000 and all that. No, you're good. Budgeting is never fun. That's fair. The question is, are there large plows? It looks like they're the same plows from last one. I did find, like, a lot of your just random ancillary stuff like that is basically the same as we had before. Which wouldn't surprise me with all the partnerships and all that they gotta do. Let's see, you don't have to do that awkward up-down scrolling to find what you're looking for, especially the prices menu, since alphabetical now. Uh-huh. I just like that you don't have so many things nested in so many other things. You're like, okay, what random category is this in? Which, to be fair, how that came to be was the game released, and then they added stuff through the DLC, and then they could either completely reorganize the menus for the DLC, or just kind of wedge it in where they could fit it. So, like, there's a reason it ended up that way. But it does seem much better now that, like, it's a fresh start. So, like, chainsaws just being buried in there with everything else. I think, what were chainsaws? Were they miscellaneous before? They have their own section. And all that, so they definitely made improvements. Yeah, chainsaw has their own section. In 22? I couldn't remember that. I thought, what was it? Oh yeah, no, or like the water tanks under animals. That was one that always threw people who are new to the game. They're like, where do I get the water? I'm like, I've got this thing and I need to fill it up with water. I got the greenhouse, I need water, and I cannot find it. And then you go, oh yeah, I gotta look under animals. And they're just like, why is it under animals? Well, because the animals need water. Clearly. Now they actually, it's like, it's in the same area as the animals on this one, where it's like animal products here. Then there's, I think they call it barrels, but it's like they're water barrels, and then there's like the other thing. But yeah, because the animals needed, like, you had the milk, you had water as a requirement for them and all that stuff, it got put in there. Sorry about that. But yeah, that was one of those ones that it's every single player who played Farm Sim 22 for the first time, and they're like, I can't figure out where to do water. It's like, oh yeah, that's under animals, don't worry about it. It's just that's where it is. One thing I've noticed some games starting to do, and I noticed this with like Planet Coaster 2. Yeah, don't question it, move along. But I noticed it with Planet Coaster 2, is there's been a lot of games that have started putting one item in multiple places. So that way if you look in, you know, quote-unquote the wrong place, but it does logically make sense for it to be there as well, that's fine. Alright, let's hope this will go better now that we're doing the long lines. Let's see, you can see these contracts being much easier if you buy a large plow. Seems like these contracts are not big fields, but the gear they lease you is small. Yeah, no, it's been true in all of the farm sims as well, is they'll lease you stuff all over the board where sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll get a quest or they won and they'll give you a really big, you know, really good sets of equipment to do it. And then the other time you get unlucky and they'll give you like the smallest passable one. For me, the contracts, like if you're not playing a challenge, they're a good way to make money just in general. Like, they're not amazing, but good. But what you really can do with them is if you're just not sure what machines you want to get or what you want to get into, like what crop you want to grow, you're still new to the game kind of deal, you very genuinely can just take the time to just do a bunch of them, and it'll let you try a little bit of different stuff each and every one. Do you love the tandem plow mods that attach multiple plows together, or tractors that have one lead plow and one in the back? You're surprised there's no contract for a 4-hectare field where they give you a shovel. We've already had a couple. We already have had a couple quests we've gotten that are literally impossible. We've got a stone picker contract we tried to do earlier, only to realize there's nowhere on this map that buys stone. And you can't just put it back down on their field. It doesn't count as a valid place to drop. And so you just kind of stare at it and go, what do you want me to do with the stone that I've collected? Okay, I guess we're just quitting that contract. Now, I could build my own place as a sell point or whatever on a tile and do it that way, but meh. The wrong button. All right. Let's see. You wish they would do firewood so that you have to dry the logs after cutting them into triangles. And it'd fetch more money than just selling and grinding down into smaller stumps to get it. So, I know, like, when you're saying the firewood... Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't remember doing firewood. Like, I did tons of stuff with the trees, but I never tried to do, like, firewood. I also don't know if that's, like, a mod or like, you have to cut short-length logs or something. Like, people pay a premium for firewood in real life? Gotcha. I gotcha. So you want like the inclusion of firewood as a game mechanic. So basically you can make many smaller logs, and you get paid a little bit extra for dealing with all the extra overhead of the work of making that many more smaller logs, than to turn around and, you know, do like chuck a bunch of big logs to make planks and call it a day. Like, it just give you more options. Let's see, can you grow trees in Farm Sim? Yes. You've been able to do that since Farm Sim 20... Actually, it might have been before 22. But yeah, no, you can plant, grow, and then, you know, basically go into lumbering. That you can do that. It's, in Farm Sim, it's poplar tree you grow. Which is probably good, because in real life, a lot of those trees take so long to grow. You plant the tree for, like, you know, the people for the next rotation. The places that do lumber as their, like, long-term crop and all that, it's a whole rotation that they'll have, you know, 1 or 2 areas to harvest every year, and then, like, a ton they're just, you know, waiting. It's the same thing with a lot of farms that deal in, nut crop. A lot of nut crop take 5, 6, 7, 8 years before they start producing, you know, well. So you got to sit there and, you know, plant those trees, and those fields aren't going to do hardly anything for the next 5 years. You're going to maintain them, you're going to get nothing out of them. And then you get a whole lot of money out of them after that. So it is those things that a lot of farmers do have to sit there and be considerate with those rotations, where they'll take their property and they'll split it up into X number of separate sections, where this one is juvenile trees, they're not ready to do anything. These 2 trees are like in their money-making phase, and this tree is kind of getting to that phase where it's getting ready to age out, maybe got 1 or 2 more seasons left in them before they get to that age where they start, you know, their production rate starts dropping, and it's time to consider, you know, hacking those things down and putting down new ones. Let's see, long-term investment? Absolutely. You can grow giant sequoia in Silver Run Forest. 40-ton logs go burr. Yeah. Well, I'm saying, it reminds you of Dromedary Village where we grew up. A middle-aged woman raised hell because people were cutting the wood she grew down with. They had to ask her why she thinks all the trees were planted in rows. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, that was not between me and Anywhere Gone, but I had family who had they had like a cottage, like a getaway cottage in a place called Walaka, which is kind of central northern Florida, if I remember correctly. But the point was, they had a bunch of areas where they did lumber in between here and there. And so, I don't know if they still do. But yeah, it was always interesting going by there and just having that weird, you're like going by the trees and they all line up in rows like that. And then every year there'd be like a section of them that the trees would just be missing because they had just logged them. And then, you know, like the next year you'd have like little tiny trees there and the next section would be missing, and it'd just go through the rows. And it'd be like, it wouldn't be like one row gets knocked down. It'd be like several, maybe like a mile or 2 deep of trees get knocked down. I have no idea how far out it went because you couldn't see that far. But, you know, it get knocked the whole way down over there. And then it'd be the next one, it'd be like the next mile or 2 section would be done. Just the nature of it. So you just realized there's snow on your skid steer loader bucket from when you left in game running 360 speed. So the sawmill could process while I sleep. There's still snow in the bucket? Interesting. That's one of the other ones I'm really curious to see, is like all the weather stuff where we can have like tornadoes and all that now. We haven't personally seen any yet, but that's probably a good thing. That's probably an event you don't want to happen like guaranteed every year. It'd be interesting, you know, every couple of years, because you want it to be rare enough that it's like, oh look, you know, holy crap, it's a tornado. But you also want to make sure it happens enough that you can play the game and not never experience it, kind of thing. Tornadoes are fickle in real life? Yep. That they are. And they should be like, They don't need to be fickle in game because they're fickle in real life, but it is stuff like that. Like, if you ever played city builders like City Skylines, like the natural disasters, like I said, you want them to be infrequent because it's one of those things that's like, oh, you know, a tornado gets, you know, hit the city, and then you get like 5 of those in an in-game year, and you're like, come on, man. Like, as a one-off, like, weird outlier year, sure, maybe, but generally speaking, even in Tornado Alley, you don't get hit that hard. Like, on the state level, you'll probably get hit that hard. City Skylines, tsunami every 2 months. In City Skylines 1, yeah. Every so often, you just get slapped by a tsunami. And it was so funny, like, the discrepancy between the natural disasters. Like, the storm was a big snoozer. You just replace power poles afterwards. It was more annoying than anything. The forest fire was a big snoozer. Like, usually your existing fire department would just handle that, no problem. You had the tornado either was a big snoozer or, oh my god, my power grid. Somewhere in between there. Like, it either was a thing that destroyed absolutely critical buildings. And that was the same for earthquake and sinkhole. Most of the time, a total snoozer until you have, like, an earthquake go straight across your entire main power grid. And then suddenly all your power plants are gone and you're in for a lot of money. And then there was just tsunami. And tsunami was like, ha ha ha, your entire city's economy is collapsed. And you're done. Okay, there we go. Got my controls mixed up. You keep forgetting to buy a machine to haul stone. You less use vehicles, so you don't have to pay 1K to 11K to repaint it. Oh, I never repaint my vehicles in the game. For me personally, I like the vehicles looking worn. Like, when you have the vehicle that looks like absolutely crisp and immaculate, it makes the game feel fake to me. Because every single piece of farming equipment, even the stuff that people have been like super duper careful about maintaining amazingly well, every one of them has scratches and dings and all sorts of stuff going on. So in the game where you just push a button and it's all crisp and new, I'm like, gross. I want this to look lived in. I want this thing to be worn. The game doesn't show that much damage amount. You're correct. I actually could go for a lot more damage. Like, I'm not talking about, like, plates being bent out where they don't even fit anymore. But I do want to see, like, on the fronts of it, like, proper, like, deep scratches from over the years where rocks and stuff have gotten kicked up. And, you know, little by little, they all get those little dings and all that stuff. Is because you grew up on a farm and you forget to paint some vehicles, the salt of the ground, especially during the winter, will chew through your machine as well. Yeah, I grew up north and we had the same thing with cars. Because it'd salt the roads and everything, that if you started getting scratches through your paint, it would start rusting out your car real bad. Where I'm at down here, we don't have to worry about that hardly as much. But I don't know. I like the things looking worn and like really, really heavily used. Because when you sit there thinking about it, you have this tractor and it's done, you know, how many thousands of acres of, you know, ground between all its seasons and all that. I want that thing to look like, okay, the only reason this machine is still running is because half the parts in this thing are probably new, because all of the stuff on the outside is pretty much spent. But it's cosmetic, not functional. So, like, that's probably okay. The other thing in Farm Sim is repainting your stuff. That is, oh my god, expensive. Like, the amount it costs you to repaint your tractors in this game is absolutely horrendously pricey. Like, it's probably realistically pricey, but you see that sticker shock, you're like, no, I'm not repainting this thing. Yeah, we're skipping a row. We'll see what happens. I'm not gonna have to do this whole field. We're already at like 9% from done, and we're getting 2-3% per pass. So realistically here, I'm gonna leave like entire stripes of this done, and they'll be like, "You're done. You're not allowed to do anymore." That is one thing I've noticed. This one, the moment you hit 100%, it stops whatever you're doing. Like, nope, you're done. But the field's not fully plowed. Nope, doesn't matter. We called it done. Get off our property. All right, man. I'll leave your big, not quite plowed stripe left. That's fine. You're the boss. All right, let's get this long stripe here, and then probably one more pass might be enough for it. Because the farming sim, when you harvest the entire thing, you earn extra cash because the game thinks the last 2% of wheat is like yours. Oh yeah, no, I made that comment earlier that it's good to kind of go out of your way to take advantage of that too. Like, take the time to get the most yield you can out of your contracts you're doing someone else's farm. Hey, I mean, to the credit, if you're working a job and it's not done and the person's like, "Yep, no, you're done, go home." And you're like, "Well, I'm not done." It's like, "Nope, you're being paid, it's fine. Don't worry about the rest." It's like, "Okay, man." Are you using mods? Nope, no mods whatsoever. You're probably not going to see anyone using mods for this game at all on a meaningful capacity for at least another day, because the mods don't exist yet. This isn't out and available for everyone else, so the only mods available, I think, is there's the tax subsidy mod, the government subsidy, whatever they call it, which is a mod that just basically gives you a way of getting, like, a supplementary income for those who want it. And then there was, like, one or two other mods, but they're, like, the official mods or whatever. But yeah, I suspect what you will find is probably, like, the day the game is, like, fully released. You'll have some of the people who do the mods will be just ready. This looks like courseplay? Yep, it's not. It's built in the game now. That is, if we go here and we hold D, you have your AI worker. That's the new UI for the AI worker, where you can even have the AI worker add headlands onto their fields. You know, and all that kind of stuff. So you can change how they work. Or you can do steering assist, which is kind of halfway between courseplay and not using courseplay at all. So I can't show you because we just finished the task. But the way this one works is, if you could hear like the little dee-dee-dee and everything that was happening, is there'll be like a yellowish orange line. If I line up anywhere near that and then I hit the button that I would use to hire a driver instead, my tractor will then get to and follow that line. But then I have to go get the next line and do it again. So it's kind of a nice halfway point between having the worker do the whole field and doing it all yourself, where it's handling like all your straightaways and like your minor curves and all that. If you want, you just gotta hit the button. And otherwise you still just gotta line it up again. Ah, yeah, perfectly plowed field. Yep, perfect. The man's paying me full price for it. Right there. That there. That's intended. But yeah, so it's a nice middle ground. And it wouldn't surprise me if we get like a fully implemented courseplay thing, like through the mods and all that. That I don't doubt at all. Alright, give me my little bit of money. It's weird that you keep giving me cultivated just like one or two at a time. And we haven't had any new sales and stuff yet? No. Alright. Well, first, before we start messing with the more cultivating, we're right here by where I'm going to be getting the thing. It's a guidance system, so you don't have to micromanage your heading. Yeah, basically. But yeah, and like I said, if you're looking for something like courseplay, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you see those show up after a little while. Now, how long those take, that all depends on the individual doing the mod and everything. I suspect you have some of those literally like the day it drops will be there, and you'll have other ones that'll take months and months and months. So we'll have no idea what the modding scene is going to look like right away. So what I'm looking at doing is there's like two areas of property here. We've got this one that's split between those two areas. That's one piece of property. You hope they fix the buy a field, harvest, sell the field, profit route. I doubt it. And then we've got, I believe this is, yeah, this is going to be the rice greenhouse. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about buying this property here. I believe that's the less expensive of the two properties. Yeah, so that's 47,000 versus 80,000. So I think I'm going to buy this property because it gives me the greenhouse. I got a little extra space, I can use something, and then we also have the rice field. So I am going to buy that. Because like I said, it gave me a greenhouse for freezies as part of it. Considering this costs like 5,000-6,000. No active production, building storage. Storage is empty. So let's see how that looks in the new UI. So we have our greenhouse, and it's just saying, hey, if you want, you know, any rice, you gotta bring water. So now comes our next purchase that we've been waiting on, which is to get our tractor. And my plan was to get ourselves a tractor that would give me a little bit of leeway, so I'm gonna grab this one for 89,000. It's very inexpensive for the amount of horsepower it has, but it does have a bunch of drawbacks. But I'm going to go ahead and get it. Pretty straightforward. It's a tractor. It's fine. So we'll go ahead and get that. The wheel brand doesn't change much other than just like the tread. Okay. Cool. So we've got our tractor. And then the next thing I'm going to need, which is going to basically wipe out our money for now, is I need to go down here to our water wagons, whatever you want to call them. I think they call them barrels. Oh yeah, I was going to save up for this one. That way it could handle milk and all that, and fertilizer. It's not in the budget right now. We'll start with the little one. I'll probably end up regretting that later. There we go. But that'll work for us right now. Gonna crash? Alright, you have a good one. So we now have our first pieces of equipment. Because we are doing no loans, no leases, like not counting the contracts, because the contracts, that's just part of it. Okay, so where can I potentially get water in this one? So I'm curious with this, like where I will be allowed to get water. Because most of this is like a cliff off the side, so I don't think we're dipping ourselves off the side of the cliff. We've got a river here, but it's also like, most of that is a canal. So I don't know where I'm going to be allowed to fill up water or not. Alright, and the one big drawback of this tractor was it didn't have nearly the top speed as the others. But once we've got this, the next purchase we have is going to be the planter for the rice. So we're going to have to keep doing contracts to try and make that happen. That's the reasons I'm not, like, rushing ahead to get to the right seasons and yada yada. We don't have the money yet. Alright. Yeah, so with the drop on that canal, I don't think we can go and just do the canal. So what I wanted to check, because I didn't see like a boat dock or anything that I could find. If we go along here somewhere, is it just cliff the whole way down? That's cliff the whole way around there. Basically, I want to see if it's like cliff the whole way around, or if there is a place I can go to dunk the trailer. Because I'm assuming that still works in the game, that we could dunk the trailer in the water and then just suck up water that way. Yeah, because this looks like where it goes from being to a canal to a more natural waterway. Yeah, so there's no easy ridge to get down on that side. That might be doable. You need to own the land. Alright, Nestle. It's a little steep, but we might be able to do that. Not this part, the little ridge here we can do. It's whether or not we can dangle the thing off the back here. I also should have checked how much this can handle. The other one you really, like... We can fill it up. We definitely need to find a better place to do it, though. So rather than this being the direct route home, I'm just going to go ahead and scooch along this riverside and see if we have another place that's a little less tenuous to, like, try and drop that off, because it felt like it was like leaning off the cliff's edge. Or like, man, any second we're going down in here. So this is all steep here. That's gonna be no go. That looks easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so down here, yeah, so this whole area down here is good. We've got like some beaches here that'll be a lot easier to work with. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like pretty much the entire South Shore will be doable. Now, the downside is I have no idea how much this greenhouse will use in water and how much it can carry. I'm a little worried that this thing's going to take us a whole lot of trips to fill up. Get stuck in sand. Just sinks right in. It makes you sad when people playing the early access complain, where are the 400 vehicles? It's early access, bud. They're getting the rest of them ready. And it's probably so they don't spoil stuff. Well, I imagine this might be all the vehicles that we're getting up front, but I mean, none of the mods are here yet. So that's where half the vehicles came from, was the DLC and the mods, if people remember, with Farm Sim 22. Like, the base game had a decent number of vehicles, but nothing like we had towards the end. But you look at half those vehicles, and half those vehicles, when you looked at the details, they were from this DLC or that DLC or whatever. Most of the 400 vehicles mentioned are mods. Yeah, so how much do you carry? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, literally you only carry 2,000. Well, that's easy. So we can go ahead and turn that off. So let's check our contract. So we now are officially... Well, actually, you said... Recipe for rice saplings: 3 water, 1 rice sapling. Okay. So, no, actually, that's saying the output. Then why are you saying inactive? Yeah, so store... Oh, there's an activate button on the bottom. That'd do it. Okay, so we're officially making rice saplings. Alright, so with that, we need to go over here. And we're going to need more money. So we are going to go ahead and lease with that one and accept this one. Alright. And to be fair, when you look at the modded vehicles, while there were certainly ones that were very different, so many of the vehicles were, hey, it's this existing tractor, but we adjusted the stats and gave it a new model. But it's, you know, it is just that other tractor you've already done. So we have 49 and 15. So if we just go straight down here, they'll take us to 1. We can go do that and get the other. Let's see, you'll be the perfect background noise for while you fiddle about stacking planks on a train. Nice. But yeah, so that's the things. If you're someone who you like to play farm sim for like the farm sim for a whole lot of the mods, you're probably gonna need to wait a little while for those to catch up. That's true of any time you have any new release or major update to a game. The mods will lag behind it, and you'll have some mods that never do come forward. You'll have a whole bunch of new ones. What's the wood contract? So the wood contract is to load up a bunch of wood into a trailer. Most of those have been pretty good, but I did recognize that there is one of the trailers I found I really don't like. And unfortunately, that one is the trailer that I don't like, or the same style as the trailer I don't like. So I have been ignoring it. Like, if it's literally the only one there, I'll do it. Just because when I did the one earlier today with that, it's like, oh, this trailer sucks. The Farm Sim 22 mods came within the second week of release. Yeah, no, I suspect we'll probably have... The game will release. You'll have, probably within the first day or two, we'll have, you know, a handful of new maps, a bunch of, like... the really simple mods, like, you know, the strength mod and all that, where all they have to do is, like, a numeric change. Those will probably be near instantaneous. And then anything that's, like, course play or any of those bigger ones, those will probably take a little bit longer. Like, basically, the more involved, the more you should expect it to be delayed. Now, granted, a second part that comes down to it is, regardless of the complexity of the mod, how much time is the person able to put in. Let's see, the Deadwood contract compared to the rock breaking contract in 22, Deadwood is not worth it because it's trying to find a needle in a haystack for 10 to 20 minutes for $1,000. Well, you can get 3 or 4K from breaking rocks in the same time frame. So I have found in this one, for me at least, as someone who has done a ton of Deadwood contracts in the last one, for a challenge run I was doing. That wasn't specifically the Deadwood, it's just you had no money, and that's the contracts I get a hold of. I have found finding the Deadwood trees much easier in this one. They are literally the same texture on the Deadwood trees, but I think with how the other trees have changed, they stand out a lot better. It also, I think, is making the area you search to be much smaller, which helps a lot. So I do think they tweaked those. Not changed them, but tweaked them. That said, as far as money per time, I still don't think they're amazing, but I would honestly say they're better than some of the harvest missions where it's like, okay, this is going to pay you a lot, and then you realize you're in for like 3-4 hours of running a really crappy harvester over an area. That HQ looking mighty fine. Oh yeah, this whole like GPS thing we've got now, the steer assist, this is wonderful. I mentioned it. I feel like it's a really nice thing where it's one thing when you get the worker and you have to pay them, like, not even the pay part, but like where it just automatically does literally everything. That's great for when you're getting to like later in the game and you're like, you're working on these 2-3 things, and you can just shove these people over here and say, hey, just go harvest that for me. Just go deal with that for me and I'll get it later. But it's a nice medium for where you're like, you don't want to sit there and just handle straight lines and all that kind of stuff. Because it's not like in real life where you can get, you know, your steering wheel and you just kind of barely have to adjust, you know, just barely have to tweak it left and right as you go. You know, unless you hit like a pothole or something, or like a dip in the dirt. So you're not sitting here with your keyboard just going W-A, W-A, W, or like whatever, A-S. I don't use QWERTY keyboard, so my buttons are different. But, you know, you're not sitting there constantly micromanaging going in a straight line. Instead I just get its heading and be like, do that. And it just do that. But, then you can also still drop back to just doing it manually. Even if you're doing it manually, I like these guides here, especially for when you're dealing with, like, the sprayers, or the spreaders, because you have the spreader and it'll be like, okay, 42 meters wide, but, like, you just have to look at the graphic and kind of guess, okay, but exactly where is that ending? And, you know, like, where, like, your next pass, where do I need to be to line this up again? And I found with this, because it has, like, the distinct blue lines, I can just take 2-second look at it and be like, oh, I can see exactly where that's going. Cool. The reason why you let the AI worker do it in Toy 2 is because you get mentally tired because you're micromanaging to get my lines straight because OCD. And you can miss a single piece of stuff. Yeah, so this definitely is a massive help for all that kind of stuff. But it's just, like I said, it's just kind of nice that I don't have to micro something that's like a straight line. Is peace of mind right? Well, not so much that, like, it not being a straight line doesn't bother me. But it is one of those things that, like, you miss the gap and then you gotta go and do the cleanup, and then you miss the gap and then you gotta go do the cleanup. So it just makes tasks take even longer. And you can still do the thing for your straight lines. For those who don't know how to line up straight in 22 or that, if you look down in that bottom left corner there, what you can do is when you're doing your fields, find that where it says like 290, 300. Make sure that's a division of 80, or sorry, 90. And as long as you do that, you can just even like ignore what you're seeing on your field and just stick it to like that 90, and you'll have a straight line. Like it might go like one tile over or less just depending on how it's actually lined up. But so you'd rather not use 10% of your header so you don't have random tufts unharvested stuff? Yeah. You'll hit the brakes right up. Yeah, for me it depends. A lot of times I'll just carry through and then I'll do cleanup after the fact, but it is one of those things that you just becomes the thing. But it makes the game enjoyable? Exactly. But yeah, so it's definitely a nice feature. But yeah, so it's not like Courseplay where, you know, Courseplay you could like fully autopilot the thing. It's not quite that much automation. And you can get that with the workers, and the workers AI has been massively improved. Thank you for telling me about the cord. Did anything about it? Yeah, that's I always got asked how I made, like, I'd be working on my making my own fields and all that, and I'd like line them up straight to go along with the roads and all that. And people's like, man, how do you make such crisp fields that like line up with the corners? Like mine are always like just a disaster. And it's like, oh yeah, no, I just lined up to like 270 or 90 or whatever, and I just kind of keep tweaking back to just however much I got to keep it on that heading. Yeah, unfortunately ads is a normal part of Twitch now. I mean, it makes sense. They gotta make their money so they can pay the rest of us money to do what we're doing. Otherwise, everyone shows up here and there's no one here. Because if I don't get paid, I can't afford to do this. Gotta spend all my time doing something else. We're also in the time of year that at least you should have more variety of ads this time of year. Versus like when you hit that slump right in January, where I imagine it's probably like the same ad being like 8 times in a row. Back from the 1 minute? Yep. Yeah, which for the record, for those who don't, well, I should probably wait till after the ad break is over. It's not technically over, but you have that. Same ad over and over and over. Yeah, that's, just what people are, just whatever ads are running in your area. So that's the reason why people get, like, entirely different ad experiences depending on where you're located. Because there's some places where just, there's just no one advertising in their area on Twitch. So the ad break starts and they just don't get hit with an ad break. And my usual response is, don't complain. Just don't say anything. They might actually start trying to make more advertisers there. Let's see. You stick around for the ads because it supports streamers? Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's one of those things that, I've had people push. It's like, oh, like Twitch shouldn't have ads, and it's kind of those things like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, servers cost money, and people running those servers cost money, and their choices are they can get money from someone else or you, and those are their two choices, and the someone else is advertisers. So, like, I don't like ads any more than the next person, but... Is this 100 horsepower tractor? No, this thing is like this, I have no idea what this tractor is. This is the one we got for the quest. The other one we got was like 230 horsepower. This is the one we actually bought. It's like a certain, green music app. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but now we're out of the ad break. Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say is, there's a couple of things. Like, one, ads are just the nature of the platform. I don't run any more ads than I'm required to do so to get rid of pre-roll ads. That's just what it is. And for those who don't know the amount, it's 3 minutes per hour. So when I have people yell at me, it's like, I had to watch 20 minutes of ads this last hour. Either A, you need to be contacting Twitch support because something is horrifically broken. Or B, it only feels like 20 minutes, which unfortunately does not qualify. Yeah, no, the one I bought is like 230 horsepower or something. That's not what we're using right now. As long as I'm having to lease them, I'm going to use their stuff to make them waste their gas and such. To be honest, 3 minutes of useless ads feels like an hour. You're not wrong. The question is, should it be run like 3 an hour or 1 per 20 minutes? Yeah, that's... My feelings don't dictate reality? No. Unfortunately. But yeah, no, that's always the discussion. So, as a content creator, we only get a couple of options of how to do ads. Like, the moment we hit affiliate or higher, congratulations, ads are no longer optional, period. There's no... You'll have people like, you need to turn off ads. And people used to genuinely think there was an off button, which there never has been. We just get to choose between what's known as pre-rolls and mid-rolls. Pre-rolls are the thing that when you click on a stream, you immediately get bombarded by an ad every single time. If your internet gets spotty and you lose connection, you get bombarded with an ad. If you switch channels, you get bombarded with an ad. And if you come back to the channel you were just watching a couple minutes ago, after switching channels, you get bombarded with an ad. You get where this is going. Literally anything happens to the connection, you get bombarded with an ad. So pre-rolls, while objectively fewer ads, on paper, usually end up being far worse. And they can have a very strong chilling effect on your channel growth and all that. For people who regularly your stream, pre-rolls don't tend to negatively affect that. It also means people will bail before they even know if your content is any good. So then you have what your other option is, which is what's called running mid-rolls. Now, mid-rolls are where every N amount of time, X amount of ads happen. Now, to disable pre-rolls, Twitch requires us to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. Now, we can choose how to break that up. I could do 3 minutes once per hour. I could do a minute and a half every half hour. I could do 45 seconds every 30 minutes. You get the idea. It just has to cumulatively add up to 3 minutes per hour. And one thing that is nicer about as we get into the holiday season is usually around this time, there's at least more variety in those ads because more people are advertising. So when you get stuck in those loops of advertisement, you don't see the same Honda commercial 5 times in a row because they're the only one advertising in January. Yeah, to be fair, 3 minutes per hour is way better than TV? Yes, it is. It's also one of those things, the reality is, on content platforms, choose your poison. YouTube, Twitch, you know, honestly, even the ones you pay for nowadays, half of them, like Netflix and all of them, have tons of ads on them too. They all have ads, and genuinely, Twitch is pretty mild in its ad experience. And I'll usually have people say, no, on YouTube you can skip ads. Actually, a lot of them you can't skip. And also, the ads that you don't skip, if your hands aren't handy, YouTube has run ads that are over 48 minutes long for one ad. That's a thing that's happened on YouTube. It's skippable, but if your hands aren't available to skip it in that moment, you could literally be stuck listening to a 48-minute long ad. So, I'm not saying YouTube's better or worse, but I'm saying it's not hands down better. You've gotten an entire 2-hour ad yet? Yep. Well, I mean, so like, I obviously, as someone who's a partner streamer, and it's not that I'm not allowed to say anything like that, but when it comes to ad blockers, you do what you got to do to make this stream enjoyable. Sure, I might not get revenue for those ads, but that's not the part I care about. Like, they do support me, and for the record, you'll have people say ads pay nothing. They're not right. Now, granted, they have 3 viewers. They don't get paid hardly, I think, for ads. They technically get paid ratio-wise just as well, but a small percentage of nothing is still nothing. And that's not me being, like, insulting of smaller content creators. It's just the reality is, as a small content creator, it's very hard to make any meaningful amount of money. So, you still percentage-wise get a decent amount of money from ads. It's just, it's a small percentage of a small thing. I would say 3 minutes of ads per hour is quite low when you think about how many minutes of ads and 30 minutes of TV. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. Like, there was a reason I didn't hardly watch TV growing up. Like, I used to watch a bunch and it just kind of faded off because I kept adding more and more ads. But TV was something like, man, what was it? Like, in a half-hour show or something like that, it was something like 9 to 12 minutes of ads. And it's just mind-blowing for television.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Keobek FC.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Keobek FC. You enjoy your nice advertising-free viewing, and thank you again, Randall Thor. It means a whole heck of a lot. Sniping people who are thinking. Has your dad's been watching an IndyCar and the amount of ads thrown in the programming? Holy hell, you can't stand it. 20-minute show, like 20-minute shows takes 30 minutes on TV. Yep. Yep. It depends on the area. Apparently, some places regulate differently. In Canada, it was 10 minutes every 20, show on average. I mean, it sounds like we're all saying roughly the same amount, but yeah. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. So it's like, where people are like, 3 minutes, I'm like, oh, you sweet summer child. By all means, vent about ads. Like, they do suck. But you'll hear people go all doom and gloom. It's like, Twitch isn't gonna make it. They're running 3 minutes of ads per hour, and you're like, oh, if you think that is like a deal breaker, I'm sorry. You're gonna need to just stick to like Reddit or something. There's not a media website out there that you're gonna be happy with. Like Netflix, Hulu, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, probably Kick, I don't know, I don't go there. Television itself, you're all getting hit with it. Because the alternative is you gotta pay out of pocket. That's the alternative. To keep those servers running, you got to pay out of pocket, which means hitting you up for more and more money. Which is why stuff like television packages, even with all their ads, cost like $30, $40, $50 a month. You know, and then the value argument there is, but you're getting more channels. But then you stop and you do the math and you go, but wait a second. Sure, I get 128 channels. How many of those am I watching? Oh, and one of those is only sometimes. Oh. Okay, so I'm spending like $13, $14 a month per channel and then getting slapped with 10 minutes of ads per hour. Feels bad, man. But the YouTube started loading ads, and then the rest of the page gets loaded to get around ad blocks. Oh yeah, no, there's been an arms race. It's not just YouTube or anything. There's been this arm race going back and forth for ages between advertisers and ad blockers. And I think the unfortunate reality is, in the end of the day, the ads are going to win. And the reason the ads are going to win is because they have more levers they can pull on their side by having it server side. But also on top of that, there's a heck of a lot more money going into the advertising side than on the ad blocker side. And it's just kind of one of those things that it'll think. Didn't Netflix even start ads despite record profits? Yes. I can't remember if they have the tiered thing, but most of the streaming services like Netflix and Disney Plus and Hulu and all of them, most of them moved to a model where you have your base tier that's been ad-free forever is no longer ad-free, and then they have a higher tier if you still want ad-free. That costs you like an extra $10 a month. You have to pay for Netflix and you still watch ads? Yes, but if I'm recalling correctly, that's like the base tier, and then there's a whole tier higher that, again, you can pay like an extra $10, $15 a month on top of what you already pay to get it ad-free. And I can't remember all of them because there was like Hulu, Disney Plus, Netflix, a bunch of them were doing that. And they all have like little nuanced differences. Like some of them, they just got rid of their base tier entirely and done that. And other ones, they went a whole like, there is now a lower tier that it still costs you money, but it's slightly cheaper with ads. Let's see, the funny thing about ads, Twitch is they're really about as bad as TV on profiling. I don't consume energy drinks, and I'll hopefully have to wait. Yeah. So Twitch doesn't do a bunch of data collection on you, like. So when you go to platforms like, you know, Google and Facebook, where they do very targeted ads, that, you know, they know what you've been talking about with your friends and all that, so they turn around and go, hey man, you really been talking about that skiing trip, you know, here's a bunch of winter clothes you might be considering. That stuff happens on Google and, I mean, to a certain degree, Amazon itself, and all that. That's because they track tons of your data. When you go through emails, it scrapes it for information to try to decide what to offer you in ads and all that kind of stuff. Twitch doesn't do all that. Twitch's information is mostly just where are you in the world, is about the only thing they consider with their ads. Now, I can't speak for exact certainty everything they consider, because obviously I don't have the insider knowledge on Twitch, but it is primarily driven almost exclusively by what category is the stream in, and where are you located in the world. I believe that's basically all they do. I think they also are playing into tags, but my understanding with the tags, I don't know if they can target tags yet, where I could say, hey, I'm looking for the, let's say, you know, the safe space tag. I'm looking for the safe space tag, and I want to advertise to this people in this category. I don't think they can do that yet. I do know they can exclude tags. So, like, if you are trying to be brand safe, you could deliberately look for the politics tag and go, we do not advertise under the politics tag as an individual advertiser. I'm pretty sure you can exclude tags. But that said, with all those things with the targeting, all that doesn't change the number of ads you get. You still get your 3 minutes per hour or whatever. Like, if Twitch is linked with Amazon Prime, then you certainly uses your shopping to target ads. Well, that's the thing. Twitch could do all that stuff, but thus far does not. Like that's actually one of the complaints people have, like as far as viewers have had, is they would like the ads to be more relevant, which is targeted ads. And they're like, you know, hey Twitch, you do have more information that you have how old we are when we sign up. You have our location, like so far as like what city or whatever we live in. You have what, you know, what categories we watch. If it's attached to Amazon, you know, they certainly could take, like Amazon does have a lot of data in its coffers. They could leverage that, but Twitch itself thus far has not done that. Twitch's Amazon or Twitch's ad system in the platform is actually very, very simplistic. That it really doesn't have a lot going on to it, which to a certain extent is bad, because that means Twitch gets paid less money per ad, versus if they were doing targeted ads, they can make significantly more. But the funny man is looking at me in the eyes and talking about ads. Yep. Let's see. You actually never buy a thing you see in ads, especially online ads. You've already bought what you're looking for. Yeah, that's, so you definitely have a lot of ads miss. Like, a successful ad conversion rate is between, like, 1 to 5% click-throughs and all that, and that's even being very generous at that. And you will have people who swear that ads don't work. Like, you'll just absolutely swear that they don't work. And I can tell you from a company who, like, working at a company who has purchased ads, you're wrong. And I wish you weren't wrong, because an advertising would be nearly as invasive as it is. But oh my god, the difference that happens between before and after you start an ad campaign is staggering. The company I had worked for, I won't say what industry they're in, because don't dox yourself. But, and it's worked for past tense. But we would sit there and we'd have a day that would have our salespeople on the floor, because, you know, customers would call in a lot of times because it's just the nature of that particular industry. And we'd have a day that the phones are basically not ringing. And we're going, oh my god, we like, there's no business coming in, what do we do? And we'd go and we'd get a Google AdSense ad, and we would have to call in people from home to bring them into the office because the phones would be completely slammed. And it was just mind-blowing. Like, it's a matter of minutes, the phones would just start blowing up across the floor. And you just saw that money ticker rolling and all that, just like, oh my god. And I'm not saying every product that works that way. But the simple reality is, they do work. It's unfortunate. They do work. You know, the reality is that people cannot buy the product they're not aware of its existence. You're not going to change habits about, like, what brand of milk you're getting or anything. That's usually stuff that's going to be price point that decides 99% of that. But, like, there's very famously that pizza companies will advertise pizza. And the reality is people will usually just go to their normal pizza place after seeing the pizza ad. So even if, like, Domino's is advertising a pizza, if your local pizza place is Marco's, you're going to go to Marco's. But they came to realize it was still worth advertising, because as long as all of them advertised a little bit, it was kind of, like, you're not allowed to collaborate with the other businesses, because that gets into all sorts of legal mess holes. But if every one of the companies every once in a while tosses up an ad and they all benefit from it, you know, that's still a win. People are fickle about their milkman. Well, that's the whole thing, is you usually have your decisions already. So that's the thing. But especially food ads are very notorious for, like, you advertise tacos and suddenly you'll have people going, you know, I'm gonna get tacos. Hey, Kiri, how's it going? Good to have you in chat. I'll get you a shout out here as soon as I am not currently about to need to turn around. And it'll get you a shout out and all that. For those who don't know Tutti Kiri, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole mess of games on the platform. A lot of indie games. A lot of good stuff over there. So definitely good times at Tutti Kiri. One added bonus is if you're looking for another channel to tune into, Kiri is pretty much streams like the opposite schedule I do. So if I'm not available to watch, Kiri usually is. And that's always a good thing, having a couple different options. That way, for a moment I thought I typed raid, and I was about to feel really embarrassed. But yeah, so definitely check them out. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that. Definitely a fun place. Before like time change and all that, what is one of the channels I would tune into a whole lot? Right now, with the way my schedule is and the time change, I don't get enough Kiri in my life. I was actually very, very happy the other day when Kiri was streaming extra early because I actually got to sit down and watch more than like an hour of the stream before I either had to, deal with real life stuff or go to bed. So it was very nice to be able to hang out for a while and actually enjoy the stream. It's been a while, unfortunately. There we go, file given. The console will judge your content. Yeesh. The console. Very formal. You mentioned tacos. You're lucky that you have just been served dinner. Not tacos, but enchiladas. Just good. Low-key, enchiladas, favorite food. And I don't use favorite with many things. Favorite food. Okay, so we did do both of those. Did you learn any swear words? I knew a number of them. I did learn some, and I was very tired, so I promptly forgot most of them. But there were a few I was like, I know that one. No problem. Like it was genuinely, I had finished up raid, I saw someone I was going to raid, I was like, oh cool, and then I saw your name, I was like, oh my god, it's Kiri. I never get to raid Kiri. So immediately, like I didn't like start a raid and then divert it or something. I'd feel bad about that. But was immediately like, nope. The other idea is off the table. I get to raid Kiri. I never get to do that. Cause it's usually I go to like I end stream and it's something like 2 or 3 hours later as I think about the time you usually start, bearing daylight savings time and time change. Well, daylight savings time specifically. So it's not like I have to go pretty long before that becomes an option. All right. We already turned those in. So get ourselves a little bit more money here because the rice demands cash, so I could start it up. Your favorite was calling people flagpoles because they're not too bright. They're not bright enough to call lampposts. That is amazing. I haven't heard that one. Like I remember I'm gonna get the words wrong. Like I'm not gonna drop any like hard swears or anything. We'll grab that one in a minute. I remember it was a whole thing to call people incestly, which is atrocious. I don't think that qualifies as a swear, but it's kind of those things like between languages that some things in one language calling someone like if I call someone atrocious in English, it's like, well, that's mean. I wouldn't say that's a swear word though. But, there's in other languages that could be. That there's just a different connotation to that. People should bring back politely word insults. Oh man, if you want some real fun reading, who was it? It was there was it was like Hamilton and someone else, like Alexander Hamilton. There was two like of the way back like founding fathers for the United States who hated each other, like straight up despised each other, and they would write back and forth, and the insults were magic because they were just the most flowery insults. And here's like that man had the most beautiful and polite and kind sounding way to tell this other person that he had the face of a horse. It's like, when did insults stop having class? Where you need a good couple seconds to process what you were just called and say, wait a second. Hamilton and Burr, I don't think it was Burr. I'm pretty sure one of them was Hamilton. Maybe it was Jefferson was the other one? I only learned about it because there's an author, Sarah Vowell, who's like really fun if you're into history. And a lot of it's like American history stuff, but it's stuff like colonial times, the various people who attempted to assassinate presidents, both successfully and not successfully, like going into the world around them, what led those people into those things. The Puritans showing up in Hawaii and all that kind of stuff. So it goes into like all that kind of stuff, but I like the approach that she does, because it's not just, okay, here is what happened, here's when it happened. She spends a lot of time kind of putting you in the frame of mind. It's like this is the world in the moment that this occurred. And so like something that to us would feel like really out of place, it's like, no, that's just normal them. You know, and then on the reverse, you'd have something that seems perfectly normal behavior for us, and she'd be like, oh, you don't understand. At this point in time, that was like way below belt behavior. Like this was like really, really bad to call someone this. And just like silly stuff where like, you know, she would go to like, you know, find this historic site and be in the middle of a farm in the middle of nowhere going, yeah, there's a plaque. You gotta really dig for it, though. It's covered in dirt. But it is there. This thing that you would think would be this, like, important historic place having some type of indicator at it. But no, it's just a little brown plaque just on the ground in the dirt in the middle of this road. No signage. The only way you find it is you already know it's there. But it's fun, and she's got, like, a really good dry wit sense of humor. On that Sarah Vowell, I definitely recommend. She's also been on, it was, not The Daily, well, no, it was The Daily Show. Yeah, that's right. Back when Jon Stewart was on there. She had a couple of things to promote her books in there that were a lot of fun. Let's see, your favorite old insult was something either ancient China or Japan, where a friend wrote to his friend a poem about how unmovable he is, and his friend wrote back that the poem is just word fart. And his friend got so mad he sailed across the lake to yell at his friend. And the friend says the seven winds could not move you, but a fart sends you across the lake. Excellent. But yeah, no, for those who miss the context of where all these insults, which not the ones we're covering, but where the whole insult topic came from, was, I believe it was for a community reward, if I'm remembering correctly. That Kiri was doing, where she was doing a coloring book, I believe it was. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was a coloring book that was of German insults. And it was a whole thing. Well, no, I'm sorry, German swears, I think is what it technically was. I could have that wrong. I mean, I was just enjoying the coloring, and some words I knew and some words I didn't. Oldest written down. Let's see. Well, the oldest jokes is something about Japan, like Edo period or older. Something a woman did not fart in her husband's lap. Yeah, that's I love that some of our oldest records of writing, just period in existence, is, I think, if I remember correctly, the absolute oldest that we know what it means and all that was basically a guy absolutely throwing a fit and just insulting the crap out of this other guy because the other guy had sold him, like, poor quality bronze or something. It was like poor quality bronze or copper or something. And so it was just getting, like, personally insulting about how awful this person is and you shouldn't do business to him because he sells you garbage bronze, or it was some type of metal. El Nasir? Might be. Like, I don't remember who it was, but I just remembered that was the topic, that this person was just, like, really, really pissed off. Was a total cheat in Babylonia? Yeah. And so it's like a lot of them, it's just like, don't do business. This person's awful. He sold me bad. Like I said, I couldn't remember if it's copper or bronze. It's probably bronze, knowing the era. But yeah, it was the ancient version of a Yelp review, pretty much. And it's like, of all the things that could be like the oldest written records we have, and that's what's the thing that survived. Not like, oh, this is this is how, like, our culture was doing this thing. This is governance. This is how we do architecture. Something there, like, gives you a really big picture into, like, the way they lived their lives. It was just, hey, man, this dude screwed me. He's awful. Don't do business with him. It's like, fair enough, that's still useful information, but still. You take a physical letter written down, more thing. We also have to consider that's not a physical letter on paper. That was, I wasn't at Stamped in Clay when they did that? Where they get their little stamps into clay and then they dry the clay. Stone-fired tablet, yeah. So that is a level of commitment in anger that you would take the time to go and get your tablet. You would, lay it all out, you get it all set up, you put all your stamps to get your letter written in there, and then you go and you have to put it in the kiln, or whatever their equivalent to the kiln was, to harden it so the message stays, and then deliver this big hunk of stone over to the neighbors, or, whatever, to deliver your letter. So, very clearly this person was not pleased, to understate it. Because it's one thing to get mad on the internet and just hit a couple keys and hit enter. But to commit over the course of multiple hours worth of effort to get this letter into the other person's hand. Now, to be fair, it may have been a lot of money. Like, it may have been like a very serious transgression financially. Like, it could be their equivalent of tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know. But still. But yeah, that's also the fun thing with, like, insults. Like, you have nowadays that people say, like, the most unreasonably heinous things and doesn't even blip on the radar. And you'll have someone in the past who's like, this man was a rapscallion. You're like, oh my god, he just called him a rapscallion. Did you hear that? He didn't put any dollaries around it or anything. He didn't fancy it up. He just straight up called him that. He didn't even do, like, to whom it may concern. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And for the record, some of them got pretty awful to each other and all that. It was soft clay, so reusable, but the receiver or El Nasir themselves kept it to look at and got it fired at the house. Gotcha. Makes sense. So, like, it was very impermanent. Either the person either El Nasir wanted to make it permanent, so took the time to fire it up, or the other person was like, wanted to tell his buddies about how El Nasir was just out of line and unreasonable, or whatever the reasoning for it, but wanted to preserve it. But it's just fascinating how language changes so much over the years. Like, it's one of those things you feel like language doesn't change that much while you're present, but then you stop and think about, like, no, it really has. Our language changes multiple times per generation. Some people liking and disliking that. I know there's a lot of people very upset that for over a decade now, literally has not been literally anymore. It has been an intensifier and does not mean it necessarily reflects the thing that you said literally with, which is definitely painful to accept. But also, if that's how it's used, that's what determines the rules. For those who don't know how language change, common use. If a word is commonly used in a way, even if it has nothing related to that, congratulations, that's the word's new meaning. It may upset you, it may hurt your soul a little bit, but if that's its common use, that is a meaning of that word. You have to stop and think about what your niece's 16 years younger wants to say. Yeah. Let's see, one of the things you love about written history is the amount of things that are just commonplace there that never write about, which leaves us with names of things that don't exist anymore with no description to them. Oh yeah, like you'll have someone like, well, that's like this, and you'll just read the text and be, what is the other thing though? What is that like? Or even weird things. Like, so the distinguishment between blue and green as colors is actually fairly new. It's not that blue and green as colors didn't exist, but, you know, distinctly saying that is green and that is blue was a relatively new change. And, you know, we're talking relatively over human history, so it's not like the last 10 years. And so when you hear weird things like, oh yeah, the ocean was green, the sky was green, and all that, you scratch your head and going, wait, their sky was green? And you just have to go, wait a second. That's literally different. People see colors differently. What is vermilion is some people might call orange. Oh yeah, there's also that too, just differences there. You could do without the language changing to appease the algorithm. Death and kill being replaced by unalive is tiresome. Yeah, well, that's the things that cause those pressures that cause change can be all sorts of stuff. A lot of it sometimes just people try to come up with new words to describe things to make it pop and more exciting, so it's effectively marketing. Let's see, blue and gray is a thing that's more or less the same in Japan to this day. Very slowly changing there because it's generation. That makes sense. Like I said, it was a fairly recent change throughout the rest of the world, so it wouldn't surprise me that there are some places that maybe because of historic relevance, it's got more like sticking power before it changes. Interesting enough, the first named color in language is red. That's one of those things I would be curious to see the source of. Not because I question it, but I'm curious how we determined that. Those are always the really hard ones to pin down that you end up hearing in passing, but when you look into later, it's like, you know, who invented the burger, who invented the skateboard, who invented the hot dog, that you'll have, you know, you'll have where it's like, well, we think this, but it's very, like, it's very, very hard to prove unless you can somehow establish that it was like the original text or whatever. And most of the time you cannot determine that strongly. That's always one of those things when you hear a lot of those things like home of the whatever, unless we actually have written record of the first time, it usually ends up being more hearsay than fact. And sometimes we do accept that it's like, well, this is this and no one's contesting it, so we think that's right. It's interesting what we can improve and what we have to just kind of accept based on what information we have, but, you know, knowing it very well is very likely maybe not. Now, the studying tribal language, if you remember correctly, depends on the sophistication level of the civilization. The more named colors they are, because they become relevant. I mean, that's fair. You have to look up where you read that after work. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'd be curious. Like, I'm not calling it out as false or anything like that. It's just one of those ones I'm curious how they determined that would be the thing that I find interesting. Because it also feels like one of those things that multiple places could come up with the idea of color separately, so far as words for it. Because for as much as people have been together over ever, you know, people also have been separate, and different ones have advanced in different ways. That's, there is a culture, and I don't remember where it was. It was, I think, an island. I want to say it was off of the Philippines, but it's one of these areas that there's a native population there. My apology, that picked up. Native population there that didn't come up with words for like left, right, closer, farther, like those kind of things. But they do have words for effectively north, south, east, and west. And so when you talk about another person, you talk about them using cardinal directions. So if I wanted to say that, you know, this person was to that person's left, I would say, you know, this person is to the west of that person. And one of the fascinating things that's come out of that is the individuals who live in that culture, no matter where they are, you can ask, like, you could put them in a room and, like, spin them around in circles and walk them out of a room or whatever and say, which way's north? Without being able to see the sun or anything, and it'd be like, it's that way. That because it's such an integral part of their lives, they are far more sensitive to the magnetic field of the earth to be able to kind of be able to feel which way north and south are. but it's one of these cultures that is, I forget what the terminology is for, it's like a no contact culture, like minimal contact culture, to kind of protect them. Which I'm always mixed on how I feel about that. Because at one hand, you know, it's good to respect others' views and wishes and all that, if, like, assuming that's what they want. Like, obviously the big part is what do they want. But at the same time, you also feel for it, like, just making that determination for a group of people being like, so we have all this world, you have this world out here, we've got medicine, we've got all these things, but you don't get to have it because, you know, we've decided to leave you alone. Now, if it's something that, again, they have chosen, they want, I'm, by all means, respect it. But it's a weird thing to think about, which, of course, that comes from me being in the situation where I have all the technology and not that thing. In fact, they said you had to go to Moan, you sent the last message. Guy showed up to do a yearly check of the heater. Okay. Are you just saying you're and back? Got you. We're trying to say, like, and back, like, trying to resume a topic. You're saying you're returning. Well, welcome back. I'm overthinking things. Don't mind me. Common symptom of ADHD, overthinking your social correspondence and second-guessing everything they say. Or someone will say, sounds good, and you'll be like, do they mean sounds good like it sounds good, or do they mean sounds good like they're willing to tolerate it? Like, is there a hidden meaning in this word? The person's like, I said sounds good. It's because it sounds good. It's like, there's not a hidden message in here. Oh, okay. Okay. Get into your head. Let's see. The Sentinel Islands natives firing arrows at helicopters trying to drop off food after the tsunami in like 2010. You want to say will never stop being amazing to you? Yeah, are they being sarcastic or not? Oh, it's so hard in text too. Like when a person's in front of you, at least you get like facial cues and stuff to kind of work with it. But in text, you fill in so many gaps yourself, and you have no idea if you're anywhere on the radar on filling those gaps. It said, like the island off of India where the tribes people who kill people go into land on site. As such, they're protected by Indian law, where they're left completely alone, zero contact. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that one. Most of the time, it's that the people have a unique culture, and then previous contact had occurred, and you know, it was made very clear that they didn't want that contact. And so, to a certain extent, it's like a respect thing. They're like, hey, very clearly these people don't want you around. Leave them be. They're doing their own thing. And it doesn't need to be nearly to a level of violence or anything like that. But it's an interesting thing. And of course, you kind of want to observe them and see all that, which I'm sure absolutely helps their opinion about us. You know, people trying to stay at a distance and just like watch them. Which are probably like, why are those people staring at us all day? I have no idea what the rules are, if that's actually a problem. If a helicopter flies by too close, they'll actually try and shoot it down. I mean, if you have no contact, so you have no concept. Like, if you never had seen an airplane before, or have heard of it, and like the concept of flying machines was just not a thing on your radar, and suddenly a plane comes by, you're gonna be going, oh my god, what is that? Because it would seem like this, it would be UFOs for you, quite literally UFOs. Like, if you saw a flying saucer zipping over your head, you would be like, oh my god, what on earth? And you're probably going to respond to it in some form of a visceral way, positive or negative. Because what the heck? Now, obviously, we have like sci-fi and all that for those, so that particular example wouldn't work, but and honestly, it'd be very hard to pull off something that truly is a unique concept in this day and age. But like, if you were just standing there and suddenly this big hole opened and this car drove through it, this car-looking thing drove through it, and you couldn't see what it was, you would probably not respond well to it. Not that I think you would respond violently, but there's a good chance you'd run away or you would seek cover or something like that. if suddenly things appeared in existence in front of you. And that's about the best analogy I can come up to, but unfortunately with sci-fi, that's a concept we already have, even if we can't do it. Let's see, I've been modding for streamers for, like, the past 12 years or so. At some point, I could see something that was meant to be sarcastic or not, and it was meant, or insult or not. Like, if you read people chat a couple hours a day, you start feeling that stuff. Yeah, well, it depends if they've been around for a while. Like, someone popping into your... That's weird, my headset, like, made a big pop. Like, sometimes it's like, oh, good, we have another one that's actually good money. I mean, I've already got this one's tools. Do I think you're bigger? Oh, the other one's bigger. Yeah, we're gonna turn this one in. Because sure, we're gonna lose a little bit of profit by leasing another thing. But as it's like, oh, I could do another one with the tools we have. Seeing my cultivator that's like half that size would be doing double the work. No, we're good. We'll take the money. Oh. Did the game lose audio for all of you too? Actually, I could check this. Why am I asking? No. I think the game borked. Because weirdly, my system is showing at like a perfectly steady audio level for the game, which is weird. So let's do a quick save here. Actually, what time is it? You know what? This is actually kind of perfect because I just realized weirdly that probably broke at exactly the time that I'm normally supposed to end stream. So we are having an audio bug enforced stream time actually being at the normal time. Because we definitely lost game audio, which again, I don't know if the game had the problem or if my software that I go and I take the game and doing all that. That was Toon pulling the plug in her sleep on the other side of the room. That's the whole thing. I actually might be getting audio through here just outside the frequency I can hear because I feel the pressure like there is audio playing. I'm going to mute that system audio for a moment, just in case I'm not messing with people's ears. But with all that said, if you are watching over on, let's see, if player role storage equals game time more than 9 hours, kill audio. Yeah. But with all that stuff, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because there's no such thing as rating over there. So that's going to be a thing that happens. But if you are enjoying it, don't forget to subscribe. And if you are watching over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find